SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. We're hitting week 4, day 1, which means we're gonna jump into another round of game for the second half of the split. My name is Alexandra Maya, I'm your host, and if you're celebrating Valentine's, I got you a rose knot just for you. If you're not celebrating just as me because you're single, well, we're still gonna have fun somehow. So let's introduce the desk today. We have 2 animals, it's a fox, it's a duck, it's duckling, it's foxtrot. How are you doing?
Good. I'm wearing red for Valentine's Day, so that's that. Not quite as cool as your contribution, but it's something. I'm trying my best.
What are you trying, duckling? I mean,
I'm single. I don't do anything for Valentine's Day. I'm here to talk about.
Me neither, dude. I'm single, but you gotta step up, man. You gotta step up all the people.
What do you mean? I have a nice shirt on. I mean, I did dress up a little bit for this. I saw your fancy outfit and decided to swap out my hoodie. So I might not have the colors for Valentine's Day, but you know, those are in the background and on Foxtrot. I'm at least dressing somewhat up in a shirt. I feel like I'm doing my part.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. I'm disappointed in talking about disappointment. Let's toss it to the casters. One of them is Efrain, but the other one is an amazing one. Zedagon, how you doing, fellas?
I'm talking about disappointment. What are you chatting, mate? What are you saying? I'm not disappointing. Oh, I'm heartbroken. I'm actually heartbroken. It's Valentine's Day and you made me sad, bro.
I mean, you're already sad. You're single.
I'm actually happy. Like
we have each other. We have each other. This is
Yeah.
like Valentine's Day. I'm
Yeah,
glad I
but
get
you
to spend
try
it
it,
with you.
Zedagon. I know you have a girlfriend. I know. Right?
Don't tell
Are
her I'm
you
spending
just
it with
angry?
Hipbrain.
Archer, you just angry at the world. Also, Aragon, this is
Yes.
the slippery slope, bro. This is the slippery slope.
It's kind of dangerous.
I was in a very long relationship for like 7 years, and I didn't spend a single Valentine's Day with her because I was working every time, and I was always casting. So welcome to the slippery caster life, mate. You'll never get to spend Valentine's Day with your girlfriend again. But it's fun, right? It's all great. Oh, God.
Don't worry, man. You had 7 years. I had 15. Let's toss it to the desk. Welcome back, gentlemen. So we should talk about what is happening today, but before that we need to look at previous week. It was an amazing one since all predictions went down south because of the games, right, Duckling?
Yeah, the games yesterday were crazy. Luckily, Verton, though, were able to pick up a victory. Good for my predictions. I'm still minus 14, but Verton, a team that is hard for me to predict in many senses because these players are very good mechanically and they can play some fantastic League of Legends. But sometimes they grief a little too hard and then they go down a slippery slope of looking like a very bad team. But up against Venom Crest, they looked very good last Thursday, actually.
I love Verdant, honestly. I think that I'm really warming up to them as this split goes on. I think they've been one of the more reliable teams here in the NLC. I don't know what you're talking about. Minus 14 in your predictions.
Come on.
That is just...
I mean, I made a mistake bringing that up. That's my mistake, actually.
To be fair, it's probably the age gap between you and like everyone else on
Age
the show. Minus 14 years. Yeah, it's been cool though. It's been cool watching Verdant rise back up to how we expect of them from previous NLC splits.
So far, yeah, and we got to see also Alliance Creed in natives. Like, what can you tell me about this one? Because this was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it was a banger for sure. Natives, I think both Natives and Lions Creeds are very up and down in my opinion. I think Natives last week, this game up against the Lions Creed, they looked fantastic. But the game just before that, when they lost to DMG with the substitute, they look bad. It's hard to predict our teams. And I think this goes especially, in my eyes, for both Lions Creed and Natives, because I don't know if they're showing the insane 1v9 side of their roster or they're not as good. I will say though, especially Jinjo on this Lucian just didn't work out this time around. He had loads of success on it on the first day up against Verton, but here on the second day of the week, going up against Natives, he was struggling to have the same impact, and it can really be shown in the team fights. Lions Creed, they were just lacking damage.
Yeah, and speaking of struggling, I think Lions Creed probably fit that bill so far here. In this split, I mean, they're 3-3, a 500 rating, but that's not really enough for what we considered of them coming into this year with this star-studded lineup and everything that's been invested into them. You know, dropping their games and just not looking too hot, to be honest. It's not looking good for the Lions Creed at all. Natives, however, are a team that I would say definitely have been trending upwards recently. They're tied for first place alongside one of the teams you're seeing here, Nord, another team that I think has been really been on the up. And alongside Verdun, I would say probably the two most reliable teams and consistent teams that we have here so far in NLC.
I love the way you put it, like the reliance as well. Since we keep talking about Verdant and Nord as the teams who have the better lanes, we keep hearing that in interviews, and we're putting Lions Creed on the side. Like, we're not even putting them on the debate anymore. And this should be a really good storyline for the second half of the split. I don't know if you gentlemen agree with me, but is this a redemption arc for Lions Creed? Or just we're gonna put the stamp on the idea that Nord and Verdant have the better sort of laners?
I think we can ask the question, is this their redemption? But for them, it needs to be their redemption. With all the money and the big names you have on that roster, you must make it to playoffs. At the moment, you're sitting 5th, still just a game behind our top 4, but I mean, their performance so far has not been acceptable, I would say. When you have that roster filled with previous NLC winners and players who's been around the block, even a couple of LCK players in Johan, I mean, you have to do a better job. That is all I have to say. It might seem hard, but those rosters with those names, you have to be doing better.
And also, Ruddy, it was such a hype train at the beginning of the split. Yeah. They still they still got the game, but at the end of it, is the hype train real?
I think the Ruddy hype train is real. What I really like from Don Jake, we heard in the first week, they are planning to stick with this roster for the whole year. I have no doubt there is talent here. And with them now finally having gotten a coach as well, I hope we can see them more organized, because they have, a bit like DMG, seem like too much of a solo queue team at times instead of a 5-man unit on the same page. No doubt that both of the teams we're watching right now, DMG and Ruddy, have 5 good players who are mechanically capable of playing at the NLC level. They just haven't been able to reach it on the team level as a whole, coming together as a 5-man unit. And I think Ruddy, heading towards that direction. DMG, still ways to go, but hopefully they can turn it around.
So we get to the second part of the split, and we still have 4 teams tied up in the first place, then followed up by Lions Creed in 5th, and then the bottom teams, Lightside, Ruddy, in DMG, who got 1 game from the first half. I would say this is NLC. It has to be contested until the last day. We should have like tiebreakers, apparently. It's not about waiting ties, by the way, Hiprain. I know you're listening. It's about tiebreakers this time, okay? Because he doesn't understand the concept of the tie. But it's fairly tied up until now, right?
It's as if every single team, like, you're either, if you're in a playoff spot, you have the same score. Everyone in the playoff spot has the same score right now. You know, it's a 4-on-2, and we came into, I believe, last week, maybe the week before. I'm going to say it was last week though. A similar situation, 4 teams tied on the same score at the top. Like, we have insane parity here in the NLC in spring 2024, and we're still waiting for that one team to pull out ahead, and we just don't know who it's going to be. And if you'd asked me a week or 2 ago, maybe that answer would have been Lions Creed, who's not even one of those 4-on-2 teams, by the way. Yeah. They've actually dropped out of the playoff spot at 3-3. So I don't know. It's ridiculous stuff what we're seeing so far.
If you don't know, maybe people back at home know, and that's your opportunity to gain or to win a Steel Cities mouse. Look at this beautiful mouse. It's a Steel Cities Xerox 5 wireless mouse that is on the line each week. So what do you need to do in order to get this for free? You need to go on to Twitter and head on to the post and hit us with your best predictions. The one who wins the predictions during that week will receive this beautiful mouse. We even have more footage about it. Like, I'm getting a little bit jealous. I'm getting a middle cut effect right now, because this is a beautiful mouse that you're able to receive just by being good at winning the NLC. So all you need to do, head on to Twitter with your predictions and pay attention to every single game. At the end of the week, if you're the best, you'll get the mouse, and it's only 1 per split, by the way, but we're reaching the half of it. Be fast. So if people back at home are sending their predictions, we gotta show them how it's done. Oh boy, hit us with how to no, you gotta see it. You gotta see it, Duckling. There's no way. You gotta see it, man.
Okay, this is like the standings. Whew. I thought we were showing up the standings.
No.
I wouldn't be able to.
We're talking about predictions. Okay. It's a split between DMG and even Lightside and Duckling and both of you.
I mean, it's
are sitting
just
on a
us.
desk.
Yeah, it's Ian fucked up.
Explain.
If I were to go first, as I talked about when we were watching the Ruddy and DMG highlights just before, DMG has a very talented roster. I still believe that. And call me a hopeless romantic here on Valentine's Day, but my love in them will not fail. I do believe that they will be able to turn it around. They have the ability to play as individuals. They just need to start reading the same book and being on the same page, because that's what I've been missing. They've been playing a bit too much solo QS. They haven't been performing to the level individually as well that I know they can. And specifically Agony Pain, he still has so much more left to show. I know he's been struggling a bit with the nerves on this stage, but I do believe that they can turn it around, and this has to be the time. Being 1-5 at the halfway point in the split is not good enough if you want to compete for playoffs. So this game crucial for them, and last time they had a substitute, they were able to win. So maybe today as well.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. I just feel like this team thrives on being the underdog. Exactly right. The only game that they've won in this split was with an emergency support sub in the top lane. So I've got 1 point of faith in them. I'd have more points, but I've already wasted them on other things. I'm the only one, by the way, who's predicted Ruddy for this last game.
I want to hear about that one. I was giving you time because you put in 5 points.
5 points, I slam it down. Well, firstly, that's my philosophy. 5 points twice, 1 point twice. It's, you go hard or go home. They're against Venomcrest, right? That's the match out of the last game of the day. It's Ruddy Venomcrest.
It is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just think, honestly, I got a lot of points off Venomcrest in the past. I've lost a lot of points off Venomcrest in the past.
Oh, we did it.
So I'm just feeling it. I'm just feeling it. And listen,
with your first place?
When don't sound so surprised, my dude.
Oh, I'm
Hell
sorry.
Yeah, I'm in
your first
place,
place.
baby. Hell yeah! I've been on the money when it comes to these predictions, right? And you got to go bold. And when I pull ahead of everyone else even further because of this last game, you guys will come knocking on my doors next time it comes to predictions. Oh, Foxy, what have you gone for predictions? Can I look at your homework? But I promise I won't copy it. I'll change it a little bit.
Okay, I want to hear about something else. We have the Nord and Lions Creed rematch, and let me see where you guys are standing. Okay, Foxdrop and Duckling. We're both going for Lions Creed after what we've seen in the first half of the split. Explain yourself. Yet again, explain yourself. I want to know more.
Me crazy, right? I've had
crazy.
3 5-point predictions on Lions Creed go wrong so far this split. And they keep talking to me on Twitter, like, don't drop the faith in us, don't drop the faith in us. Then I gain it back and they lose. But to me, Lions Creed, they had a good week 1, bad week 2. They bounced back at the beginning of last week to then lose again. So it seems like they have the ability to bounce back. I know that for sure. And I believe, again, after a disappointing game last Thursday, they will be like, we need to show ourselves from our best side. So they'll play well today, win. And then who knows, maybe they lose tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one to call. Nord are a really, really good team. Yeah, I don't have any analysis for this. Lions Creed used to employ me, so I just slam down 5 points in every single game.
I understand that one, okay. But what I need to ask you, Foxdrop, is you're sitting on the first place, plus 18. Duckling is minus 14. Is it 14, Duckling?
Why do you keep bringing it up? Man?
No, I'm just asking because this is a really good
It
point.
is minus 14. We just saw it on the screen as well.
So
I didn't even know we had that graphic available.
Foxdrop, your bets for today are the same as Duckling. How scared are you?
Oh, shit! I wish you hadn't said that. I'm sorry, I'm sweating a little bit now.
Gotcha.
Oh, gosh, I don't know. Or how good is Duckling feeling? That's what you should be asking.
I had a decent week last week. Only Lions Creed really screwed me over last week. Okay. Middlecott went 0-8 last week, okay? We should take our focus from me, move it over to him.
How are you still lost when he went 0-8?
Because Lions Creed lost when I put 5 points on them. It's all down to your organization, Foxdrop. This is your fault. You're somehow doing something to get my predictions down. I don't want to be on the desk when we put up predictions. This is not fun.
It's part of the show, Duckling. It is part of the show. And to be honest, your predictions are the show of themselves. So, heading on to the first game, it's going to be Lightside versus DMG. Obviously, there's a little bit of a mix in the predictions between Lightside and DMG. I want to understand why is it a banger and where should we be focusing on this matchup? Because I think this is going to be a spicy one and people are not giving enough credit to this game.
I want to say the importance of this game cannot be understated. For both DMG and Lucas Lightside, if you want to get yourself into that playoff conversation, you need to be able to beat each other, right? Both of these teams should be sitting here feeling like they can win the game. For DMG specifically, being 1-5, not good enough. you need to start changing things around. You need to start being able to get the W's. And if there's a team that you should be able to beat, it has to be Lightside. And Lightside, they are thinking the exact same thing. Both of these teams have been hot and cold, I will say. In their wins, they have looked good, but in their losses, they have also looked really, really bad. So it's hard to predict where the teams will be today. I think there is a chance we have a very one-sided match if DMG shows up and Lightside doesn't, or the other way around as well. So it's very hard to predict, and I was very unsure, even to the last minute, if I were to change my prediction for Lightside, actually. But I stuck with it on DMG. I think this is the hardest game of the day to predict, because both these teams are like a roller coaster. I don't know what to expect anymore.
I'm just going to say, focus in microscope. This isn't a microscope. Magnifying glass onto the jungle matchup.
That's a
This
good
one I
point
think is
as well,
going to be important. So, yeah, I think shift for DMG and EMP on Lundqvist's light side. I specifically with shift. Honestly, I'd been quite critical of him going into last week, but I think he had his best week by far. And not only was he like better, he was like really good. He was quality in those games last week. He played really, really well. And I think when he's on the ball, like DMG looked really solid actually. So that's certainly what I'm just gonna see if Shift can replicate that for his own success, which will then translate into his team's success.
There was a point in the game that we were talking about where Shift completely invaded the enemy jungle, and you were like, you shouldn't do that. And then he comes on top. So you think that unpredictability coming in from Shift could be a plus, it could be a minus. It's one of those, we're tossing a coin and we're playing a duckling predictions game.
Yeah, it's a bit. It has been the big struggle DMG has had. I did get the chance to speak with Agony Payne over the coming week, over the past week, and the manager as well. And one of the things is they are just a bit too much like a solo queue team. These are 5 good individuals, but they sometimes, are in their own head and thinking, for example, like Shift, okay, I can invade this, despite not really looking at the map and seeing maybe his bot lane is pushed in, and he shouldn't go for this invade. Someone like LVS might not really look at where the jungler is before deciding to push a wave in the top lane or whatever. They are going for these greedy plays, and when it works, obviously they're able to snowball really well. But when it doesn't work and the opponent's team is coordinated and punish these over-aggressions, they fall behind quickly and lose the game. So, as you're saying, it is very coin flippy, but I need DMG to cut back on this coin flippiness and really communicate better to each other about what's going to happen, so they can stop playing like a solo queue team and start playing like a 5-man unit. Because if they do that, I have no doubt that they can be good.
Lightside could jump in the standings right now with a 3 and 4. DMG could rise above that watermark if they're able to secure the second win, especially versus Lightside itself. The bans are out, Varus is the pick, and we have seen a little bit of light for Sin or even Jin. It seems like the Sin is gaining some attention right here, and the Tom Kench is available, but they're going for the Maokai.
Okay. Woof, we're just powering through this champ sec so far. Beautiful. Well, we've got 3 jungle bans on the side of DMG, really focusing down EMP. Is it EMP or EMP? EMP just seems like a...
EMP is like a demon. EMP is such an amazing name, like, you know?
is a demon.
I mean, EMP,
I know,
that's like Call of Duty back in the
native,
day.
so you can put like the accent and call it imp,
Yeah.
you know? I'm Portuguese, I can get away with it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
But looking at the draft here, right? I really like the Varus for DMG. I know it's something they've been practicing a lot as well, even when they have had to play with substitutes. Liam Cole is away for the weekend. Be aware of that. He won't be here tomorrow either. But for Agony Payne, getting him on the Orianna, obviously back in the day he was a Cassidy and Kiana 2 trick, but after when he went to Korea last year, he just really started spamming these mages, and that's what we've gotten to know him for here in the NLC as well. I think his Orianna is good. Yet again, still need to take that step up to the next level, but I like that alongside the Kazante. It's stock standard for DMG, while Lightside are, I mean, this isn't out of the meta either, but it is a bit more uncommon for the NLC meta, you could say.
Yeah, I think so far DMG are just going full meta, full chill. Orianna is really common, and Agony Payne is good on Orianna, to be fair. Kazante is the top lane, is very common. Varus first pick, you see all the time as well. And I kind of like how Lightside are responding to that. Specifically, there's so much CC against targets that don't have a lot of mobility. So someone like Varus, Orianna, very easy to lock down. And so, the Maokai coming through that point and click, Twisted Advance, and Gnar engage as well. Going to be really difficult to deal with. So I do like how Lightside have started off this draft. Now focusing a little bit onto Shift with these bans. Already got 3 jungle bans coming through, plus the Varus, which Shift played last week and was very good on and had that huge carry performance. Shift now is going to have to really scrape into his champion pool. We've seen him default to the Jarvan in the past, but I haven't been a massive fan of him on the Jarvan. But it is a very good combination with Orianna. Like, it's a great ball delivery system. The asterisk being against Gnar, the Cataclysm can actually throw a team fight, right? You put up all this terrain and then Mega Gnar comes through and scoops everyone in. Like, you can actually just completely ruin your life with that. So we'll see if that's the angle Shift goes towards, as the Tristana is going to get locked in here for Lightside.
So it's back to DMG now, what they'll go for next. Obviously, support, something that can pair up Caps and Persson. Excited to see how they work out together. Obviously, having a sub down in the bot lane could change a lot in terms of how the dynamic will be. I think maybe they just want to draft something safe, like the Nautilus, or just play a safe tank support who will be able to offer something in the team fights. Like the Rella as well, would also be decent. That could still be flexed. So could also go towards Shift if they want to. If they really want to add another engage support here. I know Persson likes his Rakan. It is open, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for it. And yeah, I think then they're going a bit more back to Comfort for their bot lane, but when you're playing with a substitute, I do believe that is a fine choice. Go for the Comfort, especially when your Comfort is in the meta as well.
Seems like Unpook position is going to be over unless they switch it over and put the Rel as a support.
Okay.
Shinzao
I like
is going
that
to
as
the
well.
jungle. A lot of delivery system coming in from DMG, so that Orianna is going to have a pleasant trip on this game. Unless he stays behind, because we still don't know who's going mid, like securely. If that's the Tristana, I think it should be. And coming in yet again.
Ooh.
Yeah. Again. Yeah, we're getting to see the Lilia. I kind of want to mention it, but I looked at the roster of Lightside and thought, I mean, they don't really need the extra AP damage considering how little taken as there were on DMG. But obviously, the last rotation changed everything, and that getting the extra true damage and AP damage in on the Lilia is great in and of itself. But also for EMP, he likes the champion. He's really good at it. We've seen that in one of the victories before. So it's again drafting a bit away from the meta, but something that works in the composition you're going up against, and also something that works well within your own champion pool. So I really like this. I think both teams have a draft that suit them. Now the question is who can execute the best. And I think a way to phrase this is actually who makes the least mistakes, because that's something that I've heard both of these teams making some dumb mistakes, not really thinking it through before you're flipping your coin. So maybe the teams will play a bit more safe today. I hope so, because we need to see them cut some of these mistakes away that are losing them games which they shouldn't lose.
At the end of the day, I need predictions, Fox Drop.
Yeah, I'm just gonna if Shift can punish the Tristana, he'll be going aggressive mid lane with that aggressive jungle pick. I mean, I've already predicted DMG, so obviously I'm going to stick by them. But I like what Lightside has done with the draft, to be honest. So yeah, good stuff both sides.
Duckling, you agree?
I do agree, and that's the thing, right? I mentioned this earlier. This game was really, really hard to predict. I'm also sticking with DMG because I feel like they have a draft that they can win on. But I certainly feel the same way about Lightside, and that kind of leads me into the point that this game could be one of the tightest games of the day if both teams show up. But it's all about mistakes, right? I'm looking at, will someone overextend, lose their life early on, and then will another team get the opportunity to snowball? So specifically the first 5-10 minutes in my eyes, I'm looking at Shift to not overextend, I'm looking at Elvias to not overextend, and for Caps as well, as the substitute, he needs to play safe and not give up too much gold early on.
I like the idea that he put in. It's about mistakes. So let's see if predictions from Foxdrop tying up with Duckling is a mistake or not as we toss it to the casters.
It's a good choice.
It is Hip Rain and Edagon. It's up to you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Archer. We're getting ready to go into our first game of the day. So, a few things to kind of talk about. There's some interesting drafts coming into this game. Some stuff that maybe caught us off guard. A lot of team fighting, I think, is probably the main thing I can see from this.
Yeah, I think my favorite sequence was they held the Maokai flex and they made it look like it was going to be Maokai Tristana because it's a common duo, and they flex it and it's suddenly a AP mid plus AD mid plus AP jungle with the Lilia Tristana duo. That was my favorite part. I thought LLS came out with a really cool draft. On the flip side though, with DMG you have the ball delivery, very meta and very standard with the Zin's out Ori combo and a lot of front to back team fighting.
Yeah, there's a serious amount of front to back team. This, I think this is actually going to be a bloodbath, this game. And I'm not going to lie, I was very confident in Lightside winning this. I think I put 5 points on this game. And then I saw that draft and I was like, ooh, DMG actually have quite a good draft. And yeah, they're playing with a substitute. Yeah, they've not really had the hottest streak so far in the NLC. But they've given themselves a lot of tools to work with. And even me, who I felt very confident that this felt quite Lightside favored, I actually feel DMG, they are set up for success. But anyway, I think it's time for us to get ready and go into this first game of the day. How snazzy is that?
That was
How
sick.
snazzy is that? Yeah, that was so cool, wasn't it?
I hadn't seen that until now. That's actually so cool. Shout out to production. Honestly, that was
Damn. Stepping it
Holy-
up.
Yeah, really, really. Anyway, another thing that I thought, I don't want to rain in your parade, Hip Rain, but you said this game was probably be explosive. If there is going to be action, it's going to be through bot side. In general, though, I imagine this is going to be a little bit slower than you think, because they've got to get their spells. There's not much setup in top lane, not much setup in mid. The only thing on the DMG side is that they have setup from Rel plus the Zins out. That is a lot of damage and setup, so that's where I'd expect action to be. On the other side, for LS, the only thing they really have is to play for priorities and secure Lilia's camps. If they can manage that, then they'll be scaling extremely well and be very happy.
To be fair, I probably should have put it would probably be a bloodbath post 6. I think pre 6, it's going to be very chill. I mean, it's Varus and Orianna, right, on the side of DMG. Like, these guys are not going to be particularly aggressive. I mean, Varus will be aggressive in lane, but it's always like safe aggression with Varus because he just pokes from range, never really gets himself in too dicey of a situation, and you have to kind of be making a mistake earlier, especially with this lane where you got the Senna and the Maokai, who also have, I mean, the Maokai's melee, but the Senna has enough range to be able to stay out of kill threat without getting flashed onto. Ori, though, Agony Pain, I would like to see some kind of old school Orianna punishment where you wait for them to kind of get into maybe an overextended position and try and burn a summoner spell, because Orianna without a summoner spell early, it's really brutal playing that game. So I'd like to see maybe EMP see if there's an opportunity to make that happen, but for now, EMP is just going to be doing a full clear upwards into their red side. Nothing particularly unexpected on this front. And we'll see, where the attention from these junglers is, because that's what Foxy was talking about, was kind of keep your eyes on the jungler going into this game.
Yeah, my eyes are on Shift. I think if we see any volatile trades going down bot side, there's definitely angles to gank or potentially dive. You can see Shift is actually skipping camps, potentially to go early on. I don't like that both bot side members for Ragnar and Dr. Chaos are still full HP. I don't think there's a real angle here. It looks like they're going to invade, so they don't know where the enemy jungle started, and at best they're just going to get vision.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to get some information. They'll know that now EMP very likely going to be on that top side of the jungle. Just the information they have off the that camp is entirely empty, and EMP quite happily on that top side doing their Krugs. They've got themselves full clear, nice and safe. One of the little ones is going to get away, but does look like it would just be an exchange of crabs as well towards the top side, and there isn't really any opportunity for EMP to find a gank. I mean, Bucci's got a lot of pressure up top side, so that lane is not in a particularly gankable state. Mid, similar situation there between Torok and Agony Pain. Yeah. So it's just going to be a crab and maybe just an early reset here for EMP. Or maybe an invade.
I think he's going to full clear into deep water. So the dynamic here, when you have these kind of early proactivity junglers in the Xin Zhao versus full clearers, is the Xin Zhao has to find something and do something. Otherwise, he'd be relegated to being kind of teamfight, a blob, right, to absorb spells and be frontline. Whereas the Lilia really wants to power farm, and she's kind of praying that her lanes aren't volatile, and that as she gets to power farm without having her lanes fall behind. So you could see that's why my eyes are on Shift. If he can find something early game, that's really, really important, because he's so far behind in camps. He naturally clears much slower. He also decided to take a detour to try and invade because of a lack of an early vision ward. I imagine they didn't get a ward on the Wraith. So yeah, really far behind in clear for the Xin Zhao, and looks like EMP might use this.
Yeah, I mean, the Wave's in a pretty good spot. They're not going to see him sneak in here, I don't think. No, Person did not see that happening, so they're going to throw everything down. In comes the bowling ball, and that should just be it. They've got the Ignite, they got the Flash. EMP secures himself first blood.
Yep, using the setup as well from the Maokai. It's that Maokai flex, man. I really liked it. And the tempo advantage from EMP, who full cleared into recalling. And now you can see pings coming down onto the Xin Zhao because of after the full clear, managed to drop a deep ward. And it's going to get harder and harder and harder for Shift to find early impact. Once they get level 6 with the Orianna, though, he's probably going to become a pretty decent ball delivery system. It happens a lot where your Orianna channels the R, and then the Xin Zhao dashes forward. And it's pretty much guaranteed, so I can't wait to see how they pull that off. But yeah, early grub secure for Shift. Pretty good with Pearson shadowing.
Yeah, you're going to be able to grab that one. And, you know, me and you have been very on and off. I mean, I'm all in favor of grubs. I think they're a really good little objective to play towards. I've had some people say they're not a massive fan of them. They don't think they're that potent. I argue, especially in a situation like this, like Shift can't do anything else. He gets himself an objective. He gets himself him and his team some like power that is continuous throughout the whole game. Yeah, it's not, you know, guaranteed tower plates, but it will help as the game moves on. Obviously, it's reliant on you getting to a tower to be able to use the buff you get from that. But there is an answer here from EMP, though. So he's made that successful game in bot lane, and he's now transitioning that into this dragon as well. Pearson will see this happening. Clip by the bowling ball.
No.
Chaos is here. He's just going to smash him back with the Q, lock him down, and Pearson, I don't think you're getting away from this one. Torek has already reset the W, so he can chase in, but he has to flash the wall. Gets caught out by the stun. The shield's on, but the sapling chase is going to come down. Pearson is slowed, and Chaos takes the kill with that last tick of the sapling. Dragon secured, kill secured. Torek, yeah, he burnt a flash, but he'll be all right with that one.
Yeah, just a little bit questionable, Pearson's positioning. I wonder if they wanted to actually come down and contest the dragon, maybe potentially right there, but they didn't manage to find it. And in the end, I much favor this trade with the side of LLS. Grubs, like you say, that they're not the best. I still much prefer dragons, and it really depends how much you get from the grubs, how well you farm plates until that third dragon. But yeah, bot lane a bit of disaster. You don't want to see it.
Yeah, bot lane definitely not in the state you'd want the lane to be going. I mean, there is still a farm lead over the Carbs. He's actually done a pretty good job of holding on at this point with the fact he's been able to pick a CS lead up. Obviously, both the ADCs were left alone in their lane, so that's partly why it wasn't like he was 1v2. Pearson was getting killed by Dr. Chaos on that jungle. But yeah, Carbs, you know, he's still getting that gold. He's still sitting quite pretty for the moment. As EMP just having a little sniff around to see if he can find some jungle. And there is a blue buff spawning up here. And right now, Shift is on the other side of the map. And it looks like they're probably just going to cross-map the blue side jungle. Because there's going to be no opportunity for Shift to come and answer out on this. And I don't know if they know EMP's here, but it's a heads-up play regardless.
Yeah, EMP is definitely really happy with this going even, if not ahead, into scaling into the late game with that Senna plus Lilia and just double AD carry threat is really, really nice. But that ward from earlier on, after that initial full clear, now tracking the respawns of every single camp, so they can just respawn, invade every single respawn camp off cooldown, right? G. Pearson might find a play here. He can buffer the leap if there's an Oriole.
Torek didn't have flash, remember, as well, so very lucky to get away from that one. I think Pearson just a little bit too early on the punch there off that one, as Carbs is being zoned off his rush. Dr. Chaos needs to be a little bit careful as he gets himself caught out by the ult from Carbs, and he's going to find himself in a lot of danger. Down he goes. Shift takes the kill. And overstaying a little bit, trying to see if they can get a little bit more poke in, and comes back to bite them in the backside.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an overextension. This is exactly what DMG want, though, so props to them. They want to snowball this early game. They want to make sure they use their proactive tools. That was a level 6 Varus ultimate, and they just pop the Maokai, who was, I think, probably getting some deep vision. Not too sure, though, because his jungler was full clearing topside, so a bit questionable, but nice punish from DMG.
Yeah, really nice punish there. Well, we are now at that 9-minute mark. The Void Grubbos will be spawning up relatively soon again as well, so keep an eye on that one, see where they go from there. EMP got himself a blasting one, got the haunting guys as well, so getting close towards that Leandries. You can technically go, I can't remember the name of the healing item now, but I don't think that's going to be it. It's normally Leandries getting picked up by the Riftmaker, that's the word, thank you.
No worries.
It's normally the Leandries getting picked up by Lilias. Very rarely seen a Riftmaker Lilia. Well, it's been a hot minute since I've seen that.
I don't think it's a bad item. You combine that with tank items, and you get the AP for HP trade, right? I don't think it's bad at all. Still,
it
yeah,
also the dot side of it is not unique. So you can have Leandries and it, and they both apply, which is Cool little thing. I mean, I think there's very few characters in the game who actually would abuse that and need to be able to abuse that, but it is there as a little tidbit for you guys at home in case you find yourself in a situation where you figure you need both. Crab's going to get started up here, and DMG, they've been on it with the grubs. They've been able to get all of them.
A little bit of a weird decision coming in from EMP there, maybe just shadowing to help crash the wave, but I don't think it was that needed. I thought it also looked like they were potentially looking for a gank, but there weren't enough trades happening to chunk Cabs and Pearson low enough for a dive to even happen. So in the end, you kind of just try to make a crossmap play and give up 6 grubs. Can't say I'm a big fan, and although in fairness, like these compositions, the Cassante, the Orianna aren't going to be hitting tower very much, so it's not the worst, not the biggest deal. I think the worst part of it is if DMG manage to secure Rift Herald and they all barrel it down mid, they get 10 big grubbies, 10 Void Mites sieging with that Rift Herald. I think that's a pain, but doesn't look like it's going to be anything. Some condition trading coming in down into the mid lane as a dragon spawns. I imagine Torok could go for a reset here, although he might just stick around.
Teleport. Depends on his money right
exactly.
Now. He might be a little bit broke. He's just going to get a little bit more poke onto Agony Pain. Agony Pain going to be able to shield up most of that explosion damage, so not going to really stick around, cause too much problems. And while the Void Grub control has been very good by DMG, Lightside have been very good at securing these dragons for themselves. And you can see right now, EMP looking to try and get some pressure bot side so they can transition into Dragon. They know they've got Torok's pressure mid. Now they've got the pressure bot. And I don't really think Shift should even bother contesting this. I think he should just give up this Dragon. His team are all resetting. Now it looks like that is going to be the game plan.
Yep. At the very least, they've denied 6 Grubs buff from the Tristana. Another Dragon secured for EMP. They're definitely going to be really happy with this because at the end of the day, the game does come down to Dragons still. I want to see how the side of DMG actually use these Grubs. Maybe they send multiple people, because what you see sometimes in top tier leagues is you see them send just 3 people top, right? And they all wail on the tower together and use that buff. Overwhelm the top side, if you will, or bot side. So that's something they can definitely look to do if they can ever control the wave down bot side and secure a crash and give themselves tempo to do that. Still, not going to happen for now, and I imagine that buff will be used later on. Gonna recall, and not much to be done now.
Yeah, looks like it's just going to be the recall angle right now. And gold lead, you know, it's not monumental. There is a slight gold lead in favor of Lightside, but they're doing a good job of kind of, you know, well, start of DMG are doing a good job of not actually falling too far behind. Shift is thinking about something here, but they've got everybody actually looking to come in on this invade. Dr. Chaos is going to find himself getting caught out here. Locked down. They've got the bowling ball. They've got the chains. They've got everything they need. He does even throw the ultimate out. Comes in for the flash as well. And actually able to make a grand escape here. Might put a couple of people to sleep as they get the Drowsy off onto one. EMP on that flash away. Trying to just get himself out as Ragnar comes in with a heal. The teleport's there. And Carbs finds himself in danger. Hit by a bowling ball. Slowed down. Torok is here. And Carbs is taken out. Lightside take it all.
They wanted to utilize the Titanic Hydra completion for the Zinzao. That's so unfortunate. Unfortunately, they don't pop Dr. Chaos, who manages to survive. And in the end, the collapse comes through with the teleport from Torok too. Really good collapse and punish from the side of LLS. Now, what can they get off the back of that? They can push down bot side and continue to get plates. Doesn't look like they're going to, but take a look. More action might happen again. Ping's coming down onto EMP in that jungle on the blue buff. They're going to fight.
Yeah,
they have Titanic Hydra.
They are really looking for him. He doesn't have flash. It has used that smite, actually, I believe. And yeah, down he goes as we're watching Richie and LBS have a bit of a brawl up here in the top lane.
Gotta love it. Gladiator Arena, top lane. But yeah, I imagine what happened there was ball delivery was used. You can see Orianna used her ultimate, and it's very, very standard right now for Zinzao to E forward with the Oriot going, and you just one-shot the Lilia here.
Oh my word.
Whew. Titanic, a little bit rough.
Yeah, that was brutal. It looks like Shift is just going to be able to take a whole bunch of camps. And the worst thing for him right now is... Well, the worst thing for EMP right now is... Pearson was just camping everywhere he went as... There's a trade happening mid. There's a trade happening in the jungle. Torok, he can't help right now because he's losing so much HP. Agony Pain got that Luden's Companion finished up, doing a lot of damage. And now Dr. Chaos, he needs to desperately get away. I don't think he has flash. I'm pretty sure he used it. EMP gets himself in, but Bucci gets the 2-man. Slam into the wall. They're going to throw everything down to keep EMP off his Shift. Flashes away to safety. Torok's able to secure himself the kill. He gets a double. Easy as you like. And sure, they lose their support, but man, Shift, his eagerness kind of bit him there.
Yeah, EMP with the movement there, dodging out on those Cassante Qs. Of course, hard skill shot to land, and you're very fast on this Lilia, but still really, really impressive stuff. I thought he was going to turn it around, but... Oh, Torak with the solo kill. The damage on the ultimate is just too much, but something weird is happening to Dr. Chaos on this Maokai. I swear, I keep seeing him in the bot side enemy jungle, sitting in a bush.
I don't know what he's
and
doing.
Have you noticed? It's like a replay every
He's
time.
doing
and
it
going
again!
back.
Bro!
Dr. Chaos. I love it.
Have you ever heard of the dog bridge? I think it's in like
The
Scotland.
dog bridge?
It's really horrible. There's a bridge in Scotland, I think it's Scotland, where when dogs walk on it, they just throw themselves off.
Huh.
And if they survive, they crawl back up and do it again. That's kind of what I'm watching with Dr. Chaos. He just keeps coming back to the same place. And I don't understand why. Like, he's doing the red buff as a support right now. And I know he's leashing it for EMP, but it's going to reset because it was a little bit too deep. And now Bucci finds himself flashing away, caught down, and oh man, that damage is brutal.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Shift. He's running around utilizing the Titanic Hydra extremely well. Unfortunately, the center ult comes out a little bit late, but I imagine he dies anyway as Shift.
Oh no.
Yeah, he might just be gone.
I mean, he's used everything to escape this one, and pop, he goes. Torok is everywhere, man. 5-0 on the Tristana. He's having an absolutely smashing game.
Yeah, punishing bot side.
Ooh, lucky. Lucky the Wave and Pearson ate that bowling ball, because I actually think that was a dive if they got the sleep off.
Yeah, I think this is really important too. If they manage to find that dive, they manage to find any kind of chunk, they can convert that into a dragon, which spawns in 30 seconds time. Not going to happen. Both bot lanes have been relatively reserved and not found unnecessary trades to get dove. So we haven't seen any of that as red buff comes in. Dragon setup's really, really important though here. And with the Maokai in the river first, you can start setting up little saplings and make it incredibly hard to phase check. DMG though, they're going to try and make their way in.
I'm curious of your thoughts on the center, because we haven't really had too much of it in NLC. How do you feel about it versus the Varus, which has been super oppressive?
I think it can be strong. I think we've seen it a good deal, as I might have to hold that.
Yeah.
Watch the ball, watch
Bad
the ball.
timing on my behalf there. Pearson jumps in, he gets himself the Magnet Storm onto 2. Everybody else gets bopped away by the Buster Shot. Torok does go down as they flash in to secure themselves the kill. Health bars blinking on both sides, but Ragnar remains untouched, remains unfazed as he grabs himself a triple kill. LVS slammed into the wall, taken down by Bushi, and they trade out 1 for 5. LS coming out huge there.
Yeah, the massive sleep from the Lilia coming in, followed by the healing on EMP. I thought he was going to die. He drops down to about 200 HP. The ball delivery going through as well onto Torak to find that shutdown, but still, it wasn't enough. All the spells get used only on 2 members, and the sleep comes through, the cleanup comes through, and in the end, LLS managed to win. Now, off the back of that, securing 3rd Dragon's absolutely massive. You can see they're heading up topside too, so Ping's coming down to siege topside, as well as that Rift Herald. They can take the gate over there to cheat some tempo and make it over there real quick. Just in case the side of DMG try to go for it too. Take a look at that. All of them are going across there. Pearson, maybe getting in position for a pick as Torak goes in.
Yeah, Torak did lose his shutdown as well. Are they going to see him, Torak? Oh no, he's in danger. He does have flash, but his spider senses were tingling there.
Yeah.
Waited for his blue to come up. Instantly pops it and goes, I'm very glad I didn't move. Right now, though, if you are DMG, you're probably a little bit nervous because it is 4 minutes until Hextech Soul, a really, really oppressive soul, and you've got a lot of long-range abilities that can proc that big AoE slow onto your team. It's going to be rough fighting into that Hextech Soul if Lightside can pick that one up. So DMG, I'd be a little bit nervous right now if I were them, and they definitely have to think about this and how they're going to handle it.
Yeah, my main concern is the fact that their frontline Cassante only is going to have Frozen Heart by that 4th Dragon. Is it steal?
Yeah, I mean, no, they picked it up. They were able to find it. They get themselves the Maokai into the middle of everyone. Shockwave lands onto Ragnar. He throws the ultimate down for the shield to keep himself alive as Bucci goes for the slam against the wall, unable to make it happen as LVS able to escape. Nobody goes down. A lot of blinking health bars there, but Lightside ultimately do pick up the Rift Herald. And they may just use it mid and just try and force this mid tower down.
Yeah, extremely close, and not the best of DMG. They've lost their flash on the Varus, which is extremely crucial. Now, any kind of Maokai ult is going to have to be blocked by the side of LVS on that Cassante, which is he's really good at doing that in fairness, but going to be a bit rougher to team fight. But my eyes are definitely on if they can manage to find this ball delivery again. That's exactly what their team, the entire team comp hinges on, as well as how fed the Orianna is. So I want to see Agony Pain try and find a lot of gold in the side lane in the next 2 minutes 50 seconds. and try to convert that into a good spike as...
Oh, Agony. Got himself heavily chunked out there, but he's all right.
But yeah, everything hinges on that Orianna. So if they can find the ball delivery, great. But that's exactly what it's going to be. And Cabs without that flash might make it a little bit more challenging as they might just get run down here.
Oh, they really did. Slammed into the wall, all three
EMP.
members. Ragnar is just absolutely melting health bars. Agony Pain trying to find himself an opening, but he's not going to be able to get it. Gets the shockwave, but it actually knocks him away from the arrow. Very, very light side favored fight there.
Yeah, EMP living on 1 HP for the 1000th time. He's playing so damn well in these team fights with that sustain from the passive. Still, it's not looking great, is it? They're on such a timer now. 2 minutes left for that dragon. They're getting push in bot, push in mid, push in top. They could even look for a startup on the Baron if they want to trade 4th dragon for the Baron start. They have a lot of DPS with the double AD carry comp at 20 minutes. So we'll have to see what their choice is. They have a lot of vision topside. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for it.
No, I wouldn't either, to be honest with you. 20 minutes on the clock, and like I said, yeah, they'd be able to absolutely butcher the Baron if they get given half the chance. I mean, they've got Haunting Guys and Leandry, so that double burn coming in from EMP on that one, although he needs to finish the red buff up before he joins his team. There we go. You got the Tristana as well. I mean, Kraken Slayer, Quick Blades. Baron was half health when the two best people to take the Baron got to it. It is absolutely melted by Lightside.
Yeah, Leandry's double AD carry, Gnar percentage health as well. It's kind of a bit brutal if you're Baron there at 20 minutes. Kraken Slayer's a bit too much. But yeah, now you can just spread your lead, use that Baron buff. You have TP on Torek. You don't have TP on Torek, so you probably want to shove in topside, threaten that tier 2 for a little bit, then move over as well. Because as much as it's important to use Baron, I imagine Hextech Soul takes priority. Bringing over your most fed AD carry, Torak, over to secure it as well is going to be important. You can see he's shifting backwards there.
He is indeed. Got Dragon spawning up as well in 45 seconds, and that is going to be Soul for Lightside if they can pick it up. So DMG definitely need to keep their eyes peeled and see if there's an opportunity. But EMP just going to summon the Herald up, and there's now just a pool of pressure forming in this mid lane, which is going to have to be answered here. I don't know if anyone's going to get in. How Chaos is, of course, Chaos is going to get in and steer Shelly into the tower for the team. Pop it goes. Have to wait a little bit before he gets back in. There we go. He's going to jump back in for another charge. Chaos needs to be careful though.
He's just a Maokai.
He committed ult. He gets the shield off. He actually jumps in. They're trying to go for a little bit more. The flash forward in comes Shift onto everybody else. Not too much they can do, but what a shockwave! What a Gnar! Oh my word! They are melted! They are down! A wipe coming in from the side of Lightside.
Yeah, you thought the fight was lost with the Maokai overextension, EMP flashing forward and not finding the pick, of not finding the ideal fight, but then the Gnar comes through. Bucci managed to find the flash ultimate, and I think that just might be game. They're going to take it clinical, honestly. There's 22 minutes on the clock, and they're blowing up the Nexus.
I mean, that is an incredibly fast game there from Lightside. I had my nerves, but these guys absolutely killed it. A beautiful performance coming in from Lightside. And they just recognized their team comp's power, and they executed on it really, really well. I mean, Chaos added a bit of chaos to the mix with that with that constant red side invading, but his team were just on it. Every team fight, it just felt like they knew exactly what they were doing, and everybody just executed their role perfectly. Like some amazing Gnar ults coming in from Bucci there. You also have to kind of go out for their center. I've already forgotten who their ADC is. But they just played that so well. Like they were always perfectly out of range, always in a place where it would be more effort than it's worth to get to the center to stop them. And then they were able to just output so much damage. Absolutely huge game. I'd love to let you talk more, Aragon, but I think it's time for a break. So we're going to throw to that, and then we'll be back with the desk, who can talk about this game instead.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Hi, I'm Middle Scott, here for NLC TV and Rookies, the fresh solution to your roster building woes. People have said that rookies can have issues coming into teams, a lack of competitive experience, nerves when playing in games, or having to quit out of officials because they've run past their bedtime. But let me ask you, how many times has a veteran player on your roster been late for a scrim because they were visiting their grandkids, or had a nervous breakdown because you asked them to play a champion release after 2018? Really makes you think. Let's look at this another way. This is the minimum wage for someone in the UK aged 23 or over. Looks pretty steep if you ask me. Now compare that to a 7-year-old child that doesn't even know how to spell employment law, let alone know what it means, and that figure drops by an astonishing 100%. Now that's gold efficiency. Science is also on the side of rookies. According to research conducted by the top minds of r/League of Legends, as a player gets older, they start to lose mobility, and by the time they're 23, the bones in their fingers have completely fused together, leaving them with the mechanical prowess of the average Platinum 4 support player. All the more reason to go for a player who has the supple bones of someone who still drinks whole milk. These rookies have dedicated their lives to League of Legends from an early age.
I remember when I was a kid, I really look up for Cassim because I thought that he's a good support, and now I can play versus him.
When League of Legends was released, I was sitting there in the kindergarten, eating away at my apple slices. Like, honestly, this game should have been dead a long time ago, but we're still going.
We're already gaining respect from and causing a little bit of doubt in some of our more experienced players.
Agony Pain. Now this guy, great player. Next one, we have Smurfa. Great player. Next, Painful. Completely wall. Great player. Another one, we have Butchie, bro. Dude, this guy is complete great player. Another one, Nutty Nut, bro. Crazy Rengar player. A lot of games he has carried me in solo queue. Actually good things about him. Next, Romeo, great player. And then we have like Lenny, great player. We have a lot of people in Venom Crest. Great players, Rusty Sniper. I don't know who that is. Don't pay any attention to him at all. That guy's old, okay? He spent all this time Live 2. That doesn't count. Completely washed, and they should demote. That's it from me.
So what are you waiting for? Get rookies on your team today.
Light side keeps rising the mountain, and meanwhile Duckling keeps looking into the depths of the ocean. Good job on that one, Duckling. Again, Foxtrot. I don't know, but getting predictions tied with Duckling seems like a bad omen. Ah.
Sorry, I didn't know there was a sub before we got into this one, so that's my excuse for that. I I don't really have any other
Don't
good
worry,
excuse.
Duckling. It's about
alright.
experience. It comes with age. Don't worry about that one. Let's talk about the game itself, Duckling. Let's talk about the beginning of it. I think we should highlight on the beautiful thing, on the beautiful aspect, which is the crazy and disgusting existence of Lilia.
I don't think it's a crazy, disgusting existence of Lilia. It's more so EMP on Lilia is just like a combination of two things that, you know, go beyond the sum of their parts. It is he's crazy on that champion. I think Tarek as well really helped out on the Tristana as well, rotating around with him. I thought very quickly was going to see in this game it was EMP and Lightside who were the one who took control and dominated the Rift. They were the one with, you know, the ball at their feet. You could say they were the one deciding when to go, when to look for plays, and when to get these kills. Whereas it felt like it was DMG being more responsive. And that was the big question for me when we got into the game, because DMG formerly have been very aggressive. They've just been not very smart aggressive, making these dumb plays where they would go for flips or whatever. But they didn't really do that. They were more passive and waited to see what Lightside would do. And what Lightside would do was play good League of Legends. And they really punished them in the early game and built up a sizable lead before we even got to the mid-game fights.
Yes, sir. And we have to move on to Pride's interviews, waiting for the side of DMG. Hello yet again. I'm now listening to you, so let's wait until we fix this one, because I want to talk to you. So I know the microphone is on. I see the light. And some... wait. Are you there, Pride? No, it's all about like mimic and communication through hands. Happy Valentine's. Happy Valentine's. It's not the start you wanted to, but is the team feeling okay? Oh, that's good. You're playing with the sub recently. It has been like twice in a row. Do you think this could affect the team going forward? Oh, in the mix. But how are you feeling through the rest of the split? Are you really... I have no idea what you're saying. But are you feeling a little bit hopeful for the rest of it? Yeah, use your hands. Only your hands. Oh, that's a good one. Also, Duckling is still a hard believer of you, Pride. What do you have to say about him? Exactly. Thank you so much for the interview. I'll see you on the next one. Have a lovely one.
Pride, I'm here for you. You can't call... That is unacceptable, Pride. That is unacceptable. I'm supporting your team. You don't flame me. I'm your only fan.
Hey. I also voted for him, okay?
Yeah, you also voted for them, but you're plus 18, man. You have a lot to lose. I'm 5,000 points in depth at this point. I get made fun of on every broadcast. I can't even look myself in the mirror and smile anymore because I remember my minus now 17 scoreline.
You know what's
unacceptable, Pride.
When you jump into team fights and there's always a single deer saying, oopsie, with like 5 HP moving away. Team fight presence on this game. What can we say about this one?
Go on.
It was good. It was impressive. I think honestly, the way that the game started with Lightside, obviously taking control as we mentioned, from that point I was expecting a little bit more control from Lightside, which we didn't actually see. Now you might be wondering, why are you saying it's good then if it was like not particularly controlled? I think honestly there were a few look-ins for DMG where they could have maybe caught someone out of position or won a team fight. The ones down Dragon specifically was so close. There was the one which went, it was a 5-1 in the end, but they caught Tarek like really quick, whatever. Like there were potentials for DMG to get it. They just didn't quite have the damage, didn't quite get the execution down. But on the other side, I don't want to really point that as too much of a mistake from Lightside, because I think they were still able, despite those situations they found themselves in, despite getting perhaps like caught out a little bit or what have you, to have some huge team fight moves. The Lilia, EMP's Lilia was crazy in those team fights. The amount of like 4-man sleeps and stuff that she got off was absolutely grotesque. Nar as well, doing some horrible stuff with his flashing and things too. Like they were just, I feel like perhaps they gave a little bit too much potential to DMG to actually win these team fights by getting picked out of position first. Like their setups for the fight were a little bit iffy, but the actual team fighting itself was honestly really impressive from Lights.
You know what? Let's talk with Ragnar to understand a little bit more about what happened through that game. It was the Senna. And welcome to the interview. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good.
It's Valentine's. How are you going to spend the rest of the day? Because you just got a W, so you should be happy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I am happy. Yeah, I'm probably gonna just play solo queue, honestly.
You know what? That's a man of culture, you know? That's a man of culture. He knows what he wants. But you got this W, although, like Foxtrot was highlighting the fact that every single team fight was so close. You felt that, didn't you?
Yeah, I think the one in Bot River was a bit close. But I think after I got triple, the game was kind of over. We just took objectives and won the game slowly.
So tell me something. When you see your support just leaving you, abandoning you on Valentine's Day constantly, how do you feel about that? And how do you tell to the entire community how you're feeling about that situation?
I mean, I'm a bit sad, but it's fine. Like, if he wins the game, then I don't really mind either.
But isn't it real, like, they queue with you, and they say, I'm never gonna leave you, and then you're alone?
Yeah, it would be so much better, I agree.
Moving forward, because this was a good match for you guys, but moving forward, do you think like the team is climbing up to what you believe should be the point of light side for DMG, or do you believe like you're still feeling some things are missing?
Yeah, I feel like we are improving a lot and quickly. So I think it's going to be really good in the second half of the split.
Because I just saw DMG on Ragnar, I'm like, wait. That's not correct.
Oh, wait, that's
on
not
the
great.
overlap. Yeah, I got you baited for that one. I got you baited. They tried to switch you, Ragnar. So, what do you think is the team that should be head to head with you right now? What is the team that you feel like, oh, they're looking for the same spot as we are, so we need to kick them?
Yeah, well, I think it's Verdant. We are looking to win. I think the games are quite close, and I believe in the second half of the split we are gonna show similar gameplay, hopefully.
You know what? I like that. I like that. So let's see what happens when you both clash. That's going to be on the interview, by the way, Ragnar. Thank you so much for this one. Have a good day in solo queue, and let's hope your support doesn't leave you.
Yeah, thank you.
They always say they're going to stick around, you know. Let's stick around for the second game since Duckling failed yet again another prediction. Let's look into Lions Creed versus Nord. To me, I was like, this is the game of the day. This is an amazing one. Look at this.
Yeah. It's a stack game. Look at
we
the
got
rest
a
of
full
it, right?
pictures!
Ah, that is nice. Full pictures. I think that's the first time we've had that all split. But now looking at this, we've had some, new rookies on the side of Nord who have performed very well and are very impressed. Warzy and Romeo in particular, those I'm looking at saying, wow, I didn't know what to expect, and I am very pleased. For Lions Creed, in the games that they look good, I'm like, yeah, this is what I expect to be our first place team in the league. But in the games where they haven't looked that good, they look very mediocre, and it's about finding the consistency for both of these teams, because I think Nord in the beginning they struggled a lot closing out the games. They have improved at that, but they are now starting to face a few minor inconsistencies issues where I'm starting to question, like, is this the Romeo that I've seen in the first 4 games where he was dominating with the hooks and that, and then he slipped up a little bit. He still has those great engages, but I think both these teams have struggled with consistency, and I think many of the teams in our league has. It's the general tendency right now that I'm seeing is, many of these teams are sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. It's very hard to predict. And I'm not just saying that to make an excuse of my own prediction game, but I think Nord, out of these two teams, have been the most consistent, but they haven't reached the high highs that Lions Creed have.
So tell me something, Fox. When we look into Lions Creed, obviously there's a name that sticks out, which is Timpt. But on the other side, someone is gaining a lot of not only name, but reputation on the league, which is Warzy. You believe that, right?
Yeah, of course. Warzy's been really solid. I think, just look, the stats kind of speaking for themselves there. Look at that, number 1.
That's crazy.
I didn't even know it was this good, to be fair. But yeah, number 1 there, 69% on Valentine's Day. Oh, what a man. Damage percent, number 1 as well, all the way down the board. This guy is, he's got it going on. He knows what he wants. He knows how to do it. And it's, for a new face, it's very good to see for Nord as well. Like, when you think of Nord as a team, like the name Nile will always stand out. right? In that top lane, being that role. But he's been around quite a long time, you know, and he's someone that we know is ridiculously good and will always bring it. And it's the question marks around Nile that when you build that roster that really, you know, make or break the squad. And I think one of those question marks coming into this split would be Warzy. And he's answered. He's absolutely answered. And in a league where there's a lot of good mid laners, he has been gooder, is a word. Yeah, really impressive.
So,
I mean,
yeah, tell me.
My main point, and I really like the point Foxtrot made about Nord, right? You look at their roster. I thought this is a roster that might be able to contest for playoffs, but shouldn't be near the top initially. Because when I looked at it, there was obviously some question mark. Roshan, how was he going to perform in the NLC coming from over from the Benelux? Merbs, I mean, I know he can play in NLC Division 1, but is he someone who I rate as a top 80 carry in the region? To be honest, not at the start of the split. And then Warzy and Romeo, who I was completely blind on. So, I mean, those 4 players in particular have all stepped up to the level of Nile, I would say. And they look great together when they are working well. And I think Nord, they're an exciting roster to watch. But if you're looking at the team under most pressure out of these two, it is at Lions Creed, who now more than ever need to get back on track. Imagine if they end the first half of the split with a 3-4 scoreline. That would be a negative scoreline. No way the super team can be satisfied with that result.
Jump into Champion Select, and we're getting Rumble out of the question, Azir as well. So it seems like Temp won't be able to have that one, although there's Akali has been the trouble to deal with, or even Yone. Rel is also removed, Xante for the top lane, Banderas and Nile, they can play pretty much anything. And I think this is also another matchup to highlight, Nile and Banderas. I think that's a good one for Nord, but let's see if they pull it through. 4-2 and 3-3. Varo's out, Jhin available. AD carries like Senna also on the table. Let's see what the Nord team is going to take out for the last one, Fox.
There's something as well that's quite difficult when it comes to playing versus Lions Creed. Is they have a very diverse champion pool. Like, for example, Tempt has never played more than one champion, more than the same champion. Never played the same champion more than once. There we go. That's the one. And everyone else on the team has never played. Wait, he has?
Huh?
Don't tell me my no.
No,
sorry.
I just said native.
I thought you said he has. I was like,
no.
You started freaking me out. But, no, and outside of that, it's no one else on the team has played the same champion more than twice. So, very diverse champion pools. It's really hard to target in draft, and Lions Creed here with the Varus not being open first pick.
That is
actually being
interesting.
banned away from Lions Creed themselves. Yeah, on that blue side, they're going to opt into the Maokai as that first pick. It's only been played once by the Lions, and that is in guess where it was, Duckling. Who played it?
No, I am my mind, Foxtrot, is a completely different place. So I'd love you to finish yours. Then
Okay, well, it was just a little game. Who played Maokai?
Okay.
Who played Maokai before for Lions Creed?
For Lions Creed, I mean, it must have been Kissing, right?
No, boo! This is why it's -17. It was Johan.
Ah, come on. It was John. But look, I was looking at the bans, and I made the realization that, very often in the NLC, we see the Nocturne being banned. He's now open. I mean, we could see a Nocturne Oriana second, third here if you want to go for something stock standard. You also have the Maokai, which is another decent way to deliver the ball, if you're looking at it from that perspective. And I think especially Temp and Johan having so good jungle mid lane synergy, I thought it would be an obvious choice to go for. Instead, though, they look to try and finish out the bot lane. The Ashe likely going that support route, which is the current meta, playing that weird lethality thing, which I'm not really a fan of, to be honest. But the Milio, like that does kind of tell us that Johan will be going to that ward, that Maokai again, Foxtrot, as you highlighted, he has played before. Now I'm holding my breath on the ADC pick, the Aphelios. Not something that has had a lot of success this year in the NLC. With
I thought we
Liam
just watched
Cole
DMG play. What's this about? Where's
They're pulling something
going on?
weird. I love it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that is a bit off, but still, we're going to get the Aphelios Milio bot lane coming through from Jinjo and Kissing here. Lots of scaling coming through from that as well, which is always nice. Late game insurance.
Oh, they pulled the Casing.
It is the Ashe AD carry.
Versus.
That is so smart.
Okay,
man.
wait.
They pulled the Casing on Casing.
I'm freaking out. I love this for so many reasons. When we saw Ashe and more popular as a support, I was thinking Romeo's on Ashe player. Surely, like, he's the bruiser grab type of guy, the Nautilus, the Blitzcranks, the Thresh, these kind of champions, right? Ashe doesn't fit into that. And holy crap, slamming down the gauntlet versus Kussing with the Blitzcrank. He's the one that brought it out before. Right, he's the one that had the stones to do that. I love this from Romeo. I think this is so beautiful. And there's so many good grab targets as well. You just got to hope coming out of the lane phase, we'll see what else Lions Creed drafts, obviously. But, you know, Maokai is not a good target at all to be grabbing. You would imagine Banderas is going to pick a champion that also isn't a good target to grab. So yeah, we'll have to see how it develops here, but I love it. I love what we're seeing.
I really do like the two bans as well to follow up, because they've banned two mid laners away who have the possibility to cancel out the Blitzcrank hook. The Tristana, you're able to stop the W if you time it correctly. Yeah, that's my initial thought as well. You could go for that Ezreal mid lane, but is that something Tim really likes to play? I do doubt it. To me, he doesn't seem like that type of player, but those answers will be answered sooner rather than later though. For now, it is on towards Nord. What do they want to finish? Or not quite finish up that comp with here, but will they go for the mid lane or the top lane? I mean, Nile likes that last pick. If you get him in a good lane, yeah, so they're keeping him for last, which doesn't really surprise me. Getting that Orianna and adding the ball as well, just adding to the burst when you hook that target. I think, like, Jinjo, regardless of how fit he is, if he gets hooked by one Blitzcrank hook, he is dead. Now, though, this might be interesting. The sack, if that get locked in, I mean, I've seen it a couple of times in the NLC. It's looked decent. I mean, obviously with Broken Blade, it looked very good, but for Oscarinian, not the same over the weekend up against SK. So, I don't know really how I feel about that, because if you get counterpicked up against Nile, yeah, very happy to see you get to go away. The Fiora, though, this is Banderas going back to a champion he played a lot back in his days over in the Norwegian scene. He is a carry top laner by heart. He knows how to play this Fiora. And the statement he is making, locking this in up against Nile, who now has the chance to counterpick, is a bold, bold statement. Really, really excited to see how that 1v1 now plays out. Tempt, if he goes towards the Akali, he has the possibility yet again to go for the outplays, but also vulnerable to those Blitzcrank hooks, and will be poked out early on, has to go the second win to try and sustain early on.
Who takes the top lane for Nile? Is he going to accept the challenge, or is he going to poke from afar with this pick? I don't know. I don't know if this should be the one. Okay.
I was thinking Jax.
He's pulling a Banderas because Banderas played with the Jax as well. So Nile is like, okay, you take a Blitzcrank, we take the Blitzcrank, we take the Jax, we take your composition, we don't care.
Very quickly, just want to highlight, obviously, I would love to look at this top lane a lot. I like these top laners. They are at the top of their game at the moment, in my opinion, in the NLC. I would love to talk about that 1v1 matchup and look at that, but I think we have to keep our eyes on the bot lane. Eyes on Romeo here. Can he pull Nord ahead? Those early hooks will be crucial, because we have seen it before when Lions Creed did this up against DMG with the Blitzcrank support, how hard it is to play against. Now it's Romeo's turn to try and do it against Lions Creed, and if he has just somewhat the same amount of success, this will be a very tough game for this Lions Creed bot lane. So the pressure is on the rookie Romeo.
I love it. I love it. There's two things you said there. I'm going to make it a third, the trifecta. Two things. Great comments. You said the people playing on the top, playing at the top of their game. Beautiful stuff. I caught up on that, Duckling. Second one, you said Romeo can pull his team to success on the Blitzcrank. Good one too. I'm sure you intended both of those. I'll just chuck in the third one. Can he do it, Mr. Romeo, on Valentine's Day?
Oh, that's a great one. Ashram, send it to the casters. We have nothing more to add here.
I mean, let's toss it to the casters. Just want to point out that Duckling might get minus points today than his age. Take it away here, Brayden.
Don't bring that up, man. I was finally happy.
If I could get any Valentine's gift, it would be that. It would be that. We were talking quite a lot about the draft while watching this one. Aragon, I'm actually just going to throw this straight over to you, because I think there's a lot you're really excited about going into the second game.
I think there's so much to talk about here. I feel like this draft is kind of a bit all over the place, where there's potential for action in a lot of different lanes. I think mid lane's the one where there's least likely to be action. Maybe post 6, where Akali can skirmish a bit more and you have the Ori ball delivery. But top lane has potential to be volatile due to the nature of the matchup, being Jax versus Fiora, with it being extremely skill heavy. And a jungler living there can completely turn it over and solo win a game. Bot lane is naturally extremely volatile because you have a really good Blitzcrank pick into the Milia. Right, can't cleanse knockup. So really excited to see how that goes. Bot lane's very interesting. I wonder if junglers will path bot side or maybe path top for one gank. We'll have to see. I definitely think there are definitely options for both sides.
I think this is going to be a super exciting game, actually. Yeah. We got some really cool stuff coming in. Obviously, the mid lane was exciting because we were theory crafting, what AD mid are they going to pick? And then they pick a Carly. Like, obviously, the Tristana Yone ban may have thrown a spanner in the works on that like mid AD pick. There were obviously, like you said, off air, the things like Jace were open, but actually got picked to go up in top lane. The Fiora definitely a bit of a wild card. I wasn't quite expecting or wasn't quite ready for. But I'm really, really excited to see how these two match up, because obviously Lions Creed are a team who there is a significant amount of hype behind them coming into the season, and they have just felt like they have felt so goddamn short. Nord are a team who I've made a lot of points on Nord. I think I've been a believer where a lot of people haven't. Although today actually I didn't vote for them, so sorry Nord. But they were a team who I feel like a lot of people slept on. Them and Natives, I think at the beginning of the season, were teams that were very slept on, and I feel like nobody sleeps on them now. Like, they have really proven their worth and proven their point. They are definitely one of the top teams in the league. So I feel like this is the game where, like, Lions Creed need to prove to us that this super team was worth it. Otherwise, it's pretty yikes, man. It would be real yikes if they just continue to kind of fumble it. And obviously, there's a various different issues and reasons for why they've been playing at the level they've been playing at, but you know, the expectations are high and they really need to kind of execute on that.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing to me is when it comes to Lions Creed, they've definitely adapted since last week and the weeks before. I feel like they've been having a hard time finding their identity, whether they play for the top, mid, or bot lane, because in an interview they were saying, you know, we've got lanes we can play through anyone on this roster because they're so damn good. And I feel like now they're settling on giving Banderas more of a carry role, whereas before he would be on like isolated scaling, end up team fighting, but now he has free reign, you know, to scale up in Fiora versus Jackson, eventually become a side lane threat, let him play with resources, potentially Johan sitting top as well. So that's really interesting adaptation. I wonder how it will turn out, and it really has to work because I feel like they've tried everything. They've tried to play through Temp, they tried to play through Jinjo on stuff like Kalista as well, and it hasn't really looked amazing. It's looked okay, but yeah, now they're trying the other side, playing through top, and I imagine Grubbies will be a little bit important this game.
Yeah, I think especially when there's a Fiora in the game, Grubs is giga important. Like, it really changes. Having a split pusher on your team really changes those priorities, and you actually can justify giving up the first two towers, or first two dragons, in response, that you can then use it to then transition into a bunch of towers and a bunch of pressure in the mid to late game. I'm very excited by this one. I think you're right though. Lions Creed definitely have struggled to find their identity. They've really struggled to kind of find whatever they need to find to be a top team. But the crazy thing about NLC this time around is I feel like we don't have any teams that actually look that bad. Even like DMG, who kind of rolled over in that last game, I still don't think they look like a bad team. I think we've got a bunch of teams who are a little lost right now, and I'd put Lions Creed in that camp of teams that are lost. But I think the pedigree of the players has what's kept them from actually having a really, really bad showing, because I feel the way we talk about Lions Creed is it makes it sound worse than it is. I don't think it's tragic. It's pretty bad, but like it's not a tragic standing for Lions Creed right now. I just think the expectations were they were going to be undefeated. The expectations were they were going to be the top team. And then like Venom Crest came out of nowhere and have just absolutely smashed it. Then you've got like, you know, Nord have performed really well. Natives have performed really well. Verdant obviously performing really well. Like, there's so much expectations for other teams to have done, to be like kind of just below them. And they're below all of those teams. So it's real sad for Lions Creed. But I'm excited to see what they're going to be changing up going into this week.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit tragic. I'm gonna say I think they should be doing a lot better than this. I mean, you look at the names on this roster, man. I mean, arguably best top in the league. You have Johan and Temp from the LCK Challengers, I believe. You have, and formerly LCK Johan, you have Jinjo, who's been playing really well, was extremely good last summer, and obviously Kasing, right? Now, naturally, they're contending teams like Nord and Verdant, but these names are such high pedigree names, and they even made EME Masters last split, and I believe almost getting to quarters. I remember the games, but yeah, a little bit disappointing so far. I think it is a case of scaling into the split and trying to find you know, your identity, like I said before. And once they nail that down, I think going forward, then they can branch out into different types of compositions and play styles. I did get a bit thrown off. I thought it was going to be the classic playthrough bot or something and scaling again with the Gwen and the Narban. I'd love to ask Banderas because I thought Gwen wasn't a setup ban for Fiora. I thought Fiora won against Gwen, but maybe with the new items, it actually shifts a bunch of matchups. Because this is, I don't know about you, but this is the first Fiora I've seen in competitive. And Fiora versus Jax used to be an interesting one where I thought Fiora won, but then Jax got reworked in. So interesting to see how this all pans out. I'm really curious to see how the top side of things go.
If you're wondering why we are still on our mugs and not looking at League of Legends right now, it is because we have had to have a quick remake on the lobby. So just doing that, and we'll be getting into game. Hopefully, shouldn't take us too much longer until we are into this second game of the day. I mean, we're just making time back. That first game was so quick. It was a 22-minute game, and it felt like that it just ended on a dime. Like, I was not ready for that game to be over where it was, and they just found that massive, like, colossal team fight and got it ready to go. But anyway, speaking of ready to go, we are ready to go into the second game of the day. So let's take it away. It's proper flashy, isn't it? I love it.
I can't get over it. It's so nice. I was impressed again, Hipbrain. I really liked it.
I'm going to enjoy this for the entirety of the remainder of the split. It's gonna be. We need to get some photos though. Not everyone's got their picture.
Once we get them all done, I think it'll look really, really fire. Not gonna lie.
Who was it? It was back in UKLC era. Who had the? He did that interview, and it was like on their phone, and it was in portrait mode, and it was from below. It was the jungler. Was it Danica? Do you remember that?
Absolutely no idea, and I don't know how you remember this.
It just came to me as like the greatest selfie like portrait we've ever had in this league, and I need more players to do like the photo taken from the phone's perspective, looking up at you as you're looking down on it. It was beautiful. Anyway, we're into game. What are we expecting early here, Aragon? What's our expectations for movements and potential trading and any early fun to expect?
Yeah, so I'd expect topside to be volatile. Whoever gets pushed largely kind of wins. Jax with his passive gets a lot of attack speed and he can secure push, but Banderas on this Fiora managed to hit the wave a bunch before Jax came. Jax was a little bit late, so he looks like he has priority. You see a bunch of dashing forward and trading and securing level 2 first, I imagine. Bot side also has potential to be volatile, depending on both junglers, how fast they enter bot side, and if a hook lands. If a hook does not land, then I imagine LC gets the priority, and perma push under tower, and then Nord waits for a jungler to come. That's generally how I expect the game to pan out in terms of the early game. Fiora is very volatile with better all in top side, and bot lane's very volatile depending on a hook.
I mean, that is Blitzcrank's lane, right? Like, Blitzland's hook, someone has to burn summon a spell or lose most of their health bar, or even potentially go down. Very, very rough early, but obviously it can be hard to land those hooks on the Blitzcrank because you just stand behind the minions and you just wait it out. You know, Romeo right now is just doing the sit in the bush, leech experience, and hope an opportunity comes where they can get the movement speed in and then find that like empowered knock up with the Power Fist. For now, Jinjo quite happy just farming away, just grabbing these waves, and I've been very critical of Aphelios over the last few weeks, and my reason being is I really think that like Aphelios just takes too long to come online, and I think the game's state and the game's speed move faster than a champion like Aphelios can catch up. Like, you have to get like a really good team fight and snowball really hard, or seriously slow the game down to get the maximum value out of this champion. Speaking of opportunities, we might be seeing one here as Jinjo needs to just avoid Romeo, but Romeo's just going to run towards him with a Power Fist. He's got the grab lined up. Johan in danger. Johan going down. They are going to keep the pressure up as Kasinga's launched into the middle of the free. Gets the flash away as now he is down. Double kill for Merbs. And the opposite of what I said has just happened.
Yeah, it's an absolute disaster. Roshan manages to get a camp before Johan. Johan skipped his Krugs and came to shadow the bot lane to make sure the wave crashed. Roshan gets a level up because of that, level 4 to 3, and just takes a 1v1 versus the Maokai, who does get beat up by the Xin Zhao at this stage of the game. I think Johan expected help earlier on.
Wait, this is...
Yeah,
that was kind of good for Banderas.
Not going to happen. Yeah. Banderas played it a little well, but it was extremely volatile. Lots more sustain on the side of Nilly now with the Grasping Dying plus Cookie coming through. So Banderas has to be a little bit cautious. He might need to get this cannon and recall. Johan's coming,
Yeah, he's going to try and get away. Oh, he flashed and everything. Didn't need to do that, but in comes Johan.
He
and
has
now
flash.
without the Counter-Strike, there is a world.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it looks like they're just going to help shove the wave in and get the reset off. But
Romeo?
there is 3 people top lane, man. Banderas is not going to be a happy boy with this one. Getting run down, is going to get flashed onto, mistimes the grab, and yeah, that is also Johan getting himself slowly but surely walked down. Does get a couple of people with that Q, and that is a big wave for Nilly, man. He is happy with that one.
Well, we said it was going to be volatile, and we have a Romeo level 2 at 5 minutes going topside, right? So, yeah, what happened there was Banderas, taking a few unfavorable trades and then trying to get bailed out by Johan gank, and Romeo coming up topside with that support roam. You see Kasing actually tried to halfway shift up topside. He ran from bot to mid, but then gave up and went back bot side again. So no cross map available. They couldn't punish Merbs for that run from Romeo. So just shout out to him. Props for that finding that timing.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was really, really nice roam. And right now, Banderas is struggling to kind of get the wave in a state where he can feel particularly comfortable, because a massive wave was crashing into Nilly. Nilly reset, gets the teleport back in with the items, and Tempt. I mean, this is
Romeo.
It's going to be rough if Blitz just show up. Tempt has now hit that level 6 mark, so has a little bit more mobility to him. And we talked about the priority on the grubbies early, and Roshan is going to be able to deny that. And while Fiora is a split push monster, so is Jax. So whoever gets the grubs is going to be feeling very nice going into the later stages of this game.
Yeah. Lots of mind games coming down topside as well with that parry. You parry late or parry early, it's really up to Jax to decide when he wants to recast the Counter-Strike. So what we saw in the last skirmish as well was an early parry coming down and then recasting Counter-Strike afterwards to stun Fiora. So a lot of mind games there, really difficult high skill ceiling matchup, and we'll have to see how that evolves as Nilly secures the last grub. That was really interesting. So Roshan took 2 grubs, left the last one for Nilly to take solo after he crashes his wave because he has time, and that way Roshan can be bot side early. Maybe he'll convert that into an early dragon or a gank. As you can see, Johan in the bot side is already in position, but I think he's spotted on a ward, if you could see that, yeah, in the bottom bush. So
yeah, he's been seen.
That's
still really intelligent, because there's no cross map that can happen now. Like,
yeah, exactly.
We've got the information, but the dragon's up and Roshan is there, and Roshan's actually going to be able to take the dragon for himself. So really intelligent play, and kind of going back to why we've honestly seen Nord perform so well across all of the days. We've seen them on, they've had I think that Venom Crest game was a bit of an upset for them, but they've been consistently impressive, all split long so far. As Nilly doesn't really want to be taking that fight. There's still a big wave. Would rather catch the wave right now, as he is technically down in farm, but does have a kill and assist, and that grub gold in his pocket.
Yep. Fiora auto queuing, and every time the counter strikes down, she can queue out here. But you can see, look at that exactly.
That is
I think that might be an
fair.
all-in now for Nilly.
Although Banderas actually doing pretty
The Conqueror. Yeah, I think the Conqueror healings was just too much. I guess Nilly didn't have mana to ult, or was it down? No, he had it up, so he didn't want to commit there. Maybe the Fiora attack speed slow was just too much, and he decided, you know what, I'm going to wait. But yeah, you can see exactly there. If Banderas parries early, Nilly can just hold it, and generally becomes a really big mind game as to when you actually parry, so you can make sure Jack's Counter-Strike actually goes through. Still, a lot of plays coming out. Nilly should be happy with that one. Honeyfruit going over to Banderas, though. So, I'll see how he manages to bounce. Nilly might just have to recall in a poor spot. You can see Romeo and Roshan trying to bail him out here, coming straight topside.
Yeah, Banderas doesn't really have the mana is the problem right now. So,
yeah. Eyes are on. My eyes are on Kasing if he beelines topside as well, because you can see Romeo on that ward now. I wonder, yeah, you can see Kasing is beelining it from mid to potentially hold this wave and turn this into a skirmish. Nilly's kind of useless on this HP. So maybe.
Very hard to go for it. They've seen now that Kasing's in the area, and I think that should be all she wrote on that front. Nilly will just be able to take a tower plate. Banderas catches the rest of the wave, and then we'll have to take a reset back into this game. But, man, a lot of top lane action. I was not expecting it. Everyone kind of jokes about top lane being an island, but today it's kind of in bot lane, but it's the island. It's all been about this top lane and the action over there.
And it's just going to be neutralized again. The top wave is pushing out for the side of Nilly, and Nilly's going to be really happy with that wave state. Plate gone as well for the side of Nord top side. But yeah, it's incredibly volatile. This is the nature of the matchup, right? Whoever trades can get condition traded on and get low enough for potential dives, so you have to constantly shadow, because if either of these champions get ahead, they roll the other one. As Romeo... Observers are highlighting some fog here. I'm not sure if there's potential threat, but I don't think so, yeah. I got baited a little bit there. Still... They're getting a shove and potentially convert this into dragon in 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, Xing not gonna get hit by a random blind hook. As Tiamat has now been finished up for Banderas, who can help him with some of these larger waves that do sometimes seem to be getting built up in the top side and bounced into him, and basically was what cost him that early plate to Nile, who actually I don't think even autoed a tower a single time. That's just like really good wave management. Was able to get the damage down and then get the tower low enough for him to get that plate. Mid lane being relatively quiet. Tempt has attempted a all-in on Warzy previously. Did burn the ultimate. It is now back up off cooldown. And when you got this Hextech Alternator, it's actually like a really major spike for the Akali now. Like, it's a very cheap and very gold efficient item. As you can see, just quickly ease forward, lands the Q, gets that damage off, gets the proc of the Alternator, and then Warzy just loses a chunk of HP. It's a really, really brutal trading pattern into the Akali, and very hard to answer back onto them because they got that Shroud and the invisibility. It's the safety. They've got so much mobility in both their E and their ultimate. So it's very hard for the Orianna to really find a good opportunity at this point.
Roshan's inventory is a little bit intimidating, I won't lie. That is going to definitely be a one fight around the grubs if they want to take that. But yeah, that mid lane, generally what happens is Akali at level 6 starts to win the matchup, and you can see it kind of happening now as a...
Oh no.
Oh, the late E, and it might turn into an all-in. Banderas is going to ult for the move speed, though.
Yeah.
Get away.
Oh, man, that was rough there for Banderas. It honestly does feel like an unplayable matchup for Fiora. When Jax decides when you get stunned and when you don't.
Yeah, so it becomes a mind game, right? I think it can be Fiora favored. If she ever gets even a slight lead, it becomes a stomp at the side of Fiora. Jax just can't contend. But yeah, props to Nilly. He's managing it pretty well.
Well, the problem right now is this is going to be at least 5 grubs, definitely the 6, to be honest. There's no contest coming in, and Temp unable to roam because they got the wave crash, they got that beautiful trade in the top side, and everything just kind of aligned perfectly for Nord to take these 6 void grubs for themselves. And now, once that Jax gets his hands on the tower, it is going to be rough.
Yeah, Dragon spawning in 45 seconds time. Merbs has shifted to mid lane with Orianna in the side, and they're going to probably get mid and bot push here, potentially move into River. And the question is, are LC comfortable contesting this? They haven't even got a first item yet. The only person who's completed an item is that Fiora, and she's not exactly going to come down, so I wouldn't be surprised to see LC try and give this up and cross map top. Potentially sending up Johan and Temp topside. I wouldn't mind seeing that from the side of LC.
Well, Temp making his way back to cover that mid lane. Romeo did try for the grab, unable to hit it. Blitzcrank's always one of those really weird supports, right? Like, it feels like the champion doesn't really offer much. Ooh, Banderas. This time doesn't get stunned, so he actually loses the trade because Nilly is so much bigger than him. Oh my word.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
Yeah, it's a disaster. He tries to Q away, but doesn't tag the Q, so his dash is on a really long cooldown. That's what happens if your Q misses. So I think that's even more of a disaster, not just because of the mechanical aspect, but also because I think Johan was looking for a cross-map play on the Dragon topside, and maybe Banderas was trying to bait out spells or bait him forward. Still,
Nilly's
really well played to Nilly. Nilly outplays.
Nilly's going to get so many plates top lane.
Yeah,
like,
that's a demolish angle too.
He's got 6 grubs. He's got demolish.
Triforce.
Yep, there it is. So he took two plates there.
Johan can't do anything. He can't do anything.
I feel like this is not a good fight for him. He's going to Q him back, but like Nilly's out.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he goes for it, you can see a missing pick from Nilly. It's just a bit questionable. It feels kind of desperate, like they're trying to find something. Johan, if he goes to this dive as well, I really hope he doesn't. Because, yeah, Romeo's on the way up. And I don't think they do enough damage to the counter-strike. One plate is nice for Banderas, but definitely Nord favored at the moment. Third Dragon coming up as well. And this is where you really need to come online with your front-to-back composition from the side of LC. potentially playing for side. You could also do 1-3-1, right? You have a strong three-man core with a lot of disengage and good side lane. The problem is you don't win side. Maybe Tempt can win side against Jax. That's inherently a good matchup in the side lane. But that Jax is really accelerated, so we'll have to see what their options are.
Yeah, you do worry. You know, you've got 0-2 Maokai versus the 1-0-2, but the I can't remember the name of the item. I was going to say Divine Sunderer, but that is definitely not the name of that item.
Yeah, that's a bit of a dead item now, thank goodness, honestly.
Yeah, but it's still a completed item to Barmy's Cinder and Ninja Tabby.
No, Triforce,
So
I think the build you go for now is Triforce plus, what is the item again? The Sundered Sky on Jax versus when you need a lot of DPS, and you kind of do versus Fiora healing, so that's what I imagine he'll pick up next, but he is so accelerated, just the item diff in the inventories, but yeah, cross-map players coming in, gonna give up Rift Herald. You can see LC, their game plan is just to give up everything until 3rd Dragon and try and find cross-map plays. Now, Nord can respect this, and they are, because they're bringing over Blitz to cover the cross-map.
Yeah,
Let's see how the dive goes.
Wuzzy trying to get himself out, catches a beautiful shockwave onto a couple of members, but he's taken down. Temp secures the kill. Ash Arrow comes in, does make the connection under the tower, maybe the end of one. As Jinjo, he's got the Gravitum in, should be able to find the final last auto in for the kill as well. And they do answer out with that tower, with that kill, but a tower is the answer in the mid lane coming in from Nord.
Yeah, I wonder if they could have sent Nilly to defend and have Warzy TP in instead, but it doesn't matter regardless. It was a nice idea from Nord, but it wasn't enough to defend from the onslaught of the cross map. Just having the 2-man there, knowing to defend their cross map is fantastic, but still really good play. A comeback for LC was important in terms of gold, and the gold went over to the right people. Kill for Tempt and kill for Ginger. And it's going to be important for this next dragon. He still doesn't have a completed item. And dragon's in 2 minutes time. There we go. There's the Kraken.
Yeah, Kraken is big, but he still needs, like, you know, realistically 2 more items to truly come online as an Aphelios. And I think they're going to have to settle for 1 item for a big one. But obviously, dragon number 3, will be spawning up in 2 minutes time. Got the needlessly large rod now finished up on Temp. Had the Lichbane for that previous fight. Has now bought himself a needlessly large rod. So seeing what that will be turning into as we get later on into the game. Plenty of options for that one.
Yeah. Dragon up in a minute time. You could see they push in mid and bot and move into the enemy jungle. It's really important when you play Blitzcrank comps to secure vision. And so the enemy team have to face check into darkness and then take a hook to the face. That's what they're doing. They're controlling. You can see all the deep vision on those wards in the bot side jungle, and they're going to convert it into a Rift Herald too. So I imagine they'll just get a second charge here.
Oh my word! That's
yeah,
a lot of grubs.
That's the
Temp's
real
here.
threat, isn't it?
They've got everybody coming over. Actually, this could be an opportunity. You know, Temp realizes that is just death if you try and contest that any further. As They've got Banderas on the flank as well, but I mean, you're trying to team fight with Fiora here. There's no way they can contest that. Tower number 2 goes down, and now the mid lane tower under fire from Nille. Banderas will be able to tidy that one out on the Fiora, clear out the wave. Yeah. Man, this is rough right now for Lion's Creed.
Yeah, you really want to fight now if you're Lion's Creed, because you don't want to let them go and spend their gold from that tier 2 tower, as they might just give up the Cloud Dragon.
I mean, it's only dragon number 3. If they can get a kill onto Nilly here, that's going to be really big. Jinjo isn't even going to get the shutdown. It goes to the worst possible person they could have given it to. Johan gets that 500 gold extra.
I mean, they could still recall and potentially contest. Banderas has TP, so I wonder if he'll just take this wave and then reset and then TP to the dragon. I'd actually really like to see that, although they might just no, there it is, right? So he's going to recall. They're going to secure mid-prio, and now with that kill onto Nilly, he does have TP to come in. They can move into River and secure some vision.
Yeah, looks like they're going to move through. Now that they've got Banderas in the area. As Romeo may just be looking for a stray hook to see if he can find an opening, but will be on constant vision. Looks like the answer is coming in. Nilly is going to teleport just on the other side of the Dragon Pick. Temp's trying to find a flank angle to see if he can come through, but spotted out by that pink ward. Down goes the Shockwave. In comes Nilly, gets himself the lockdown. Dragon's been secured in the meanwhile as well, as Temp trying to just be a nuisance on the backline, but hit by the Ash Arrow is going to lock him in place. Lion's Creed, though, able to take themselves 2 kills. They lost the Dragon, but they got a lot from that. Beautiful play there. Nord ultimately one Drake away from Soul, however.
Yeah, a Nord play for the steal. Secure the ball delivery with the Xin, but it isn't enough damage, and then Banderas with a DPS just cleans up. Roshan tries to flash away, but it isn't enough, and Nili has just chain died twice. Unfortunate blunder in the side lane, leading over to not quite a dragon, but some gold clawing their way back in. And it's exactly what you want to see as LC. Now, you have 5 more minutes, right? 4 more minutes until dragon. What are you going to play for? Are your item thresholds strong enough to contest side lane at this point? And I imagine with the nature of the matchup from the Akali versus the Jax, you actually potentially can. So I'd like to see Akali on the side lane with potential jungle hovering to it. Let's see. As he heads topside and Banderas heads bot, this is exactly what we're talking about, the 1-3-1 beforehand, and potentially play for these the side of the tier 2s.
Cloud Dragon and Cloud Soul is actually really brutal when you're playing into a split pushing team, because obviously as they take more towers, the map becomes smaller for you, and it becomes quicker and easier for them with the Cloud Soul buff in the jungle and just the base movement speed. They get to rotate around the map, so suddenly if you have a 1-3-1, that 1-3-1 can collapse on itself very quickly. It's really, really rough, and it's one of those things where, like, you know, I've always been an advocate for Cloud Drake. I love this Drake.
Okay, hear my pitch.
A lot of people hate it.
Here's my pitch. Blitzcrank ults for the Cloud Soul move speed on nothing, runs up and then hooks.
That is actually insane. I love it. You press W as well. You get like maximum overdrive movement speed.
It would look so stupid. But
oh, that'd be sick.
That's the
You're basically just, all you're really doing is just going in for the power fist, aren't you? And then you're gonna land the grab. Like, you'll have the speed to get there. You got the Ashe to slow them down as well, so you can even get in closer range quicker.
Well, the Maokai ult.
Yeah, they really are looking for it. They find themselves a hook onto that Maokai, throwing everything down onto him. Roshan not really going to take too much damage there. I say that he loses half his HP. Jinjo actually starting to put out some deeps now. But the tower still will be standing, and ultimately nothing really was burnt there. Like, the Maokai ult is on a relatively short cooldown at this point. But Nili just going to return to the top side, and like I said, it's a Cloud Soul, man. Like, he's going to be quick around the map.
True. The rotations are really quick, especially when you have first move from side, and that's exactly what we saw, right? That's how LC have decided to play it. We play push top, push bot, sync the waves up, and then rotate mid and try and find an engage with the Maokai ult, and I really like that. The problem is the tower's still up, and it's not exactly hard to respect it, as you know when they're coming down after they push a wave. Banderas could look for something. Doesn't look like it. That's a very tanky Jax, and he has teammates nearby.
Oh, no. Banderas.
Very squishy with that build.
Yeah, he's gone. I mean, that was a total fumble, that was. I don't know what he was doing. Down he goes. Roshan
That's Baron.
The kill. And that is very likely Baron. I mean, they're on vision, so like all of Lion's Creed know this is happening. But ultimately, nothing was really burnt there. Johan not got that ultimate up and available yet. The good news right now for Lion's Creed is Mervs hasn't got to the Baron yet, so now he gets to the Baron, it's going to go down a lot quicker. But Johan waiting for that ultimate to come up, waiting for an angle, is going to throw it down. Tempt is on the flank. He needs to find a really good opener here. Onto them, he jumps in. Shockwave lands onto 2 members. Tempt is going to have to try and stay alive in this one. Is able to find himself the executors. We get a pause mid-fight. Heartbreaking action there. I don't know what went on there, but we'll hopefully get an update any second now. I hate pauses mid-fights. I hate pauses fighting.
I mean, it looked pretty good for the side of LC from what I saw. Everything definitely connected, but then the Milio cleansed the Jaxi, and you had Jinjo free hitting on the Aphelios. So it was really a case of is Aphelios able to continue to free hit? Can he get uptime on this AD carry? Yeah. And I think Tempt also managed to snipe with his R2 the Blitz.
Yeah, he got an execute.
So it looked like they were winning 4 versus 5. A little bit concerning. Have to see how it pans out. But yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, hopefully it won't take too long until we can get back into that action and into this fight, because it's not concluded right now. Like, a lot landed, like you said, but the Milio cleanse was very, very powerful for the side of Lion's Creed. The problem is I don't think Nili was dealt with. And I feel like if Nili can just walk into the face of Aphelios, it's really rough. Like, he just has the helicopter on, it just sticks on, and we're going to go back to the fight.
Yeah, so
Health
cooldowns were
very
used.
low.
Yeah, cooldowns were used, so everyone's waiting for them to come back up as Johan.
Teleport coming back in.
And I think Banderas can just run this down with the parry, but they've got to regroup and play around these cooldowns, play around these cozy campfires. Now, how did that happen? How did the entire game just get turned on its head, and now LC 4 versus 5 are contesting this Baron? Anyway, Now, you can see pings are coming down on my way pings from the side of Merbs. And I imagine LC can just recall here with the empowered recall and go contest this Baron. Pings are coming down from the side of Nord onto this Dragon. But you have the man advantage to the side of LC, and if they go as a unit through mid, I don't think there's much Nord can do. Now, everyone coming out of base. Romeo is getting some deep vision in the bot side jungle. And everyone's respawning. But doesn't look like they're going to be too late. You can see Nilly is pushing out topside. He does have Wave Cliff and Titanic Hydra, so he can create some kind of split push threat as he does have teleport to TP down into the play. Banderas gets chunked, and he does have the parry. He doesn't have the parry anymore, so he gets chunked. I imagine now this chunk might be enough to stop them getting this dragon, unless Banderas can maybe find a honey fruit. Dragon is started up, and Johan is posturing. Now, if they want to contest this, they're going to have to throw out a Maokai ultimate, maybe play for the steal instead. Banderas is still chunked, so they're playing this as a significant deficit in terms of HP. As the ultimate comes down, they're going to have to walk in, but the hook, the engage onto Merbs with the Hawk shot, and Merbs is just one shot. The counter strike comes through, and Banderas on the side is just 1 versus 9. Tempt is going through as well. The massive ultimate into the execute, and I think LC might just secure this dragon. A huge turnaround for the side of LC, and the dragon goes over. That's denying the Cloud Soul for the side of Nord. And off the back of that, what are you going to secure? You're going to secure the big Void buffed blue buff, as well as the mid lane turret, and threaten onto the tier 2 now. Now, tier 2 tower is going to take a bunch of damage, and this is a huge influx of gold for the side of LC. What can they build off the back of this? Massive shutdowns, 5-0 Akali. He's going to be able to go towards his, I imagine he'll go towards the AoE healing Void Staff variant. I can't remember the name. Crypt Blue. That's the one. Still, I think Merbs was a bit out of position there. He seemed to be a little bit caught off with the Akali and not have enough uptime to be able to attack. So, maybe in the future fights, they're going to have to peel him a little bit. Maybe the Xin Zhao are onto the Akali, away from Merbs to help peel. But yeah, a big portion of that also was not finding the ball delivery onto the key carries. Banderas was definitely not left in check, as going back to a bit of a lull state now. Tier 2 topside is probably going to be objective to LC as they're trying to snowball. You can see everyone shifting up towards topside. Now, on the side lanes with the Akali into Jax, naturally is an Akali favored matchup because he can dodge out all the autos, kite out the Counter-Strike in the Shroud. And so what that means is the Akali's always going to have first move from side into mid. They're going to push out, and they could potentially look for a cross map onto the collapse. It looks like that's Nord's plan, but Akali's one of these champions that can waste a lot of time. The arrow comes through, it whiffs. Roshan cannot connect this, and even if it does connect, I imagine Tempt can actually just walk through, maybe expending an ultimate. But yeah, Akali's so good on side at wasting time, especially with his potential, with his Seeker's Arm Guard and the Stasis. So yeah, going to play 3-1-1. Akali's going to push out bot and potentially go into mid, and Fiora, I imagine, is going to shift into mid too as they play for this tier 2 tower. Some standing 700 gold. A little bit afraid to walk upwards. Going to settle for this neutral red buff. Now, these neutral buffs are actually incredibly strong now. Because they are global buffs, they're more of a neutral objective, similar to something like a mini dragon, because of how you get full AoE red buff, right? So you really want to contest these, and it's just LC running the map. They are completely controlling the vision, controlling the wave states because of the winning side lanes, and they're playing the macro incredibly well. So what thresholds do we have potentially that Nord can play for? I imagine they could play for some... The problem is their entire composition hinges on the ability to ball delivery and do a bunch of damage with that AoE, but the Zhonya's, whilst it gives 120 AP, isn't the most damaging variant. I look at these items for the Orianna and they don't do that much damage, so their ball delivery isn't going to hurt that much, and they have a relatively low damage AD carry who can't find uptime because of the nature of finding uptime against Akali being really difficult. So I think they're going to have to play for potentially a death cap on Warzy and maybe look for a fight with the AD carry there. Once Merbs has a few more items, because at the moment I don't think he's doing enough. You can see Jinjo and Kasing playing up so far because they have the potential for a cleanse. Now, Romeo could be a spanner in the works here if they manage to find Hook. And the problem is, if you're Blitzcrank, you really want to play on the side that has a bunch of vision. Right? You want to have a bunch of vision so the enemy has to face check into you and get hooked. But they can't walk into their jungle. It's just too difficult. Johan has full control with saplings, incredibly annoying. and they can just walk wherever they want. Now, Ash Arrow comes down, but it's not going to connect, and even if it does, they have the cleanse, so trying to punish the 1-3-1, but it's incredibly difficult. Now, Hook comes down, also misses. They're still trying to play for the top side, but Warzy on this Orianna can just wave clear, so there's no real threat, and basically, what LC are doing are bleeding them out in terms of camps, right? You're incredibly sad if you're Roshan here on this Zinzao, because you are continuously pushed in, you lose vision of all your camps, and you lose them on respawn too. Now, Dragon is up in a minute's time, and with that perm push in the mid and bot side, controlling the river, and the top side as well, you have a choice to make if you're LC. Do you want to take Baron for Soul, or do you want to take Soul and then threaten Baron afterwards with split push? I imagine they're all going to head down towards this Soul and play one person on side to draw the attention and then TP down. Now, flanks are incredibly important in this fight. It is a front to back, but you have the threat of the flank onto an immobile carry like an Ashe. Watch for Blitzcrank hooks and watch for vision down bot side. I think Soul is going to be incredibly important here.
All going to be about that Soul. 19 seconds. Sorry about that.
Welcome back, Hip Rain. How are you doing?
Peek behind the curtains. I'm still recovering from my cold, and my throat decided to close up on me there, so I'm back. Yeah, 8 seconds until that Cloud Soul. Man, the thing is I feel like Lions Creed probably want the Baron more, right? Like, they denied this from being Soul. This is only Dragon number 3.
Hook misses?
For Nord. And for Lions Creed, this would only be Dragon number 2. So, oh no, that is Soul. I'm an idiot. That is Soul for Nord. So, maybe it's a little higher priority, but it is also Cloud Soul. As much as I'm someone who values Cloud Soul and Cloud Dragon, I think from a realistic standpoint, if this was like Infernal or Hextech, you'd have a lot more emphasis on going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cloud has innate synergy with split push comps, though, not for just the reasons you said, but also because, like, when you ultimate, you get a bunch of move speed, so you can disengage. And when you play split push, you want to be able to disengage quickly as a 3-man when your side lane is pushing and, you know, you get collapsed on, or the other way around. So it does look like they're going to go for this gambit where they give up the Baron and then secure Dragon Soul on their own. Interesting one. I feel like LC don't need to do this, and they can contest both. They're in that much of a commanding position. But they're just going to actively give this up, which is very strange. Regardless, that's going to be Soul for Nord, and that just helps them out kiting. I think Merbs has a real tall task, and this is why I'm not the biggest fan of Ashe flexing to AD carry, because I feel like there's so many compositions where you just struggle if you're just jumped on. So have to watch how Merbs kites and manages the team fights. As the Baron Siege comes down, and Ping's coming down for that tier 2 top side, that's exactly where their attention's going to go.
Yeah, looks like the attention's just going to be use this this Baron now to open up the game as much as possible, but the Soul isn't as impactful. It doesn't matter as much. All of the outer towers are now down. It's just onto the base siege coming in from Lions Creed. And they got Baron, they got the 1-3-1. It's going to be a hard defend, especially when Mervs loses that much HP.
Yeah, and the siege is coming down. You have the long range from Jinjo with that Milio Cozy Campfire, and I mean, what can you do, really? I think both your side lanes, the second you throw the lead, your side lanes are outscaled because of the nature of the matchups and how volatile they are. And now they're just going to bleed them out. You're going to push in topside as well as the arrow comes down.
Oh,
tempt. With
beautiful
the
little back. Yeah, able to get back, and now Rohan being run down. They're going to throw everything they need to on to Warzy. Goes into the stopwatch, though, to break away. Inhibitor under fire, but in jumps Temp once again with the E. Shifts back out to safety. Not going to get himself caught out. And he just finds the execute like that. Easy as you like. That's the base. That's the game. Nord, they're going to have to pull a bloody miracle off to defend this one, as Johan is making sure nobody can get even remotely close. As in comes Temp looking for Nille. Able to get the stopwatch off to keep himself alive. On top of the healing coming in from Banderas as well. And absolutely flawless game coming in from Lions Creed. I say flawless. There were mistakes early. There were definitely mistakes early, but they made a beautiful recovery into the tail end of that game.
Yeah, and I'm trying to recall exactly where they managed to bring things back. I think it was slowly clawing back on cross maps down bot side when I believe they went for Rift Herald and pick on Warzy. Nord tried to cover it, but it just wasn't enough. Yeah, props to Lions Creed managing to come back after a terrible early game. Yeah,
honestly, absolutely fantastic game coming in from the side of Lions Creed in this game. I mean, that top looked really rough, and then Banderas just like pushed it through right at the last moment. I mean, everyone was pushing it, but turns out the Baron trade for the Dragon was definitely the right call for Lions Creed. I think they recognized that they could probably close the game during this Baron, and that's exactly what they did. Anyway, we're going to throw it to a break, and then we'll be back with our desk to break down game number 2 and set us up for number 3.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
But Shift, being one of the members here, you can't kite the mark quite yet because Shift is still alive. The shockwave finds them all, but can they kill Shift? No! They can! He's still alive and he's taking down them all! Alongside Liam Cole and Persson, they will not give up! And DMG! On-hold coming through, Ice and Smurf, and he's the big meatball, but Shift still not dead. Shockwave finds 3, but Shift still alive. He's found one reset. Can he find the next? Yes!
They've done
He can, baby! They're finding them all. It's 4 for DMT, and this surely is it. They're going for the Nexus Foxtrot. They found the game.
Soul secured for DMG, but the fight is looking pretty ruddy. LBS turning it around though, as Liam Cole dances around the fight before finally being slain by Built. This world-ending Aatrox is too much for Ruddy to handle though.
When it matters, it seems that Lionscreed step up for the revenge. They don't allow North to take flight. I know, Duckling. We've been bullying you non-stop, so I'll give you 10 seconds of happiness. Hit me.
I got a prediction right, man. I can't believe it. I'm chuffed to bits. They came back as well. It looked bad. It looked cursed. I'm now back to minus 14. I'm no longer minus 17. Screw you guys. Just 5-10 more predictions to go and I'll be back to 0 points, right?
to 0 points. That is
Yeah,
a
back to an
lovely
even
situation to
game.
be in. I'll be able to be neutral in a few weeks. So, with this in mind, we'll have to look into this game because everybody was looking into Nord. All of a sudden, Lions Creed step up. But we should talk about the early game. Top lane was in favor of Nord. Everything was going in favor of Nord, no?
Fox, you're muted, man. Come on.
Sorry, I'm muted all the
Do I
time.
have to do the hand signals
It's
with
because Jake isn't the only one getting over something, so I have to like mute just in case I'm like hacking up my guts on mic or something, which is a bit unpleasant. Apologies. Yes, so early game. I would say Nord honestly were disgusting. Did a really good job. I think Ruddy looked not Ruddy, Lions Creed. I'm so used to saying this about Ruddy that I'm just repeating it again. Looked quite disjointed, actually. Lions Creed didn't really look like they had much of a game plan. They made some kind of silly errors. And to your point, Artrum, like topside was all about Nile. And the thing is, like, when draft is... When you've got red side or Nord and you get counter pick, you got last pick, and Nile gets a counter pick, yeah, obviously you're going to get a favorable matchup. And Aragon hit on it a lot in the game itself, that Fiora with the riposte can be really good into Jax, but Jax can detonate, so to speak, reactivate his E whenever he wants, right? So you have to essentially just predict it. And it's really hard to do that. And they both do similar things outside of that, whatever skill matchup. And in a skill matchup against Nile, well, that's a tough situation to be in. But once that Baron fight came around and they were like Lions Creed's team fighting itself, they got out of the lane phase, I was really impressed by that. And it was a huge reason why they won.
Exactly, and the top lane match is such an important one, and let's use this opportunity to talk with the one who was playing with the Fiora. Banderas, I hope you're ready for us. Welcome
Hello,
back
hello.
to the show. On a good note right now, you just got a W versus Nord, but let's talk about the lane itself. Fiora versus Jax. How are you feeling on this Valentine's?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun matchup, right? It's a skill matchup. But it's not a skill match if we're not able to match the numbers, you know? So, like, we had some unlucky early game in the bot skirmish, right? And it gave Blitzcrank a roam. And I don't know if you saw, but, like, I was stacking a huge wave, and I really needed this wave crashed. And then Blitzcrank comes up, and Zinzao comes up, and we end up dying, you know? Me and Jan, we're not able to get the wave in. We probably should have just given that up in hindsight, you know? But we tried to fight it out, tried to outskill it. But yeah, I mean, end of the day, like, it's just a byproduct of a little bit of not the best like draft we could have made, and also like just a byproduct of like us misplaying bot, right? And then we misplay top, and then it snowballs, and our early game just looks horrible, you know. But regardless, it was still fun to play, you know.
I love that one. Early game for Lions Creed. It seems like you guys are not hitting the nail on that one so far.
Well, imagine when we do, and we still win these games, and imagine when we hit the nail in an early game.
So when we look into the bigger perspective, like the bigger picture, it seems like it was a rough start for Lions Creed. And then you get to the second half of the split. You get Nord yet again, which is a team that is looking for the top of the standings. What can we expect? Because every caster is like, I want to vote for Lions Creed, but I don't want to be Duckling.
Yeah, I mean, you can count your bets safe with us from the future. I think today was, I mean, I don't know, it went really unlucky for us, but I think you'll see a better showing in the next weeks for sure. But even then, we're still able to pick the win, you know, or get the win.
I'm gonna do it, and if it bites me, I'll chase you down, man.
Yeah,
I need my points. I need my points.
You can blame me. Everyone can blame me if it goes wrong. I don't mind.
So how is it looking with the team? How are you feeling with the synergy between the teams so far? Half of the split, you already got a long way with the team. You're looking into playoffs already. How are you feeling so far?
The atmosphere is good. I think we've been progressing pretty good naturally. I think it's just been some issues coming up here and there. I mean, I think it's good when we get tested like this because, I mean, we're going to be playing together for a while, right? And like we're going to EMEA and we're gonna perform there, right? So we need to I mean, get through all the issues now and then come to EMEA as prepared as possible so we can represent NLC good, you know?
That was a good statement. You didn't even flinch. It's like it's in your blood. We're going to EMEA. We're going to represent NLC like it's the normal thing.
Yeah.
So tell me something. Last question. playing with Kasing. He can be one of the most atrocious, annoying person in the world, but it's amazing to be around him, isn't it?
I don't. Maybe that's a you issue because I've never had those issues with Kasing. Like, he's
No,
just,
I'm kidding. He's just the most lovable person
he's just
on Earth, right?
the perfect teammates. I love
It
Kasing.
is. So
I mean-
every single time you get to play with Kasing, you're like, I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm honestly happy playing with all my teammates, you know? Like, me and Jan, we have won NLC before, right? We went to EMEA, like, we were like 1 game away from top 8 and then going from there, you know? Arguably now, I think our roster is stronger than back then, and I mean, both me and him have improved as players as well, right? So I think when we get our shit together as a team, then we will perform, we will go top 8 in EMEA as well, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, we'll go from there. But of course, there's a long road ahead, and I'm not going to be like too egoistic. I'm just confident that if we keep working like we do, then we will make it.
Let's see if it happens, Banderas. Thank you so much, and best of luck.
Thank you,
I'm going to put my points. I'm looking at you. Please save me. Have a lovely day.
Please do. See you, Akram.
I don't know what you're complaining about, Ashram. You have so many points. You don't. Look, you're almost crying here, dude. I'm minus 14. I will be sticking my points on Lions Creed though, and if it doesn't go right, I will be personally writing an email to Banderas. But I mean, Lions Creed. This is the problem with them, right? This game, despite looking weak early, they look really good for the rest of the game. You can see why this is a super team. You can see all the players coming together, it working. But we have to remember, for 50% of the split, it just hasn't been this. It's been this muddled approach to the game where someone makes some horrendous mistake. They don't play up to the level we know they can individually. And hopefully Banderas is right. This is the turning point, because we all know this team can represent us well at EMEA Masters if they play at their best. So I'm not only thinking for the strength of our region, I'm thinking at the strength of our region out in the rest of Europe as well, right? It's always fun to have good games at home, but I don't want to be embarrassed as soon as we go out and play with the big boys. And Lions Creed, on paper, is a team that should be able to compete with them.
But there's another team that is looking for that spot, which is Nord right now. So I'm going to jump into Merbs as fast as possible. We're going to make a quick one because we have the game coming up right next. Merbs, welcome to the interview. Pleasure to see you yet again. It was a perfect start for you guys, but... Oh, where did it clash? Was it on the Baron pit?
Yeah, kinda. Roshan had a freeze lag in mid-fight. That's why the pass as well. I think it could have been looking a bit different, but I think, generally we just played the fight pad and the setup. We got a bit eager with the Fiora pick and, dropped the ball.
2 times you get to face Lions Creed and they take the W. How does that make you feel looking for playoffs? Because if you get to playoffs, you might get the revenge.
I mean, I think for sure we get playoffs. And I'm always happy to face the super team or the supposed super team. It's always exciting.
Okay, let's see what happens. I'm sorry for cutting this one short, but the other game is about to start. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, Merbs. I hope you get to do this more often. Who knows what happens. Best of luck. I put my points on you. I'm just saying.
Yep. See you.
You just said you're putting all your points on Lions Creed, mate. You can't just go into every interview and be like, I'll put my points on you.
I put my points on Nord and I got destroyed. But now I'm going to put on Lions Creed.
But
okay.
We have the next game coming up. I want to turn our attention to it because this is the 5-man Danish roster Verden going up against natives. I can obviously talk in length about both of these teams, but let me start off with Verden. Foxtrip, you can do the honors of talking about natives. Verden have been a bit inconsistent so far, but they are 5 players who, when they play together, they seem to be on the same page mostly. I'm mostly satisfied with their performance. I did predict them to finish first in the regular season. That is very much still alive. I can see. I don't have much more time to talk. Foxtrap, go ahead and do what you want. What do you want to say about natives?
By the way, Foxtrap, do you know Duckling is Danish?
Is he?
Did you know that? It is a fun fact. I very rarely tell that to people though.
Wow. Yeah. It's a well-kept secret on the broadcast. I mean, what can I say? Yeah.
I was thinking about making a go bold or go broke and saying, I believe Duckling is Danish.
I mean, you only get like 1 point for that. That's the easiest prediction ever, man.
I'm the host! I hold the stick on the lights. I decide what happens.
Why did your hand just turn into God? Like, what was that? I want to.
I don't know. I have too many power as a host, man. Let's look into the Champions Select right now.
Love that.
I have so many things on this desk. You have no idea. Too many things. I don't know what.
What do you use that for?
No, we'll move on from that one.
Let's take it back to the draft. Divide does get banned away from Yankee, which I think is a smart ban. Obviously, taking the Varys away. I like the Karma ban from Vert as well. Karma is too strong in the meta. Honestly, decent first pick. I think Nulu has been exceptional on the Azir in particular. That's why he looks the strongest. Verdant instantly just takes that away with the Corgi. Boring matchup in the mid lane. Will be fun later on. Why do you have one as well? What is wrong with you guys? Now though, onto the Verdant pick.
You fucks! I love you!
Yulbo is locking in the Maokai, which obviously could go into the hands of PlayStation, keeping a bit of flex pick alive. I think this is likely going into the hand of PlayStation. I think Yulbo this split has had most success on the carry-oriented junglers that can do something themselves as well. Now though, back to the draft of natives, locking in their AD carry, taking that Aphelios. I'm confused why we're seeing Aphelios rise so much in the party of meta all of a sudden, but it does intrigue me.
Yeah, it's Aphelios day today. It's Aphelios with Milio again, which is the same duo that we saw for Lions Creed run with last time. And it worked really well. Ginger didn't die once. He got to that point where he was very strong. And did Aphelios things. So we'll see if natives can replicate that success in this one. It's the Pike. It's the Pike being sat down here from PlayStation.
Nah, that's actually crazy. That is crazy. See, this is going back to the more traditional Danish style of League of Legends we had in our own Danish league called just do whatever you want. Go for the bold plays, go bold or go broke. I think that's something that we had as a characteristic for a couple of years where clean original League of Legends didn't really exist. It was more about just going in, and PlayStation, obviously his name originates from playing Thresh, but he is very good generally at these hook champs, so I do like the pickup for him as well. I have no doubt he's able to, at the very least, have a decent performance, and if he snowboards that bot lane, it will be very exciting to watch. But moving back to the bans, I do like the idea from natives to trim that ADC pool and remove the best AD carries that work with those with the Pike.
The question is though, Ducklin, what would you pair with the Pike? Because you want something more aggressive, but I also think you want something a bit self-sufficient so that Pike can leave lane and roam, which is something that he does really well.
I know, you can bring in the Caitlyn because she's kind of Danish, so Caitlyn can,
How is she
Caitlyn? No, I'm just messing with you.
I think, and this might seem a bit weird, because she often gets played in the mid lane at the moment, but I'd take the Tristana, honestly. You have the self-sufficiency. The champion is strong with these all-ins as well. It would be very high risk, high reward. The Draven could have also been a decent option. The thing is about Draven, though, while you might be good at these early fights, being left alone is a big, big worry for him. I think if you're gonna go for something more traditional, the Ezreal offers somewhat that. I think the Lucian's an option as well, but I really don't like it. I don't think you have enough support to be the carry you need to be on the Lucian. So honestly, I think Gubi, he's probably cooked something up. The man has a very wide champion pool. The Misfortune is not what I did expect originally, but I can see it with the CC, especially if Yulbo rotates down as well, getting that locked with a W on. You have time to burst either the Milio or the Aphelios. So interesting, but I see the point.
I like it. I can get behind a Misfortune. I think it's Valentine's Day after all. I think it's a good choice. It's a lot of damage in lane, a lot of aggression. If you land a hook, then you do Pike's combo after level 6, and it's basically a guaranteed death. This is something though which I think is a really good answer from natives and Jakey. This Xin ultimate completely ruins Misfortune ulti. Like, it's just like a big windfall in that sense, sort of, for him. It's just such a good champion into the Misfortune, and on top of that as well, Misfortune doesn't really self-pill that good, so champions that like to dive in and go crazy are very good, and we've rounded out this draft for natives with a Xin and an Aatrox. So yeah, a lot of squishy kind of physical damage coming through here from Verdant. Not too much on the tanky side of natives to just stack the armor. Of course, you got, Corki's like basically a caster anyway, magic damage champion, but I think it's definitely interesting. I like the explosiveness, the potential explosiveness from the bot lanes here.
Both teams 4-2. Nord just lost, which means whoever comes on top of this one, for the first time, will get the isolated first place. Finally.
I mean, you don't
Tell
get
me,
to keep
Declan,
those
just tell me,
first
tell me,
places
tell me.
first. But I'm really looking at Doxy here. Counter-picking that Jace up against the Aatrox will be
Yeah.
really, really interesting. I think it can work, but I mean, it is a statement for Doxy to make and not just take something like a traditional counter, but he is someone who has had a lot of success in the 1v1s. He has also qualified for a couple of LAN finals in Red Bull Sudoku over here in Denmark. And I have no doubt this man can play the 1v1 and the laning phase very well. And he will need to do that here. I would like to see him get some help from Yulpo early on, though, just to get that lead. I think just one kill would be enough for him to really take over the game and snowball. So for me, if Yulpo could path up towards that, that's an option. Or he could look to try and put the bot lane ahead. So Yulpo, he has a big choice to make here. Play for bot or play for top early on. That will decide a lot about how this game goes in my eyes.
Let's see what happens. I want to talk with the Costas for a little bit, moving aside from the desk. So only me and the Costas. Hey, Brain and then I go. I know we're not in studio, but you know that Denmark. This is what I want to do with it.
Same.
Honestly,
every time.
Every time. I think there's not a single person on this talent lineup who doesn't want to do that. Bye bye, Archer.
Goodbye.
I love that boy. Yeah, this game's relatively interesting, Aragon. I think, you know, the draft looked like it was going to be quite boring from native side. Aatrox definitely did shake that up somewhat. What are your expectations going into this game?
Yeah, I don't think Aatrox shook it up. From the side of natives, we are very disappointed with the standard front to back, scaling, do nothing, and isolated scaling topside. Yes, it might be a bit more exciting than Cassante, but at least with Cassante you get a bunch of kill threat at 6, you know, with the ultimate and the fun wallbangs. But like, still, I think at the very least we get a lot of fun from Verdant, right? You have a lot of potential. Generally, when you play Pyke, it's on you to find leads in the early game. You have good matchup into enchanters, and you have to find leads in lane and also spread it around the game, because you are not really a champion as the game goes on. I think they've drafted extremely well because they have win cons early, mid, and late game, because they outrange late game with Corki poke as well as Jace poke and Maokai saplings into Azir Felios. That's what I'm looking at really, because these champions, they don't like being outranged because they want to be able to auto attack, and if they're just getting blasted by skill shots, they can't find the uptime to hit. So I really like what Verdant have done. I'm excited to see how they pull it off.
Yeah, I think Verdant have drafted themselves a really, really fun comp as well. I mean, like, obviously, Foxy hit on it. The Xin Zhao, pretty great into things like MF. Can kind of just eat that ult and not really care about it because of your ultimate. But when you got the Pyke and the MF, like, that could be a potentially very scary bot lane. I mean, MF early has a lot of poke. We'll have to find out. Anyway, we're getting ready to go into this game number 3, so let's take it away. Here we are, game number 3, kicking off. A little bit more. It's interesting that we've had the Emilio spot lane show up 2 games in a row.
Yeah,
a lot of teams putting a lot of priority on this lane.
Yeah, I mean, pinched. There was a lot of AD carries pinched, right? I think you had Varus, Senna, and what was the other one? Callista pinched as well. So champions like Xayah, Rakan, Aphelios, they just naturally rise in priority. Same with Lucian. And this is what we ended up with. I really like the adaptations, though. Aphelios, Milio, actually a classic combo, which... Aphelios is naturally quite a short-range AD carry. So when you give him range, there's a reason normally he's short-range. It's because he does so much damage in short-range combat, right? So when you give him range, he really likes that. Still, really good adaptations across the board. I think Verdant have a lot of really strong lanes, and I'm really excited to see exactly what Doxy does with R5 counterpick, with the Jace into the Aatrox with a strong matchup, as well as how FlayStation plays the map.
Noticing Doxy get a little bit of poke off on the Smurfy just to start it off. Nothing too exciting. 8 a Q at the beginning, so wanted to fire back, wanted to get his own little trade off for himself off the back of that one. But yeah, I expect, honestly, this is probably going to be quite a slow start to this game. I don't really expect to see too much action unless an opportunity for PlayStation to find something either mid or even bot does present itself. But I feel like that's going to be more of natives making positional mistakes to be getting caught out there. rather than PlayStation just getting himself 3 kills, so to speak.
I really want to see PlayStation be unlocked to be able to roam middle top as well. I think there's potential angles in every single lane. So what I want then is Jilbu to go down to bot side and push in waves with him, and it'll give him some free resets. You know, if they crash third wave here, get a cheater, and then PlayStation gets the crash. You can see the wave is actually not under tower, so it's not getting thinned out yet. This is actually a pretty clean crash on the side of Verdant, so really excited to see what he does with the tempo here. I think pings are coming down to showcase that they want to roam after this. Eyes on PlayStation. You can see Jolbu is just full clearing. Trades haven't gone well enough to potentially set up a dive or anything, so the options aren't really there in the bot lane.
No, PlayStation just getting a little bit of a hook off onto Shirakatami, but we'll be able to heal back up thanks to that passive of the Aphelios. Not the Aphelios, the Pike. And both Jolbu and Yeki are matching each other on their rotation. It's interesting because I've seen some junglers actually go for old Froggy Boy before going for blue, so you get the reset slightly quicker.
Yeah, so the reason for that,
not that.
So the reason for that is that you take the Gromp first, and then it respawns quicker. So it's more efficient, right? And you get the Gromp again and level it up faster and retake. Sometimes you do that as well when you're scared of getting invaded on the blue buff or the other thing, and then you take the Gromp first. Anyway, gank coming up for Yeki. That wall's going to do wonders as Doxy goes in, but he has phase rush. I think should be okay.
Yeah. He gets the flash out of Yeki there as well, and he's still got his own flash. Switches form. Yeah, that was really, really nicely played there by Doxy. He does have teleport, so not going to be the end of the world as long as he doesn't get re-ganked here by Yeki, which I don't think is going to happen. Should be sitting quite pretty. And actually, Gooby right now, I don't know because of the way we've toggled vision. I don't know if he's alone or if... oh, nope, there they are. Thank you. Surprise. Two people potentially showing up bot lane here.
I think his gank is a little too difficult. I think his gank's a little too difficult. I thought he would flash, but
Are you sure about that? Oh.
Yeah. Kind of close. Kind of close. I thought it wouldn't be that easy, but they managed to make it work. I thought Rusty would flash a little bit sooner if he saw, but maybe he didn't spot out Maokai. Still, punishing on that wave bounce, knowing that Rusty Sniper and Shawakatami want to push forward and crash the wave. Really nice. Flash down. So that means it's going to be really hard for them to push out waves, and I want to see Jolbu on down bot side every single time they got to crash it. And you could see that Yeki was on his way to help secure the crash too, so no flash and chunked. Let's see what Gooby and PlayStation will do with it. But Doxy, struggling a little bit as well. Going to have to reset and TP back for probably Longsword's in the tier.
Poor old Doxy, though, getting heavily, heavily chunked out there underneath his tower, thanks to that gank from before. But at least he does still have his summoner spells, so should be sitting pretty as Yeki making an appearance here in the bot side. PlayStation just going for a quick dip, seeing if a hook opportunity presents itself or if a gank's going to come through. Not really going to be very easy to pull a gank off versus a Misfortune and a Pike. Got a lot of tools to kind of slow you down, CC you up, and make sure that gank is... not going to go in your favor, so yeah, I'm just going to back off that one.
Yeah, and you can see that lack of the flash from Rusty Sniper means that Yeki just has to hover down bot side every single time they want to crash a wave. And that lets Yolbu actually go over to these grubs because of the fact that Yeki had to stay bot side. So tempo advantage to Yolbu, cleared his camps already, whereas Yeki is still clearing them, and now that converts into three grubbies. And that's going to be really good for the side of the Corki and the Jace, because they naturally in these matchups, well, at least the Jace does, can hit free hit tower at some points when they're pushing. So, however, Yeki is on the way. I wonder if Yeki will smite one here.
They've got their support in the area, but he's actually decided not to rotate over, so it's just going to be a... Is that 1 or 2 they got there? I wasn't actually paying attention. I was looking at the minimap.
So,
well, according to our thing, it was 1 for 1. But yeah, no, they
there we go, 1 for 2.
There it is. Okay, so Verdant actually do come out on top off the back of that play. Does mean that the next 3 have to be secured by Verdant if they want to get the summons on the grubs. 5 is that magical number for anyone who is looking to contest those grubs. But Verdant now able to turn their attention towards this dragon.
Yeah, so Verdant really trying to accelerate the game, utilizing PlayStation's pressure naturally as you are with Pike. Like I said, you have a bunch of early pressure. I wonder if they could potentially look for any dives onto Smurfy. I wonder if Doxy can keep Smurfy here long enough to the point where maybe a Pike can come through a Maokai, but it looks like he's probably just going to reset. Yeki, he could be getting baited into a Yeki gank, although Doxy seems to smell something fishy.
Yeah, he has that ward as well, so has seen Yeki coming in. Yeki's just going to have to help Smurfy shove this wave out and then get that reset off. He has still got teleport, so it's not the end of the world as Nulu does not want to be getting caught out here by PlayStation, so it's just going to head underneath his tower and catch the wave. Relatively chill early. Looks like a potential rotation was coming down towards the bot side, but Errol decided, nah, he wants to stay mid.
So something quite interesting happened topside. I think Doxy was kind of afraid there, and he popped his Elixir of Wrath from the triple tonic for that minute there, thinking he would get ganked, but didn't manage to use it, so he now still only has, I believe that's the, what's the name of that one? The one that gives gold, Avarice or something like this.
Yes,
regardless,
Avarice.
Nothing going to happen topside, nothing going to happen bot either, because of how well Rusty Sniper and just Shawi Katami are playing. They're not getting traded on, and they're not being hooked too badly. Rusty's also going to get his flash soon, so he's going to have that insurance. But Doxy, he needs some help here. Jobu needs to beeline topside, because he could get ganked here. He has also the phase rush.
Yeah, he has the flash and the phase rush. Neither necessary. It's going to be able to get back onto this wave. Get a chunk of damage out onto Smurfy. A lot of damage onto Smurfy. And Doxy, honestly, playing the pressure really well. As income
Smurfy has flash.
They are going to look for the lockdown. They're able to find it. Doxy gets himself the Q off. Smurfy flashes away, but there it is. First blood picked up for Doxy. Yaki, trying to make the grand escape, is able to flash away towards his mid laner. So Yaki gets away with his life. But Doxy, honestly, just devouring pressure. It did not affect him.
Yeah, surviving every single gank, managing to get away with this phase rush, paying off, taking this rune into the matchup. I'm really glad they picked this counter pick. I'm surprised Smurfy didn't go for the Cassante. Maybe he just finds it more comfortable, or he was thinking how if he takes Aatrox, then the enemy has to go Cassante or something like this, and it's a favorable matchup. Regardless, well played from Doxy, escaping multiple ganks, absorbing a bunch of pressure, like you said, and that's going to convert into a lead now. They could potentially use that single grub buff or double grub buff to potentially hit towers, and he's already winning out on that with one play taken.
Oh. He's starting to do quite a lot of damage here now that he's got the serrated in, so a little bit more damage as Rusty.
No flash.
Should be careful if Flake can hit it. Nope, not going to happen. PlayStation, now he's the one under fire here. He's under a lot of fire. The heal comes out and everything. Gooby trying to find the slow, but Rusty Sniper gets the flash forward and secures himself the kill. Gooby not going to be under any real pressure right now. I say that and then loses half his HP. As Natives, beautiful play on the bot side there from Rusty. Able to hold everything until he absolutely could guarantee that kill.
Yeah, it felt like PlayStation was trying to punish the flash timer of Rusty when it was up in 10 seconds, right? Fortunately, the hook misses, and then they just get run down by the Milio Aphelios duo and the Ghost, so really well played from the side of Natives. That's really not what you want to see from PlayStation. This champion, Pyke, it becomes incredibly useless. You start becoming a hook bot and like kind of a bait champion, where you just take a bit of damage, then consistently pressure, but still, gonna go back bot side. I want to see him unlock more on the map bit, especially since you have winning top side and probably good trades. Potentially look for dives and play for this Rift Herald that's coming up, or the rest of the grubs, rather.
Well, it looks like Yaki going to get his hands onto these grubs. As long as he can deny one of them, that denies the summons. And there's actually no counterplay, so he's going to deny all four and give Natives the 4 grub start. So no one's going to be getting the little void grublies summoning up in this game. But it's still going to be Natives who have the extra damage, which this buff will be able to give them. Yaki,
So
though,
this-
I will say, has put maybe a little bit too much attention into topside. I know, obviously, this time it's paying off, but I do worry that, like, as you can see, their bot lane currently under some pretty severe pressure here. I say that, and Jolbu losing a little bit of HP here to Rusty Sniper. So QB able to pick up a bunch of plates, crash the wave, and Rusty Sniper's the one who loses out for that.
Yeah, I mean, Rusty Sniper and Shawi Katami are actually playing incredibly well. They constantly have no flash, whether it got popped or they used it themselves. As I might have to hold that thought as PlayStation, we might find a E here.
Yeah,
they don't have damage.
Nulu is actually getting a lot of work done. Nile going low. In comes Scooby with a kill, and now Errol flashes in forwards. Nulu just trying to put some damage into these members. In comes Shirakatami to try and save the day. Jolbu advances forwards to just make sure the rest of his team can get away with it. And it's a 1-for-1 overall. Jungler for jungler, but reset timers wise, Yaki's going to be back up first.
Yeah, he's going to respawn. Dragon coming up soon, so that really matters. But still, doesn't look like he's going to go to Dragon immediately. He's going to beeline straight topside, potentially defend Smurfy here. I imagine Pyke could also head straight top as well, but doesn't look like he wants to. He looks like he's going to open through mid and play for this Dragon and look for picks onto the flashless Rusty Sniper. But like we said, him and Shawi Kadami have been doing a really good job at avoiding pressure whilst they haven't had flash, backing off to even to tier 2 when they're getting dove. So Just going to run down bot side, farm up a little bit, and potentially actually just not show to preserve the fact that he's off the map. Now, you can see JK beelining top side. I wonder if there'll be a gank here onto Doxy, but he does have the phase rush. He is though.
Yeah, I feel this is not the gank. I feel like they want to put their attention towards the dragon, but they've kind of given up all pressure there. So ultimately, Yaki just going to get himself some farm. Like, there's not really much else he can get here. I guess you also have to kind of keep in mind as Errol has the package, so it's very hard to contest at this point.
Yeah, so I think, this is exactly what Verdant want, right? They are this early game team composition. They do have some scaling in the range they have, right, into the specific champions. But they definitely have more agency early. So securing these dragons is what they want, and to get to activate that soul win condition. So gonna solo that out. I'm not sure what dragon that is, but I hope it's not another Cloud Soul. And I'm sure Verdant hope the same.
It is rough, actually, for Rusty right now, because he's down 2 levels to Gooby. Gooby is level 9 to his level 7. So pretty significant power deficit here between the pair of them. And Rusty Sniper hasn't got an item where that Ghost Blade is finished up alongside a second serrated dirt for Gooby. So Verdant, incredibly equipped at this point in this game. And Rusty Sniper, he's going to need, he's going to need a hot minute to kind of catch up.
Yeah, Pyke with the Mobies. He's looking mid lane onto Nulu with this Azir, but he's so slippery and has that wall soon. Oh, he has that wall, rather. That I don't think anything can happen. Now he's going to turn his head top side, potentially look for a gank or a dive here. Doxy is really chunked. He can shuffle over this wall.
Yeah, he's going for it. There it is. It doesn't even need to use the R. Beautiful execution there. Nulu, actually, I might have to hold that because Yaki has jumped in. PlayStation's bought some space for them. They get the Gravitum off. They get the ultimate coming out, though. That is disgusting. Around the back comes Jolbu. It is a total catastrophic failure here for them, as the damage coming in is absolutely enormous. Smurfy, though, does come back with Errol, and Natives actually do turn what was a bad fight around.
Yeah, Smurfy with the TP advantage after getting a gank from Nulu. You can see how they transition their pressure from topside into a TP down bot. Now, it looked like Verdant didn't play around it, but still really well played from the side of Natives. And specifically, I want to highlight Smurfy and his trades, which really set up that dive for Nulu easily, especially after Smurfy had been ganked a lot and been really struggling in the lane. So, Doxy not able to TP back because he was dead. He still does not have TP because you just have to use the lane. Maybe he can convert that into a tower, though.
Yeah, it's got 2 Grubbos, so it does do a little bit of bonus true damage to the tower, but Smurfy going to be able to come in and defend that one. But man, I feel real rough for Rusty Sniper right now. I mean, look at the items between Gooby and Rusty.
Yeah, don't look, don't look.
It's a goddamn murder, bro. It's real bad. It's going real bad for him. And this is why I have repeatedly said I really dislike Aphelios at the moment. I don't think the champion is fast enough for the game. I think the game moves too quick for Aphelios.
Yeah, that massive ultimate really got MFs a bunch of gold. That first strike plus futures market. Shovik, what are you doing over there?
No. Well, he is running for his life. That's what he's doing. But also, keep in mind, Gooby did get a bunch of gold from that ultimate, but that wasn't actually where most of that gold came from. He already had a serrated and a Ghost Blade.
Oh no, Rusty.
When he did that, Rusty, this is actually just
He has flash.
He does have flash. He's not going to use it because he's gone down. He's going to use it even though he's guaranteed to die there. Yaki, great little job to turn that one around. Gooby gets into the safety, can't quite connect the damage. Yaki almost finds enough to kill out Gooby, but it's not going to be enough. And this bot lane, they put too much attention into topside for Natives, and it is really coming back around for them.
Yeah, couldn't flash away, was just rooted. I was wondering where the Severum ultimate from Rusty Sniper was, but it was the ultimate for Rusty Sniper was about 3 seconds away, so just really, really unfortunate timing, or really good timing from Verdant to punish. Still, no one to shadow Rusty. You could argue that maybe he should have gone with some teammates. Still, really good play. Proactivity mid into bot from the side of Verdant. Now, what can they get off the back of this? Looks like some pressure mid, and maybe a play onto Nulu.
Nulu has to burn the flash, though. If that hook lands... Oh, nope, he's all right. Gonna be able to get away. Right now, honestly, if you look at the scoreboard at the top of the screen, I really don't think that really sells the way this game feels. It feels that the gold lead is bigger than it is. It feels like the pressure is bigger than it is. And yeah, they've only actually been able to take 1 tower so far. And I do think there is a shining light for the side of Natives, and that is going to be their mid lane. And Nulu, multiple times this season,
when he gets on this Azir, has been a complete monster. So definitely going to be keeping my eyes peeled for Nulu. But on the other side, I honestly, while everybody is kind of on fire, Doxy, I have to give mad props to Doxy, man. Like, this guy just ate up so much attention from the enemy team, and it did not phase him at all. Like, he was able to only get a kill in response as well. There's Goopy, worth a shutdown here. Could be looking rather tasty. Can't land the E, so they'll just take the tower.
Yeah. What are you going to get out the back of that, though? You get Errol a nice reset. He gets to push in down bot side, and he could probably pick up the package now. There's pings coming down. Is he going to pick up the Eclipse? He does have the Eclipse already, so really interesting to see how he gets on the map and how they play this dragon. Now, they could just go all 5 mid, as Nulu has to secure this bot lane wave. And I think Verdant should be able to get first move. Only 1 ward left for the side of Shawikadame, so maybe he'll take a reset. Or they'll just hold this line of scrimmage. So, at the end of the world, you can see Errol is just chilling there, waiting for that package.
Yeah, that is going to be a real problem. He's got teleport as well, and the package, just base move speed. Here he comes onto the map, and I don't know, like, Rusty Sniper's got a Storm Surge, and that's it. The teleport's coming in. Everybody's coming down. They're going to have to make a miracle save. PlayStation lost half his HP.
Ooh, Doxy too.
Is pretty big. Doxy also losing half his HP. And Errol is waiting for the prime opportunity to drop that package down as Jolbu on the flank. Nulu also right now not there, not on the fight, as Smurfy just coming in on the flank to try and be a real menace on that backline. Errol gets engaged onto, has to use the package defensively. Smurfy eating up a lot of pressure, jumps away to safety with the flash, is going to be able to survive this one. And the package down, Natives, I actually feel like they're the ones who are coming out on top. I say that and then immediately they jump in. Absolutely enormous ult from Gooby, but it gets immediately cancelled, and now Natives, they're the ones with the pressure, they're the ones with the power, as Errol trying to find some damage onto Shirikami, not going to be able to get it. Dragon number 3 goes over the Natives.
That was such a nice combo. I think PlayStation on the pike hooked the Aphelios into Gooby's ultimate on MF, and then just forced him to absolutely tank a 2.5 MF ult. So really nice, well played. I thought Smurfy might have been picked at the start, but through the healing he managed to survive, and that front to back, we're seeing it come to fruition. Right, so strong with the Milio plus frontline, including 2 carries like the Aphelios and Azir. So esteemed for their hyper carry potential. My only concern as this game goes on is that both of these champions really hate being outranged. And they're against Corki Rockets, as well as Jace Perk and Makai saplings, and an MF ult, right? So if the fights, it's not as clear cut as they outscale. If the fights are played in a certain way and the poke manages to connect, I think this could be a hard game for Nulu to get uptime on this Azir, as well as Rusty Sniper, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. For now, though, I imagine this is where they're spiking, and this is where they're really strong before the poke becomes out of control.
Yes, absolutely. Going to be very, very important to see how Verdant play in the kind of later stages once they have all that poke, but the scaling, like you said, going to be in favor of Natives. Like, in a strict 5v5 teamfight scenario, like Aphelios is always going to outscale something like an MF, especially when he's got the Enchanter behind him to kind of buff and empower him. You know, you got, obviously, Smurfy not being like a traditional tank, it's more like a drain tank on the Aphelios. No, the Aatrox, the word I'm looking for. Did a lot in that last fight, brought a lot of attention from the enemy team, and was able to survive an amazing amount of time, and even got away with it.
I think crucially, Errol had to burn his package defensively, because
yes, he did.
Yaki on the Zinzao prepped his Q3 on the Dragon and then went on him, forcing him to package away. So let's see, maybe in future fights he'll find better packages, but you have to kind of sync it up with Maokai Ultimate, which is something they didn't do. I wanted Jolbu to open up with Maokai Ultimate maybe sooner. Maybe I'm misremembering, but yeah, just the synergy felt like it wasn't there. It's kind of a disaster on the map now. Natives are getting pushed in both sides, losing prio in the mid lane. They've got to catch the waves, and now I think the side of Natives can just secure whatever they want. Really getting a bit chunked though.
Yeah, they did get the ult off, but I mean, they've got berries, they've got Melio. They did burn Rusty Sniper ult in response, so it's at least it was like a 1-for-1 on the old ultimate trade-off there.
I think Doxy needs a little bit of help here, though. They need to beeline topside because he can't defend 1 versus 3. He could just get dove. He's a squishy Jace. You see Yake sticking around. I would too. And you can see PlayStation as well heading straight topside. But look at that damage from the Azir. The Nash's Tooth doing so much work here. Oh, nice from Nulu. Letting the tower finish off the cannon minion. So that the Jace can't pick it up. They have a really fast Nash.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that. I was like, you let Aphelios and Azir get on Baron, that thing is going real fast. Very, very quick Nash coming in from the side of natives, but obviously can be very risky. You are still playing into a team who have a lot of poke. You saw what Gooby was potentially capable of doing as well. You got Jolbu. There's lots of tools where Verdant, I feel they would actually really like natives just to start a Nash up.
I think I want to shout out Nulu's CS. This guy is farming up a storm. He's 245, way above everyone else, way above 10 CS a minute. Yeah, he's absolutely smurfing it right now, and because of that, like you see, every single camp just takes it all. Poor Yankee, honestly. But regardless, gonna transition into the bot side while Smurfy goes top, and potentially play for that tier 2 but down bot side. He is so strong right now. He is so strong right now, and I imagine they're looking for that death cap for the next dragon fight in a minute's time, so he's just taking everything.
Yeah, he's also level 15 at the moment, so he's one off getting that last point in his ultimate. He is going to absolutely
that is
clap
so
people.
fast.
Yeah, that is very fast. Observer, could you press X? I'm curious how much gold he's sitting on right now.
Yeah, it's actually important. I want to see if they can afford death cap before the dragon spawns. That'd be such an insane spike, whereas soldiers will just one-shot. Still, going to be very susceptible if he does get hooked or tank a MF ult. And that Maokai will help lock him down too. So eyes on the poke. Let's see how they navigate that for the side of natives.
I mean, Rusty Sniper just ate a Doxy Q empowered, and it didn't do that much, if I'm going to be real with you there, mate. Like, obviously the Melio did somewhat
Yeah,
negate
we need
that.
the rockets as well, though.
Yes.
And maybe combined.
Yeah, it's more the sustained poke, isn't it? More than the big bursty poke.
So both teams posturing now. Gooby manages to sidestep with the move speed onto that Wind Becomes Lightning. Oh, and the flash with the Q3.
Oh no, that is bad. Gooby's in danger. They're going to go for the shuffle back. Can't quite get it, as that's going to be the end of Gooby. Newly holding his life for as long as possible. Down goes Jolbu as well. But Rusty Sniper taken out by the package, and Errol actually doing all of the work necessary. Doxy in danger from Smurfy here. Smurfy still tanky, flashing forward, securing the kill. Triple kill given over to the Aatrox. Errol now caught inside the chains, is able to break them. And it is a 4-for-4 overall. Smurfy, honestly, smurfing the tail end of that fight as Errol just obliterated the health bars.
And that looked so scary because they managed to find the Q3 onto Gooby, I believe. And then, but the problem was Nulu tried to follow up with the shuffle. He's so fed. I don't even think he should potentially be going for it. But regardless, just whiffs slightly onto the Misfortune and gets stranded in no man's land. Takes a full MF ult to the face. From there, the package comes through. And Rusty Sniper, I believe, gets one hit by a package into the ultimate. And then the carries are down. So, yeah, it's all down to Smurfy. And like you said, managed to find it. Dragon's up now, though, and no summoners for everyone. There's going to be a bloodbath. Errol's the only one with a flash.
Yeah, this could get real messy. I feel it's like natives are just going to go to Baron. Like,
they do it so fast.
They do it so fast. They're going to be seen doing it.
Right. Crucially, Maokai ult's up, so they can just send it if and on their way. They smell it. It's up.
Gooby doesn't have R. Gooby's doing Dragon, and he doesn't have R. It's half health already. Natives, are they going to commit is the real question. It looks like they're actually backing off. Teleport came in. And they're just going to have to give up the dragon. PlayStation, not going to find a hook. Is going to get caught by the Wind Becomes Lightning there from Yankee.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Dragon number 3 secured over. Errol jumps away. They're actually going to throw down Jolbu's ultimate. In the meanwhile, Yankee throws his ult out just to keep himself alive. As Nulu doing a lot of damage there off the back. And the major thing is now Errol finished the Malignance.
Yeah, I really like this draft from the side of Verdant. You're so strong early game, you have mid game, and you're good into the enemy comp late game as well because you outrange. You can see the rockets absolutely piling on. Despite having such a strong scaling core, it's like they don't even scale as hard as they normally would. With that Maokai as well, they can just press R and then play for these turrets like a standard play. So I really like their options. The only problem now, I think, is PlayStation's going to have a hard time navigating the fight unless he can get a bunch of resets from other people. But still, how do side lanes look? This is going to be a scary Azir, I think. I don't think anyone can really match the Azir potentially unless a bunch of poke comes through or, you know, he face checks. Smurfy as well is winning the side, so natives should get the better of the sides. On top of that, with the side push, they can then threaten Nash, so looking for the right guns on Aphelios, maybe they'll go for that. They have them now.
Yeah, they have perfect Baron guns right now. They don't really have perfect Baron pressure, though, is the big problem.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky because Maokai can always press R as and also take back Vision with the sapling. So this Baron dance is going to be a little bit rough. Vision going to go back the way of natives. Still has full wards for Shoei Kitami, so he doesn't need to reset. And they could just keep staying mid, getting pushed, moving into topside river, and eventually start up this Nash and one-shot it. With that death cap, it's going to be really quick. They don't have a Kraken Slayer on the Aphelios, so it's slightly slow, but their guns still do a lot of damage. And there we go. There's a start.
Oh my word, that helped.
Yeah,
on the
good
Baron.
night, Baron.
I mean, they've got Gooby ult, they've got Jobu ult. This could get really dicey.
I think it's gone before he gets there.
It is going to be gone, though. There it goes. Secure
Oh
immediately.
my
They find
word.
themselves a hook, but absolutely brutal ult by Yaki, able to save himself, his life there. Smurfy's just tanking absolutely everyone. Shuffle back here, coming in from Nulu. Nulu going to try and get himself the drift out to safety as the rest of natives on the run. Smurfy does go down, shut down, given over to Gooby. As Verdant, they are on the chase. They're looking for it. Nulu, though, keep in mind, he's got the damage. And I think it's a bit too risky. A lot of damage coming out there from Rusty Sniper's ultimate, as well as PlayStation just trying to be a nuisance with the hook over the wall. Not going to be able to... Well, sorry, will be able to hit it. And they are just going to go for those Baron bases. Oh, Yaki! I think he's in danger. If Rusty Sniper sees him.
Could be in danger. The wave's really far away, though, so I think he's going to be able to walk this one out. They're not going to be able to threaten a dive. Now, I wonder if Verdant fully committed to the chase there, they'd be able to chase, because they had Jolbu's flash, and he wanted to flash that wall, but it was just a Maokai and a Pike with no damage, so they didn't commit. Still, really, I'd argue that's pretty good for Verdant, but it'll be up to natives to see how well they pilot this Baron. You can put Nulu in a side lane now, and you have a bunch of threat onto that tier 2 down bot side. Yeah, exactly. And 6-2 on this Aatrox, he's no slouch either. You could also
the problem is Smurfy did sacrifice himself for the team, so he's a side laner who doesn't have Baron now, so that's always going to be a bit of a problem for them.
Oh, look at the TP down bot.
Oh, Doxy, no, you're in danger, mate. Going to get slowly chased
no
down.
Flash.
He's got himself the phase rush on cooldown. One last Q from Smurfy as he's able to secure himself the kill. Meanwhile, PlayStation's in danger. Shirokatami trying to catch him out. Over the wall comes Smurfy. A lot of damage coming in on the PlayStation, but he is able to just about... No! With the Calibrum, Rusty Sniper playing up to his namesake and sniping out the kill onto PlayStation there.
Yeah, the Aphelios Q, the sniper. Really, really rough stuff. But that overextension versus teleport. I think Smurfy must have teleported there. I didn't quite catch it, but still, now the siege coming out on the tier 2, and you gotta imagine this is gonna be free. That pick was crucial. Sets up this and potentially a spike for an item on the next dragon, which spawns in a minute's time. They can also leave here and drop a bunch of vision. Like, you see the vision control they have, and that can also threaten a TP for the side of Nulu. But their front to back is going to be crazy on this dragon. Full reset as a team, and now they're going to open through mid, I imagine, get mid pressure, and yeah, standard stuff, but really, really rough for the side of Verdant.
I'm seeing a vision score, which is always a really controversial one for me. I swear, it sometimes is a bit of an odd one. Anyway, Smurfy needs to run away real quick. He's going to pop the World Ender, get the move speed, and this time fly away using that.
I mean, at the very least, they have lost a bunch of vision in their jungle, but they can take it back now. And I think with Maokai, they can definitely check bushes at least pretty easily, the power of the Maokai. And if they want to force their way into the Dragon Pit, they can just press R. So I imagine Corki now going to pick up this package and maybe TP in to threaten at this dragon. Yaki?
Oh, he's found PlayStation. PlayStation loses a bit of HP, but is able to jump away using that passive to heal back up. They get the shot blast off onto Shirokatami.
Corki's not there.
In goes Yaki in the middle of everyone. They don't have the Corki right yet, but they do have a massive misfortune ultimate. The Infernum does nothing in responses. Oh, Shirokatami almost going down to the empowered rocket there from Errol, and that is probably just going to be soul for Verdant.
Yeah, and we can see the power of this long-range poke. It's just so hard to navigate your way through with a stunned front to back. This is why I think something like Cassante to absorb skill shots or something like this would have been better. But it's Mountain Soul. Mountain Soul goes over to Verdant. I think this can be incredibly rough to play, Hiprain. I don't know what the angle is now for natives.
I mean, the good news is Mountain Soul doesn't scale amazingly into the later game. As you start to get more and more items, you know, I think it'd be worse if natives picked up the Mountain Soul, because then you have the shields to absorb the poke. But like natives, their damage is very much like an upward, like it's just like it jumps up, right? The longer the fight goes, the more DPS, the more auto attacks that both the Azir and the Aphelios do. That shield goes relatively quickly, but yeah, it's still, you know, it's denial, it's stats. It also, more importantly, I think, than the soul, actually gives the Elder spawning a very, very big win condition over to Verdant. Verdant, you know, the soul's nice, but like being able to pick up an early Elder and then just getting a good MF ult, it just guarantees a game win.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how the fights pan out. What they need to do is try and find an engage and then play a standard front to back before the poke comes out, but that's such an incredibly tall task versus all these champions. And now you have a blue buff. That's even more spam, more CDR, more mana. It's going to be absolutely rough. Nulu, extend a little bit forward. He could summon a tower, I imagine, and hold that as a little fort. Shawi Kitami backing him up. So, going to have to fall back, Verdant, not look for a potential gank. They do have a Maokai ultimate to potentially throw out if they want to, but that is a spell shield on the side of Nulu, so they're going to actually play to top side. You have that side lane threat of Errol, and Errol does have a big shutdown, so that could be a target if natives want to.
Yeah, Nulu having the Banshee's Veil is pretty big for him. It means he's got a little bit more safety to work with.
Yeah, side lane,
like you said.
Yeah, so the side lane down bot side, but they're on a timer. Take a look at that bot wave down there. It's pretty huge. So they're going to pull the trigger now.
Yeah, going to instantly get the cleanse out from the Milio as soon as everyone gets caught out. And, Shiwa Katami losing a lot of HP. And Nulu's Q does do a lot, but he really wants to get the auto attacks in to kind of let that stack up. And Errol, with the Malignance and the Rockets, just melting health bars.
Yeah, it's really, really rough with this range. They got to play around the sustain from the Cozy Campfire slowly, but it isn't that much sustain. They at least have the red buff regen and the Severum right now, but that will run out. And they just got to pull the trigger on this Nash. The problem is, when you pull the trigger on the Nash, you're susceptible to poke because of the Baron magic resist shred, so they got to do it fast, and they're just going to go for it.
Yeah, they are going to be going for that one. Jolbu spots it out with the sapling over the wall. Double Scryers as well coming in. Baron going down very quickly, and Smurfy actually getting the damage off. They get themselves the kill, but the Baron has been secured. Yaki, low HP. Errol jumps over the wall to try and get the damage in. Nulu actually trying to find the kill, but Gooby able to survive it and able to get away. Smurfy on the run. So much damage coming in from Errol. One reset has made it through. Smurfy now needs to kill Gooby, but Gooby's got himself the Guardian Angel. Same for Smurfy, though, so he should be able to survive a little bit longer. I say that, but they're using everything onto him. In comes Yaki to try and save the day. Onto the rest of the team. PlayStation's got himself in a bit of danger. Uses the ultimate to get away with the Grand Escape, and Smurfy actually holds his life. Holds his Guardian Angel. 1 versus 4. Smurfy holds, and Yaki comes in with the save.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think the Pike ultimate missed so that they couldn't finish off the Aatrox, and then the healing comes through and they run out of damage. Smurfy absolutely ruining them. 1 versus 4, buying enough time for Yaki to come. They managed to get the mid lane tower, though, and break the base, but still, you're really happy with the side of natives, because that turned a disaster into something managed more salvageable.
Definitely a recovered situation there from natives, because that Baron, that was hella risky, and they were able to make it work in their favor, but they did lose an Inhibitor tower mid lane. Inhibitor still stands, more crucially, so they have at least got that to work with, and slowly but surely Rusty Sniper is becoming a champion. The problem is Gooby's ultimates just remove him from the game. Like, there's nothing they can do short of Nulu or Yaki getting on top of Gooby that is going to save Rusty Sniper. And it almost feels like it takes too long to get on top of him. Like, these MF ults are so impactful.
And with Elder spawning in a minute's time, gonna have to see how the Barons get used. Regardless, the side lane winning now for the side of the Aatrox. And they're just going to get continuously pushed in. So it's a little bit of a brutal choke for Verdant right now. And they're going to have to maybe try and find an engage with the Maokai. But it looks like Smurfy is managed to shift down because he has first move. So a bit scary if you're Verdant.
Smurfy has been, him and Nulu have been the hero of this
game. Smurfy especially, I think
he's been so impressive.
With that TP earlier on, oh my word. There goes the Nat Banshees.
There it goes. Jolbu losing a lot of HP, actually, there to the Sand Soldiers. They even throw out the ulti from Rusty Sniper, chunking out Jolbu, and with Elder now spawning.
That chunk's enough. Look how low Maokai is.
That chunk is definitely enough, and honestly, Smurfy can just be a complete menace in the jungle, just denying entry onto the pit. The dragon, yeah, it is super low. It is basically gone. Smurfy low HP. In they are going to jump. Shiwa Katami loses a lot of HP, but there goes the Elder. Everybody else now on the run. They do find the lockdown onto multiple members, but with the Elder, with the Execute, they're able to secure themselves a kill onto Rusty Sniper. Now Doxy is in danger. Remember, this is Elder Dragon up. Doxy flashes away. The slow is on. It's only going to take a little bit more to secure that kill. There it is. Execute shut down for Smurfy. And natives, they've got no Baron anymore, but they have the Elder, and even though these fights have felt so Verdant favored in certain ways, Natives have just been so on it with the objective game.
Really nice play from Natives, chunking out the Maokai, knowing they can start it up, and then flexing that ability to rush down a neutral objective so fast with the Azir and the Aphelios. Now the siege is coming through. Can they defend it versus Zelda?
No. Is the answer. Inhibitor has gone.
Let's see, watch the Nexus
Base
towers.
is open. Smurfy just dealing with a pink ward before he's going to make himself escape out. But yeah, I do think they have to be somewhat careful because, first of all, there's a package on the Corki. Even though they have Elder, they still package into Gooby ult would just absolutely liquefy a team. And there is a collector on Gooby as well, so he will be securing those kills with that ult.
Yeah, gonna slow down a little bit. They aren't going to continue sieging with this Elder Drake. Ping's coming down topside with that Elder onto the tier 2. That's where I'd go to. Nulu heading straight there, and they really want to fight still to flex this Elder Drake. Now, going to just secure that red buff and the blue buff for the global buffs, and then potentially look for something after. But that tier 2 topside is what I have my eye on, especially since you have pressure on the bot with the super minions already.
I do think it's a way out the package scenario, though, as well. You don't want to be getting engaged on with that, and I think it should have timed out by now. So, Errol not going to be able... Yeah, there it is. It's gone. So, now I think it's use that Elder, get that pressure on the map, either take this mid, or like you said, take the top lane, secure your team, basically the victory at that point. You're just going to have so much map pressure. It's going to be very hard for Verdant to hold. I mean, they have good wave clear with the Corki and the MF, so I wouldn't say this game is ever over, and the gold is dead tight. Honestly,
it's such a back and forth,
pretty much
isn't
irrelevant.
it?
Yeah.
And with Mountain Soul, you'd expect it to be a little bit more Verdant favored, but they keep finding such good plays on the side of Natives. Now, can they continue to use it? How long on this Elder Drake? I do wonder. If our observers could click a Natives champion, that'd be great. I'd love to see how long exactly they have, because it's on a timer. God, the Smurfy. Gonna get his ult popped.
Timed out. No Elder.
There it is.
So it doesn't matter. They're going to be able to set themselves up a tower from Nulu and not pressure anymore. Take that last tower outside the base. Only 4 towers left standing for Verdant in this game.
Yeah. No TP for the side of Native, so I think Doxy could have gone for that tier 2, but maybe they're not too quite sure on the cooldowns. So Nulu just going to stick around, and they're going to lose their wave down bot side, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. At this stage, individual waves, everyone's pretty much full build anyway. It comes down to execution with Baron coming up as well. Can the poke land? That's the real question. And Nulu's been doing a great job of navigating it with his Banshees.
Well, Baron spawning up. Nulu playing very aggressive, very
no
far forward.
Banshees.
Got the Banshees, like you said, able to shuffle away. Banshees has now been burst. And Smurfy is being a complete nuisance here on this Aatrox. And the bot wave is a long way away from being a problem. They're going to throw down the Maokai ultimate, but it does not make its connection. And PlayStation loses a lot of health to the Sand Soldiers. Baron is getting started up. Yaki and Rusty Sniper. Perfect gun loadout as well, by the way. And Nulu's not even here to contest. Jolbu trying to get himself in range, but he's going to lose a lot of HP to Nulu as he gets closer and closer. There is going to be the Corki steal from the Rocket. That is huge.
Look at the base.
Natives, the base is gone. Verdant, no way did they turn this game around. What the hell?
What just happened? They the threat of the Baron, they decided they didn't even want to contest. And they threatened the end, just completely do out the towers.
That's insane. I can't believe they just pulled that off.
I was so
Verdant,
focused
mad lads.
on the Baron. I didn't even really notice them in the entrance of the base, starting to cross map. I don't know if you did, Hip Rain, but I couldn't.
No. You literally called it out. I was so focused on that fight. I felt like I was watching Nulu.
Yeah.
And he got that beautiful shuffle to get the Maokai out, and it was perfect. But he didn't account for the Corki Big Rocket, and it just did so much damage. That was absolutely fantastic.
Strange
there,
game.
Verdant.
It was so back and forth, and you thought at one point Nature's won, and then the other way round, and that ending, I was it's an interesting one. It's kind of peculiar.
Yeah, I mean, they just honestly really, really well played there by Verdant to close that game out. Because honestly, I felt like that game was done. That felt over to me, and then I don't even know if the Baron was entirely necessary. Like, it definitely helped them, but it was just the quick jump back into the base and just end that game. Really, really heads-up play coming in from Verdant, and they were able to pull that win out. So we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and we're getting ourselves set up for that final game of the day. See you in a moment.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah, yeah. I'ma take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we want, now we go do. We go do. It's like so we go do.
Can he get the resets? 1, 2, coming through. It is DMG winning the fight. They'll claim 3 as well. Rusty side, but the last of the targets to be found. No summoner spells. No way out.
Romeo finds the re-engage into the multi-man counter-strike. The shockwave, too little, too late for light side. Flashes away, gets on out of there, will burn down eventually, but Agony Pain goes forward and gets taken down. Ruddy are doing it. They find an ace.
Stylish way to end this game, stealing away the enemy Nexus while everybody is fighting on the Baron. I mean, it does seem like this is a good one for Verdant, right, Duckling?
Yeah, I think. I mean, just to put it completely bluntly, I think Verdant seemed like a decent team. They certainly have the potential. And I don't know if there's any smart analysts out there who predicted that they might actually finish first in the regular season. But with the way the things are going, I mean, there is definitely a chance that can happen. And I'm sure the guy who predicted it isn't -10 in his prediction still, but surely they will finish first now because they had to fight for that game. I think PlayStation had a bit of an off game, so the other 4 guys really had to step in and step up. They did. They really delivered here. what a crazy game, to be honest. That's just all I can say now.
Oh, wait. Wait, I'm gonna read this. I have no idea what this is. This is Duckling, and he's a Dane. A real Dane. He's a dedicated and active member in the Church of Caps. Rewatching the 2019 MSI final
true,
every
actually.
Saturday afternoon. Duckling would never eat a meal without potatoes and pork unless it's Rotgrods mit Vloed, of course. Spider FT NLC Dev. Duckling is not in the slightest. The Danish welfare system. Be like Duckling. Be a real Dane. Duckling, the Danish Dane. Danish
Who
League of
wrote
Legends
this?
Championship. And DLC.
I love our producer. I love him so much. This is fantastic. We didn't know this was happening. Oh my god, producers, they are fantastic.
Nobody knew this. This is gold.
I'll
This
take
is
my glasses
gold.
off just to look my producer in the eye because that was fantastic, man. And it is true,
Wow.
the Danish welfare system do have me. Up the Danish welfare system. Screw every other country. Denmark are number one. We all know that, right? We live at the top of the world in Denmark.
I
That was
want to say this
fantastic.
once, okay? Once, and we move on. We are not
Okay.
allowed to react to this, Duckling. It is part of my live stream to move to Denmark, to live there, because I visit Denmark a few times, and I'm going to say it's my favorite country so far. Moving on. Into this game, we got the poker position, and it's a team that is looking forward those 40 minutes game, but then you look into Aphelios, and that's exactly what he's looking for. So both teams were looking for the late game, correct, Fox?
Yeah, for sure. It was kind of back and forth to begin with, kind of back and forth in the middle, and kind of back and forth at the end as well. It just didn't stop, really. It was a tug of war. It was a long game, hence someone from behind the scenes having time to whip that monstrosity up that we just saw. But it was good fun, and I think the team fights themselves... Again, I mean, not to say they were back and forth, but I think both teams were displaying some really solid team fighting stuff and prowess. I was honestly a little bit, to begin with, disappointed with Verdant's team fighting because I think there's huge potential between Corky Package and Misfortune Ulti. Big AoE, that red carpet's a massive slow as well. You can get some great combos off, which we didn't really see too much of, and I think the Corky packages specifically were kind of wasted in some of those early team fights. But the bullet time was always on point, was really, really strong for Verdant. And to be honest, it's ironic that the team fights were as entertaining and brilliant as they were, because when all's said and done, what's it that wins the game? It's not a team fight and push. It's a team fight to distract, and Verdant go through for the back door.
So let's talk with Verdant themselves. It is, I believe Doxy is waiting for us in the interview. Let's see if it's correct. Hey Doxy, how you doing? Yet again, Duckling with the Danish proud moments, and you get that W. It was a long, hard game. And talk to me about the situation with the Pike and how it didn't work.
Hey, can you hear me? I don't know if my mic is...
Yes. I got you. No, you're good.
What did you
good.
say? How with the Pike, how it didn't work?
Yeah, the Pike, he was suffering, man. 38 minutes and he had one item. PlayStation suffered this game. He suffered.
Alright. I'm not sure. I was not really paying attention to bot lane besides when I'm like running out of map, you know. But I don't know. He wanted it in draft. He's a good Pike player. I know what he's capable of. If it wasn't his game, it wasn't his game.
So mixed
but it worked.
feelings
We
in
won,
this
eh?
game. Exactly.
Sorry?
But you got some mixed feelings in the game, no? Because on one point of the game, you were ahead, then behind, then ahead, then behind, and all of a sudden, hey, let's just push the
For
mid lane.
sure. I mean, draft-wise, I think we had a pretty good draft. They drafted no engage at all, and we have like Pike. I mean, Corky and Jace. You know, we can just poke endlessly as long as we have set up. But there was a few times where we were just going too deep. For example, on top lane, you know, versus the Aatrox. Then the comp that's supposed to be quite easy versus theirs to play became not so easy. I think there was 2 fights prior to that as well, where like we didn't really set up and the Drake, for example, in good time. So we're the ones actually going in, and they have set up, which is not the way you want to be playing these comps. But you know, that's what we have the regular split to like work on as a team, and in the end, it's playoffs that matters, right? Like we had a bit of a
Exactly.
shaky start. I mean, for me, it was a bit shaky. You know, we had 2 losses in the first 2 weeks, I think. But it's starting to get better bit by bit, and as long as the puzzles they come, you know, together in the end, that's really all that matters.
When you look into the standings and you see the position you are currently in, and nobody else is capable of fighting you on that one today, what's the feeling? Because this is the beginning of the second half of the split.
I mean, it feels good, but it's like another day in the office, you know. Like, just gotta get those wins. Do what you gotta do. Win or lose, shouldn't matter.
Sounds reasonable. What matters is getting into the playoffs and winning the cup, right?
Exactly, and looking at you Masters.
Let's see if you guys get to EMA. It seems like Lions Creed are looking for that spot,
Come on.
Who knows what's
Come
gonna
on.
happen. Come on.
I think Duckling will convince you otherwise.
No, man, I'm done. Yeah, fair. I'm tired. I'm gonna cut the interview. Thank you so much, Doxy. Best of luck for tomorrow.
No worries.
I have to deal with
Thank you,
Duckling right now.
You know you're getting paid to deal with me, Ashram. You're kind of like a...
I'm
kinda
the
like a-
stick of the host. You better behave.
What do you mean? You have the holy hand, but I have the Danes on my side, and so far they have been performing well.
I gotta give you that.
I am saying it. I said it on day one. I think they will finish first in the regular season, and I thought they would do that through a great early season performance. Their first couple of weeks wasn't the best, but now, as you said, they are improving bit by bit. And what really impressed me, despite Flazian having an off game and the pike pick not working out, they were still able to brawl their way through this game and beat a strong team in native. So really impressed by that. And I will say my points next day tomorrow, 5 points on Verden for sure.
Okay, let's see what Natives has to say about that one as we're going to jump into the interview with Nulu, who's waiting for us. Nulu, okay, you're really down below. How you doing, my man?
Like another lost game that should have been won, so not the best.
Yeah, it was a tough one. At the end of the day, you guys were fighting at the same length. You got the late game, you got the Aphelios, you got the Azir as well. A little bit better towards the end of the game. Were you guys aware that the push on the mid lane was being executed, or was it too late when you found out?
No, I mean, I even called it in comms that they will end mid, but people didn't really care. I mean, if we get Nash, we can reset in time. We lose 2 towers, but it's fine. But we lost Nash, so we can't defend it.
This would be an opportunity to go into the top of the standings and be undisputed for at least one day. But it's only the beginning of the second half of the split. Are you even worried about the top of the standings? Or it's just, it happened, it was a fluke. On the best of 3, things are going to be different.
I mean, I think it doesn't matter that much. I think we're like throwing games that should be won.
Okay.
So, like, I don't think any team in NLC is like, other than us and like, what's the team called with Kasing?
Lions Creed, yeah.
Yeah, I think this team is really good. So I think, like, I don't really care about standings. We're throwing the games that really should be won. Like, people randomly dying for no reason to MF ult, you know? Like, I rewatched the fights. I'm just like, none of this should be happening, you know? But yeah, I'm not worried.
Yeah, I like that idea. You guys at least are aware of what is happening. So thank you so much for that one. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's see what happens for you guys, Natives, and best of luck. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me just put myself back in position.
I do just want to add here. I do understand.
I don't want to talk about that one anymore.
Come on.
Rudy versus Venom Crest. I hold the power.
You work without me then. I mean, shoot.
Ruddy versus Venom Crest, and obviously almost everybody is going for Venom Crest. It's an amazing team. The jungler brings in a lot of pressure, but still, the hype factor, Ruddy, Champion Select. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I think Venom Crest has looked really good the past few weeks. Actually, they were slightly slow to start with, but since then they've been really, really solid. I've been really impressed with their past 2 games specifically. Whereas Ruddy, the opposite, I have to say. Like, I think, you know, they've been trending down, and to begin with, we had excuses for them. You know, specifically, oh, they don't have a coach. Like, this is why they're, you know, scattered and disorganized. And then they got a coach and they still look scattered and disorganized. Of course, it does take some time for a coach to come in, set his systems, and to influence a roster. So maybe they've just needed that time and they can start to turn it around here. But I do think, going off of recent trends, Venom Crest has to be argued to be the favorite here, as we're seeing right now a lot of target bans being thrown. Specifically like one tricks and stuff. I know Natty Nat is very, very famous for his Rengar, so I think that's been banned every single time versus Ruddy. Another blue side Varus ban, however, so we're going to get something different here in that first pick.
That's like the biggest change into this week that I've noticed. The various bans are really coming through now. This is changing up the AD carry meta a lot. We've seen so many affiliates this game. 2 out of 3 games it's been locked in, which is really uncommon considering it's only DMG that has played beforehand. So changes are definitely happening across our meta, as Silkismath might have just been fed his hand here early on, locking in that center. Could also still go support, but I do like this. I think Silkismath and Ruddy have had the most success when he's on these more supportive AD carries that allows Alex and someone like Bill to take more gold and play a bigger role in the fights as well. So I do really like this from Ruddy. Back on the side of Venom Crest, though, they just got 2 very strong power picks. They are very happy with getting Sue back on his on that Viego and Lenny getting his hands on the Cassante. So very happy with that draft. And Ruddy, this Seraphine, that is even better actually. That is when Ruddy really had success in week 1. That was with Silkismath on that Seraphine, and it can still be flexed theoretically speaking. So adding a bit of extra flex in here, but also going towards something that already has had success on early on in the split is interesting. And we just saw Pyke not working out in game number 3 of the day. Will it work out in this one? A lot of pressure, I feel like, on Pyke players when you lock this in, because when it succeeds, it looks really good. But when you don't succeed, you end up playing a 40-minute long game without being able to buy 2 items. So a lot riding on the line here of Pasi. Someone who has really impressed. I think all the rookies on the side of Venom Crest have impressed, but a lot of pressure on him this game now.
For sure. This is it. 2 games in a row now with this Pyke pick. We were excited about it in the first draft, just prior, PlayStation knocking it in. Didn't really deliver, to be honest. I thought it was quite underwhelming. Excuse me.
But tell me something, Fox.
Yes.
You're looking at a team, they got 2 wins when they brought in Seraphine because of all the shields. Not only the heals, but also the shields. Pyke doesn't care.
Yeah, Pyke doesn't. So Pyke, his ultimate will execute you through shields, and he can itemize into Serpent's Fang if he wants to do that too, as a lethality support. So it's a very good point there, Arch. It's a very good point indeed, and we'll see if that comes to fruition in the game. I think, to be honest, like Pyke is, all those big shields and stuff is mostly a team fight thing, and Pyke is someone you want to have effectiveness outside of team fights, picks, roams, that kind of thing. So we'll see how that one develops. As still though, I do think at this start so far, very support focused Ruddy lineup. They're gonna have to get some hard carries in their solo lanes.
Let's see though. Hui is the hover, was also the hover before they swapped it over to that Pyke. So they do now decide to lock it in after seeing a couple more mid laners banned. I think very interesting. He's someone who has found his way into the meta, but it is really reliant on the player being able to push the champion to their limits, because I feel like Hui, if you aren't the greatest on it, it will be painful to watch. Hopefully painful. That's a little pun there for you. We'll be able to have a good game of it. I think Painful's had a great split so far, so I have no doubt that he is able to carry the weight that comes with locking in the Hui. On the other side, though, Alex, someone who has gone for the more mechanical champions, will continue towards that trend. Even with the Yone Open deciding against it this time around, going for that Akali. He was phenomenal on it against DMG. I hated every minute of watching that game with him playing it, because he was so good, and he did end up beating my dear DMG. But I do like him on the champion. He is incredible at it. So I really like what Ruddy have done here. This is very, very positive in my eyes, and very promising.
That's a lot of heal. That's a lot of heal coming in from Ruddy. Someone has to stop that. So final pick for Venom Crest. We already have pretty much everything. Painful. It's your opportunity now to shine. Grievous Wounds, it's a must. But it's a heavy composition and a heavy wombo combo. You have a lot of ways to deliver it, so.
Wait, so where's...
Yeah, it seems like Wei is going bot.
Wei is going bot. Okay.
That is a bit spicy, but
it seems kind of
it is more than a bit spicy actually. Like, I'm thinking about this, and I was about to go towards the point that Venom Crest, outside of that Pyke pick, have a pretty easy comp to execute. Yes, a lot of pressure on Pasi, but just play it standard, play it safe, you should be fine, and look for play to play around the Pyke in the early game. I have no idea how this Pyke Hui bot lane stacks up, and how Hui will be able to do if parties want to rotate the map and look for leads elsewhere, because the Hui, in my eyes, initially can seem very isolated. You do have a bit of tools to get yourself to safety, but not the most defensive tools in the world. So, very interesting to see how Percy now will take on this role as the Pyke. Will he play for the bot lane and just look to snowball that ahead? Or will he leave that Hound alone? That's a big thing that I'm looking at in this game.
I'm not sure Ruddy's draft is it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I've got my reservations about it. I think specifically it's lacking damage, and it seems a little disconnected between the synergies of the champions. Like a lot of well, there's team fight tools there, but the main damage focuses, someone like Kali and the Senna, aren't really Sublime team fight champions.
I will say this. It is not traditional, but it is very ruddy. This is something we saw them have success with in the first couple of games of the split. In particular, that Seraphine means a whole lot to their composition, and it allows them a bit more leeway in the team fights with the extra shields and heals, and when they drag them out, which they have done, especially in the beginning of the split, they're able to heal back up. So you have Alex on a hard carry, you have Silky Smith on the Seraphine. Those are two crucial things for me. Netinet on that Sin as well, strong. So those three I really, really do like, and I think that core should be able to bring them through. My big question mark, though, for the side of Venomcrest is that bot lane, Hui Pyke, how is that supposed to work?
It's a good question. We're gonna ask Eragon as soon as we jump into the caster's desk. Let's see if Ruddy is going up or going down. It's up to you guys. You're praying the Eragon.
I mean, right now, I think Aragon's got more reservations for most restaurants tonight. Like, he is not particularly fond of what we've seen, right?
I really like Ruddy's composition, right? Sorry, Foxy.
Really?
Bro. I think I completely disagree with you, but I mean, I look at Venomcrest's comp, right? And they've suddenly flexed Hui to R5. When you draft a composition like Viego Pyke, you are drafting for a reset composition, which means you need damage to kill the champions to reset from them. You don't have an AD carry, so you have no damage. Your only consistent damage is the Viego, and if you fall behind, how are you going to cut through the shielding and healing to be able to secure that reset? Right, that's my main concern. You do not have consistent DPS. You rely on Hui and an Orianna to DPS. So they need to snowball, in my opinion. They absolutely need to snowball. But enough of that. Let's go to game and see how they manage to pull it off, because I'm a bit concerned.
Here we have it. Game number 5. 4. We're on game 4. We only have 4 games a day.
So I want to be impressed by this Hui. I want to see a load of snowballing down bot side. How much single target damage do you have? Because it's so important for the reset compositions. Can you snowball and become enough of a threat versus the scaling of Seraphine Senna? Because if you do not, you will get outscaled pretty quickly. So see, maybe they can find something. Find a summoner early on here. That would be incredibly important. Maybe a flash hook.
We'll come back.
After this?
No.
No. Maybe a bit optimistic.
Silky's able to get away nice and safely from that one. Just a little bit of early scouting. Couple of wards placed down. Couple of wards were placed in response there by Ruddy. But yeah, I mean, I do agree. I mean, there's a world, right, where, like, I wouldn't say Venomcrest are completely damageless. They have a lot of burst, but, like, consistent damage. And the problem is it's not just burst versus Azak, it's burst versus the shields and, like, the sustain and the survivability. And, you know, you got Natty Nat, who can obviously eat all the damage with his ultimate. You got Silky, you can just shield the entire team. You've got the Senna shielding and healing coming in as well. You got, like, it's very hard to pin Akali in place because of her W. It's all those little tools like that that make this, you know, a lot rougher for them to execute on. But I will say there is a world where, you know, you get the burst, you got the Pyke resets, you got the Viego resets, and it could snowball away from Ruddy.
I just really like these protect the Xin Zhao compositions. It's like Protect the Olaf back in the day. They're so easy to play because you just have to group up in Death Ball and it's kind of no skill. I remember Flackid and the LEC was saying this when they drafted the similar kind of composition. You just group up as 5 and you just shield everyone and run away with the game because you auto win team fights. So you need to snowball against it. Now, I will say Deadhound, he has played a bunch of different champions. I believe he played a bunch of different AP champs, had the Seraphine as well. Lots of different variations. So he's clearly competent at not just AD carries, but also other picks. So maybe he could pull something off here. But yeah, like last game with the Pyke, this champion needs to find plays across the map early on and be incredibly proactive. Because if you don't, you tend to fall a little bit far behind. But look at that damage.
Okay. That's a lot of... That's the burst. That's the burst we're talking about.
All right, I see it. I see it. Lots of damage down, and you can see Zubak. Maybe about off the back of those trades, they can find a dive or something. But it's up to him. They've got the push. He could sneak in through the bushes behind. You see pings coming down. Let's see what his choice is.
Yeah, maybe looking for it. He's also got, you know, Alex in the mid lane's also pretty chunked out.
Yeah.
Has he? It looks like the attention isn't going to go towards this gank. Actually, it's going to be Natty who's looking for an earlier play. As Deadhound needs to be very careful down here. They are looking for the fight, though. They find themselves the hook. They find themselves a flash out from Natty. Deadhound, can he survive this one? He's missed himself the fear, so I think he's in danger. Has that flash available to him, trying to get himself away. They throw everything onto Pazzy as well. Beautifully played. Pazzy goes for his own flash to get away. And honestly, I actually think that's on Zubak.
Yep.
He greeded to get himself some more jungle camps when he probably should have made sure that this wave crashed safely.
Yeah,
expecting that a play would come out.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like Natty Nat realized that his jungle had been invaded topside by Zubak, because that's what was happening whilst we were rambling about the Hui bot lane. Still, play coming down. Just Can has been engaged on. Oh, it's a disaster. Pazzy.
Oh, it's gone real bad. They got the shielding as well. Pazzy goes down, and that was a complete mistake. Maybe there's a bait Deadhound can do here, but not going to be the case. And Natty cancelling that recall has cost Venom Crest a lot early in the bot lane.
Yeah. Quick 2 kills going in for the Zinzao, which is huge because he is going to be the vessels for these shields. And if he is unkillable with these Seraphine shields and Senna sustain, then it's going to be really rough to bring him down without the consistent DPS from the side of Venom Crest's composition. Zubak had a choice, right? He could help crash a wave down bot side, or he could greed, say his bot lane isn't going to die, and out-farm the Zinzao really hard to play for himself. Now, kind of bit him back as he went to full clear and his bot lane got ganked, and now dying twice. I could snowball into something. Maybe they'll find a play topside, but there's no setup for the Cassante, so he has to go back bot lane. He's got no choice and potentially play with Patsy as Alex might fall here.
Yeah, Alex in danger. They've got themselves the Seraphine coming in. Can he find the hook? No, he cannot. Everybody else is coming in. Almost gets the damage off. Zubak is able to secure it. Gets himself one of those resets. Just Can now. Next up on the menu. Double kill picked up. Painful in danger. Zubak still trying to get a little bit more damage off. Still in the Akali form as Natty running him down.
Stun.
Zubak secures the triple kill. And all of my criticisms about Zubak earlier have just gone out the window. That was beautiful.
Huh. I wonder why Alex didn't flash there, potentially saving. I thought he was going to flash initially off of the hook anyway, or the E. Doesn't manage to find it, and Lenny just... Is he solo killing Zac here? Oh, Bill. This is not what you want. He's so low.
He's got no flash. He can't get it. Oh, he can. Lenny gets himself the kill.
Huh.
Nasty. This has gone bad.
Yeah, this is really weird because Zac is a good counter pick into the Cassante. Zubak trying to take the grubs off of that kill, but he's still so chunked that he needs to reset. The Cassante needs to reset, so it's not really like he has numbers advantage. So Natty Nat's going to pick this up. But yeah, really strange. Built solo killed in this matchup is very odd because this is a counter pick where you can sustain through a lot of the poke. Managing to find the all-in, props to Lenny. I think consistently performing very well in a lot of games recently. One of the top-tier top laners we have in our league. Kind of under the radar, to be honest.
Oh, painful. It probably felt quite painful, actually. Alex waited till the last possible moment to use that Shuriken flip. And then, oh, Shockwave coming in. Pazzy making his way over. Can Painful get a little bit more damage in? Shuriken flip out to safety from Alex. And whew.
This is what I like to see. I like to see them making it volatile in the mid lane. You need to find some kind of way to get a lead. Alex, I think, was kind of fishing for some honey fruit or something. Drops a ward down at the very least. And going to get some sustain from the center and be able to farm up. But really good trades coming from Painful. And I like to see this. Now they can invade with a HP advantage. They need to snowball with dragons too. Because like we said, they do get outscaled. Don't know if they'll be able to with no Shockwave.
Yeah, very rough, actually. Or because Silky also having that Encore available, meaning it's pretty hard to teamfight when you don't have the Shockwave, and they have their big AoE of like teamfight ultimate available. So deciding to step away, not going to be getting caught out there by Silky and Deadhound. it was a rough start to this game, so I kind of just expect this to be a pretty farm-heavy game coming in from Deadhound.
Yeah, and Venom Crest, it looks like they're eyeing up this dragon. Just Can has no flash.
Oh, Zubac.
No flash?
Got himself the stun. Oh, they do get the charm off of the multiple members. Now Zubac's in danger. He's trying to get himself away, but not going to be able to get it as they're getting more damage coming down. Natty is going down. Painful's able to secure the kill. The ultimate from the Huey there getting popped as well. Just a little bit of trade-out damage, and that is a 1-for-1 between both of them.
Passy's hook crucially kind of missing there.
Oh, the
CC
fear
comes through. The hook comes through.
Oh, Silky's Gonzo. Painful. That Orianna's starting to be pretty strong right now. As,
oh no, built.
What the hell is going on?
I love this game. I love Venom Crest as a team.
Brilliant.
They always do this. They run around the map with Passy and Zubac, and they just start fights everywhere. I absolutely love it, especially around Painful. And they're doing it again. They love to play these kind of roamers, and I think, hey, Frank, you should look forward to this team every single week. They're my favorites.
I do.
To watch. Yeah.
I'm a massive fan of Venom Crest. They're so much fun to watch. And yeah, I mean, they're so scrappy, man. I love it.
Yeah, I really want to shout out Lenny though. This isn't an easy lane to find a lead in. Usually it just becomes a grasp stacking war where you just don't do anything and you just farm up and join team fights with the Zac being unkillable later on. But this is the kind of lead that Venom Crest need. If they're ahead artificially, like in these kind of isolated leads, they can maybe find the damage to kill people solo. We saw the damage from the execute on the oh gosh, the QW I believe from the Huey. Don't want to put you on the spot here, Brain, but I'm not sure.
I had no idea. No, honestly, I tried him, I hated him, and I've not played him since. I absolutely hate playing Huey. As Silky might hate playing into Huey. He dodges one thing, and on the other side, Zubac is there, still away to form. Ruddy are getting killed. That's what's happening.
Yeah, so if this composition goes 20 minutes and they're both even, right, this is unbelievably Ruddy favored, but this volatility is making the game a little bit challenging, and now it's going to convert into a dragon. Passy full control of the bot side quadrant as well, and Alex is going to feel it too.
I think the main thing is to look at where the kills are, because there's a beautiful spread.
Oh,
I have
Alex?
to hold that because the shockwave is going to land onto Alex. Alex getting some damage down, able to dodge away on the lockdown, and he secures himself the kill as Pazzy, no level 6, so he can't secure the kill onto Alex there. But yeah, I mean, just going back to where the kill spread is, you know, the kills are really spread out across Venom Crest. You got 4 kills on Zubac, 2 on the top side. He said something going on bot lane. Looks like, oh, okay, yep, down they go. But it's actually all about mid lane because Zubac is looking for Just Can. Just Can dunked down by the X marks the spot. Hook comes in, doesn't quite make its mark as this time they can't quite get a bit more damage. Almost finds Alex. Alex goes down. Lenny, tell me about the rabbits, man. He is just putting people down.
Oh my god, Mice and Men on a League of Legends Rodcast. Okay.
Oh, I love it.
That was a banger.
I'm too sick to properly play by play, so I just got to hit him with slappers.
That was good. That was good. That was good. But yeah, cross mapping. Not even managed to find a plate with a Zac built on Zac. Still, Grubs are still alive. There's just too much action, and bot lane Deadhound getting solo killed as well. You can see Natty Nat trying to find something everywhere. Alix, kind of the golden boy of this roster, finding a play in the mid lane. Solo kill onto Painful. Still, Grub's eventually going to go over to the side of Ruddy. I just don't think this matters too much, though. The Dragons are where it's at, and 3 minutes time, that's going to be crucial. Now, look at mid lane. Both teams should just play towards mid again. It's been so volatile. And with the Orianna ult coming up in 20 seconds, might be an angle.
Oh, Alex.
Oh, my word.
Painful flashes it. Beautiful flash from Painful and the shield in the last moment, but in comes Natty just to make sure that Painful can't get away. That was dangerous.
That potion.
Is able to survive that. That potion was... That was a squeaky bum moment there.
You know who Alex reminds me of? He reminds me of Leader in the NLC. He fights on every single wave, actually.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing. So if you're just there every single wave and you contest every wave like it's a neutral objective, you can just punish that out. And I think that Natty Nat needs to be there too, as Simply Smath.
Oh, this is just honestly
he has
brutal,
no flash.
man. They've got the dunk.
Oh, my
there it
word.
is. Zubac gets the form. I absolutely love playing with Pyke as well because there's so much extra gold on the map. You snowball so hard as Just Can. He's about to get Just Canned. Down he goes. X marks the spot. Another lockdown in place as Natty's actually putting a lot of damage in onto Pazzy. Pazzy low HP, but Natty's in absolute Dangerville. This is brutal, man. They're going to teleport in They've got Alex coming in. Oh, no, sorry, it's Silky coming in. They're actually going to throw everything in. Alex has also made his way over. Another dunk coming in.
Oh,
There's going to be the execute. Alex, can he make this work? Pazzy going for a quick old swim, able to break away to safety. This game is absolutely bonkers. Wait, the center just killed...
Wait.
Oh, no. Pazzy is pazzying onto the other side.
Oh my word. I mean, it's just Alex versus the world, it feels like. Natinat and Alex are trying their best to find these individual plays, but that's what it feels like, right? It's individual plays as a coordinated efforts where they run around as a unit. So I'm not sure it'd be enough to hold on to the game until they scale. Top lane play could have come out here, but there's a golden rule. There's like a hidden rule in League of Legends if you're a jungler, and that is you don't really gank Cassante. This champion can force isolated 1v1 so hard and turn around ganks and survive anything you throw at him so easily that I don't think anything's going to happen. So he's going to turn his eyes mid lane. Oh no.
Thank Yasuo, mate. You don't mess with it. There's Painful. Just going to get himself no plates, actually. No plates. Oh no, he gets a plate. There it is.
Yeah. Oh, Built is struggling. He's getting zoned off in a tank matchup 1 versus 1, so Plate's going to come out for Lene. Plates across the board are kind of getting stomped. He's going to miss out on this cannon. He's scared of being dove 1v1, or he's scared of the pressure from Zubak potentially diving him too. No TPs to defend the Bloblets, so yeah, he's just going to have to wait for some backup, but it doesn't look like it's coming.
Oh, Alex gets caught out by the shockwave here. Painful getting some damage in onto him, getting a little bit more, winding up that clockwork wind up. Alex jumps in with the proto belt, missed the shuriken flip thanks to the minion, saving the day. And Pazzy, does he have ultimate? Yes, he does. That could be a dead Akali.
Yep. I mean, he's very low. Both solo laners are kind of struggling now with all the attention they're getting. At the very least, mid laners. Alex is trying his absolute best. He has ultimate, so I think he'll look for a play on this wave, but he's getting pinched again. It's the three-man squad.
Yeah, here it comes. Can he land the hook?
Man.
Oh, it was close.
Yeah, they're putting all their effort into suppressing Alex, and I really like this because he has looked like the strongest member of the team thus far in the split.
This is one of those games where when you're playing a mid laner, and like your life is so miserable.
Do you
man.
relate? Do you see yourself here?
Honestly, I've had so many games like this where it's just like, why is one wave the jungler ganking me, and then the next wave the support ganking me, man? Like, I just want to farm, bro. It is miserable. I actually saw a whole thing about this where it's like hard matchups. It was like a meme. It was hard matchups mid versus hard matchups top. And it was just like, the hard matchup mid is like, oh man, that Syndra scat is so annoying, I hate it. And then top, it's like, I haven't touched a wave in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
If I leave my tower, I die.
I think there's a side to this for mid lane though. It's like that Faker meme where he's being ganked by 10 people at once and his jungler's vibing, but TP's coming down. Dragon is up, so they're going to commit everything here. Looks like Lenny's actually going to roam down and give up top lane damage. Potentially secure mid push and convert that into a dragon.
I mean, it's a Zac, bro. Zac's not going to take too much tower damage.
Yeah. Yeah. Three grubbies, maybe a little bit of true damage, but still.
I mean, it's not like he's not going to do damage, right? But, like, not enough for Lenny. Lenny definitely weighed up the pros and the cons. It's like, I lose a couple of minions and a bit of tower damage, and I guarantee my team Drake number 2.
2
Definitely
items
a worth play.
at 15 minutes is absolutely mental. This is usually when you have 1 item, 14 minutes or so. And Lenny is, he's very strong. At this point, he's a carry champion with the amount of AD he gets on form change.
Built's a pretty sad flubber right now.
Yeah. I mean, how does he even trade? Look at that, Kanik, Ruka, and Shield. It's a little mad. I think at this point, he could 1v2 if he wants to look for it. Lenny could have some backup as well, but I think if I'm Lenny here, I try and just go for the Demolish proc on the tower, but maybe he's playing it safe. That's fine too.
I mean, you don't have the complete information. The best way to throw the game is to give that gold over to, like, the Akali or the Xin Zhao. So I actually understand their decision-making on that. I'm going to have to hold that fort because in comes the shockwave. Zubak ults away to safety. A lot of damage coming in. He's going to get himself in danger. Meanwhile, while that was going on, as soon as everyone reveals himself, guess who takes the tower? It's going to be Lenny and Bill.
Oh, he cancelled it.
He's in danger now.
Oh, no.
Blobbed up. And nowhere to go. Lenny going to take him out.
Lenny has had his number this game. It's been absolutely brutal from the start. Solo killing early, pre-6, and now Just Can. I think he's gone.
Just Can. Yep, he's dunked. Can they get onto Natty? Oh, Natty dashed into the stun and gets taken down as well. Zubak's chasing him forward. Pazzy's trying to get in range to get the execute. Not going to be necessary. 3 for none mid. Absolutely brutational, this game. Yes, I'm making words up.
I mean, this is just how they win games. Venom Crest, they're so good at moving around as a unit as this 3-man core with Patsy, Zubac, and Painful. And they just solo kills and suppresses Alix that now they just can't play the game. Justcan doesn't flash there until the last second, and then he falls as well. And I'm going to be honest with you here, Brain. I try to always try and find avenues, ways back in, but outside of praying they survive and outscaling with the shields, I don't know what you do here. I think you give up third dragon, try and play for objective bounty topside, but it's a little bit rough.
Man, Deadhand is kind of just an observer this game, isn't he? He's just catching waves, and that's like his job.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's
Which
okay.
isn't a bad thing. Sometimes just everyone else pops off, and you just have to accept the win. And the best thing you can do is not try and just like catch waves and make sure that your team don't have like an avenue where like an open lane can get taken.
I think the theory behind the Hui pick and contributing to the reset comp is that Viego goes in, or Pike lands a hook, or Viego lands whatever, and Hui drops that nuke on them to help secure the reset.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's the idea. But he hasn't really had to be that useful because the whole map is getting run by the side of Venom Crest now. Look at the vision control. It's going to be so hard to face check into a Pike, and they're going to secure another crash too.
Lovely stuff coming in. Tower.
It's really clean, yeah.
Chunked. Really, really nicely played by Venom Crest. It's crazy because they do play with like chaos and madness, but there's such a method to it. And they just totally understand their play and win conditions. It's really, really great to see. Is Natty trying his best with Silky to hold the wave. Are going to be able to do so. They even throw out the Senate ultimate there. Not sure that was entirely necessary. Lenny going to be just catching this wave. As Built also looking for an opportunity. Find himself in a jump in there on the Zac, but not going to be able to get it. Justcan's in danger. Shockwave from Painful. That did look painful. Built. He is getting run down as they do get the 2-man with the Encore. And they are able to clear the wave as the flash comes out from Natty just to escape all of the onslaught of the rest of the team.
It's so hard. They just need to press R with Orianna, and then they chunk so hard they can secure resets, right? Now Dragon's spawning up soon. Alix is going to get a small consolation prize. Maybe it'll help him finish off his, I believe, Shadow Flame next.
Yeah.
And maybe you get one more wave. I think he's just super close to the item. So after he resets here, maybe he can TP back and secure that Dragon with his team. But you really want to try and contest this this soul point here. Absolutely brutal.
That is the game plan. I don't know if it's just you, but my screen is frozen.
It is not just you.
It is not just me. Okay, cool. Won't be too long until we get back into into the action. This has been a
little bit of a
20 minutes
slaughter.
in. This has been a very, very one-sided game. I know, like the first game was quick, right? And like we've actually had some pretty one-sided games, other than game 3, which definitely was not a one-sided game. In fact, that game was over, and Verdant pulled the miracle win out, which was phenomenal by them. But every other game's been pretty one-sided today, and it looks like Venom Crest continuing that trend. They've been a super, super impressive team, all split long, and a team who I think not a lot of people paid respect to at the beginning of the split.
I completely agree. I think a lot of people had them like as a lower tier team coming into the split, right? I think that's fair to say. And they just completely blew everyone's expectations out of the water. I mean, from game 1, you could see. I mean, I immediately judged them. I started voting for them every single prediction afterwards. That they were so good as a team. I think they played on a team together as a team in Div 2, and now they come up and they're playing extremely well. So good on them as they start Baron here. They do have a bunch of damage.
I'm 90% sure I put 5 points on them at the beginning.
I think so, yeah.
I think I made a mad prediction on them. There's Pazzy looking for the hook, not going to be able to get it. It's going to be able to jump out as he dredges away. Over the wall comes Alix as Natty takes a little bit of damage. Alix needs to be careful. Lenny coming in just to eat up 4 people. They can't even hurt him, man.
He could 1v4
They've not even
here.
got through the magic shield. He is just eating everything. His shield is still not broken.
I think
just
his
like
shield
ate everything.
So I
like
think
4 Seraphine rotations.
Lenny's shield is a bigger HP bar than the entirety of Justcan's actual HP bar.
You might be right.
It's over a K, and Justcan's is just barely over that, so he can 1v4 here. So Baron comes up. He is relatively slow.
Yeah, it's a slow Baron as they are trying their best to try and stop them here. They got themselves a hook onto Silky. Silky throws the ultimate out, only collapses onto Lenny. Not the person you need. Silky is getting absolutely annihilated. Lenny, the destructor of rabbits, is just putting them down one by one. Ruddy crumble to this absolutely brutal Venom Crest rosters. They are just sinking in the fangs and finishing this one up. Just Can has nowhere to go. As down he goes. Absolutely brutal game.
Yeah, this is really crazy, honestly. I don't have any words. He has 3 items at 22 minutes. It's unbelievable. And now Soul Point going to go over to Venom Crest alongside. Not alongside that Nash, actually. Damage a bit too low for that. No AD carry for the consistent DPS. Still going to be Soul Point now. And you got to imagine they can just turn to that Baron again.
Yeah, it's even if they can't do the Baron, it's just the bait of it is so effective. Like you said, Lenny, 3 items. That's the moment where he ults and jumps on you, and you just take your hands off your mouse and keyboard. Like, it's over.
You know how we were
I'm not
talking?
outplaying this.
You know how we were talking about Venom Crest having low damage? Well, the opposite is true too. I think Ruddy also don't have that much consistent DPS.
Yeah.
So Lenny being just...
So hold on. I'm gonna call you out here because this is exactly what Foxdrop's issue was.
Yeah, go on.
They're like low damage, and then you were like, nah, it doesn't matter.
But then I think their comp is also harder to play, which is because they had to snowball, right? The side of Venom Crest had to snowball, otherwise their comp doesn't function. And that early triple kill from Zubak randomly in the mid lane, I think that shouldn't really happen, but it did because Alex didn't flash from memory. Still, gonna be a nice cross map from Ruddy. At the very least, they get an objective bounty cross map. This is really, really nice for stalling out the game. And I wonder if they could have spread the goal a little bit differently. Still,
oh no,
Alex
in potential danger. No, Zubak's here. Uh-oh. He's not going to go for anything. Okay, they're just going to try and siege up in the mid lane. As Lenny is cross-mapping on the other side, taking a tower down in the top side.
I think they have a bunch of wave clear, right? Seraphine at the very least can wave clear really well with a Q. And I mean, that's basically all I got. I don't know how else to cope with them playing against this Nash. At the very least, I think they'll only lose that tier 2 down bot side.
A 3-item, 3-level lead in the top side. Absolutely brutal.
Oh,
Natty in a bit of danger. Just Can. Pop. Down he goes. Pazzy able to secure that kill, and now Deadhound looking for the fear. Can he land it? Gets the slow off. Oh, just about misses out on the fear. Is Natty able to break away to safety? As Alex has to flip back as in comes Pazzy with a flash hook. Dunked. Painful secures the kill, and now Zubak's stolen that form away. If he lands the shuriken flip, he's just going to go in. Actually, doesn't need to land the shuriken flip, just flips over the wall. In comes Lenny, though, to be a complete menace. It just, you can't hurt this guy. You can't do anything. He's even just going to steal your jungler, and Natty's finished up.
He's I gotta shout out Lenny. Like, this matchup, it should be a farm fest. It should be an absolute farm fest. Let alone getting quadruple solo kill topside onto built on the Zac. It's really, really hard to snowball like this alone as a top laner. Usually you're kind of just in for the ride. Still, yeah, when your team gets ahead like this, you get a bunch of global gold and a bunch of solo kill gold too. You are an absolute machine, and I think you're just gonna knock on the base here.
No, I think this might actually just be it. They got Baron, so actually no.
Maybe not.
They're deciding not to overextend, not to overstay. Gonna get the resets off, spend their gold, and not in the game yet. Alrighty, holding on for a little bit more.
Yeah, and what can they do now? I mean, they've got a last stand here with that last turret, right? It's really, really hard to play versus triple inhib down and like 6 super minions in the base all the time. So they gotta try and maybe death push. I mean, I hate saying that because that's what everyone's always saying when you're in this kind of situation, guys. We need to death push. So you see Alex doing it. Maybe someone face checks him, but not that guy. Not Lenny.
That is not the guy you want face checking you.
Yeah. All 5 topside, you can imagine this is exactly what they're going to do, and now you're going to have to... They just need to play with time, right? They just play with time, wait for the super minions to come barreling it down bot side and mid lane. You can see Painful is walking them through mid as well, and Alex might be picked. He's trying so hard to find something, but he isn't even stronger than Painful at the moment. Oh, that demolish.
Lenny just being a gatekeeper to Ruddy's own base, to Ruddy's own openings. I don't know how they're going to be able to hold on to this one, man. It's feeling pretty Jova. They're going to throw everything down. Built eats it, dunked down by Pazzy. They even get the healing from the Crypt Bloom, even though unnecessary. Zubak stealing away the Zac's going to offer more for his team than Built was able to, unfortunately. Zubak Doing so much work here. Shockwave onto 2 coming in from Painful. The rest of the team launching into the fray. The 3-man queue from Lenny, knocking everybody back. It is a complete annihilation. Silky on that run, gets the slowdown, is just working with a fancy feet as Lenny continues to chase him. He's just going to stand at the gates and just say, you cannot do anything. But watch this game end. 27 minutes on the clock, and Venom Crest absolutely crush Ruddy.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really expected this to be the most one-sided game of the day, but it absolutely was. I feel like the game just suddenly exploded at one point, and it was just the train just didn't stop. You know, it kept dying over and over again, and then it was the 3-man unit, right? It was Zubac, Painful, and Patsy, but then you had Lenny in the top side, isolated winning as well, so all parts of the map were just under Venom Crest's control.
Well, absolutely devastatingly strong game coming in from Venom Crest, and Ruddy unfortunately suffering yet another loss, but we are going to throw it over to a break and then let our analyst desk break down that final game of the day, so we'll see you in a moment.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Hi, I'm Middle Scott, here for NLC TV and Rookies, the fresh solution to your roster building woes. People have said that rookies can have issues coming into teams, a lack of competitive experience, nerves when playing in games, or having to quit out of officials because they've run past their bedtime. But let me ask you, how many times has a veteran player on your roster been late for a scrim because they were visiting their grandkids, or had a nervous breakdown because you asked them to play a champion release after 2018? Really makes you think. Let's look at this another way. This is the minimum wage for someone in the UK aged 23 or over. Looks pretty steep if you ask me. Now compare that to a 7-year-old child that doesn't even know how to spell employment law, let alone know what it means, and that figure drops by an astonishing 100%. Now that's gold efficiency. Science is also on the side of rookies. According to research conducted by the top minds of r/League of Legends, as a player gets older, they start to lose mobility, and by the time they're 23, the bones in their fingers have completely fused together, leaving them with the mechanical prowess of the average Platinum 4 support player. All the more reason to go for a player who has the supple bones of someone who still drinks whole milk. These rookies have dedicated their lives to League of Legends from an early age.
I remember when I was a kid, I really look up for Cassin because I thought that he's a good support, and now I can play versus him.
When League of Legends was released, I was sitting there in the kindergarten, eating away at my apple slices. Like, honestly, this game should have been dead a long time ago, but we're still going.
We're already gaining respect from and causing a little bit of doubt in some of our more experienced players.
Agony Pain. Now this guy, great player. Next one, we have Smurfa. Great player. Next, Painful. Completely great player. Another one, we have Butchie, bro. Dude, this guy is complete great player. Another one, Nutty Nut, bro. Crazy Rengar player. A lot of games he has carried me in solo queue, and actually good things about him. Next, Romeo, great player. And then we have like Lenny, great player. We have a lot of people in Venom Crest. Great players. Rusty Sniper. I don't know who that is. Don't pay any attention to him at all. That guy's old, okay? Spent all this time Live 2. That doesn't count. Completely washed, and they should demote. That's it from me.
So what are you waiting for? Get rookies on your team today.
What a statement coming in from Venomcrest versus Ruddy. Let me put myself into the left, just like Venomcrest did by ending the game and getting more than 30 kills in such a small amount of time. Fox, you've been quiet for a long time. I want to talk to you. I want to understand your vision. You're not Danish, so hit me.
No, I'm upset. What can I say? I slapped 5 big ones down on the Ruddy boys, and it weren't. Look, I mean, it wasn't even close. It was.
That's a lot of damage.
That's five of the big ones. 5 of the big ones, man.
5 big ones, mate. 5 big ones.
Look,
disappointed.
You're safe here. I won't mock you. I've made that mistake multiple times. I understand your feeling because you just don't want to talk.
Pity from Duckling of all people.
You're feeling that.
That's when things are going downhill.
You know it's bad when that's happened. I'm sorry for you, Foxtrot. You will bounce back tomorrow. You're still doing way better than me, so don't worry. You won't be last for
We'll
a
talk
while.
about prediction later on, but let's talk about the fact that Pike and Whey actually work. Just like creatine and Whey, those two went together a lot.
Yeah, I will say, me and Foxtrot discussed this during the game. We weren't fully sold on the Whey. It did look fine. I'm not sure if anything would have done better, but I'm not sure if anything would have done worse as well. It's hard to say because I can't really rate the matchup. I don't have big enough sample size, but I will say Pazzi showed what a Pike should do in a game. He was able to roam around the map, get the kills, and help snowball the lead to be big enough to let that snowball continue to roll. So his impact around the map early on and around his bot lane as well, really, really impressive. I think he might not gain MVP this game because many of members of Venomcrest did perform incredibly well. But Pazzi really showed what a Pike can do compared to what we saw last game. Very, very impressed with him. And I can see why you would want to pick up the Pike in competitive now.
Right, that's a good reason. Also, the Xante versus Zac, like that is a really good matchup. And if you're telling me like Pike might not win MVP, I would say Lenny would definitely be on the run for the MVP due to the fact that you brought in the Xante. The Zac was like the counter pick. He completely demolished him.
Lenny's
1v1.
fantastic.
He brought so much. Lenny is an outstanding player, and today you prove it again.
Well, why don't ask us about him?
Yeah,
Ask the man himself.
Just talk to him, man.
Wait, is he ready? Am I on the wrong?
Yeah, I mean, we're praising him so much. He's right here with us, man. Just go talk to him,
Let's talk to
Arsha.
Lenny then, because apparently I was on the wrong channel.
Hello,
Lenny,
guys.
welcome to the show. How you doing, my dude?
Hello, I'm doing very fine, and you?
Well, so they picked the Zac versus you, and you demolish him. How is that feeling?
Very good.
Look at that face.
Yeah, very good.
That's all
But
you have
yes.
to say. That's all you.
Yeah,
Okay,
but,
we move on. Short answers. I love it, Lenny. So your team is climbing up. You guys are getting the hype from the community. You guys are getting the points as well. Playoffs is in your sights. What else can we expect from you guys?
The EU Master.
There you go. Tell me another thing. Lions Creed. It seems like everybody wants to beat him up. Are you looking for that rematch?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And who's the player on NLC right now that you want to face the most? The one you want to go into the top lane and say to your jungle, Zubak, get away, man. Get away. It's a 1v1. Let me do it.
It's Banderas, of course. It's le kill to them. Of course, man. Of course.
I like that feeling. I like that feeling. If you had to say anything, because I know you're a short-answered guy, so if you had to say anything to the community who's supporting Venomcrest, who's supporting you as well, your fans, everybody back at home watching you, eyes in the eyes, what would be your words?
Don't worry, guys. We got it.
Lenny, I love you. Think about picking Pants into the top side once for your life, and I'll be your biggest fan, man. I love you, man. Have a nice one. Congratulations on the W.
Thanks, man. Good night.
Good night. There you go. He's the MVP at 8:03.
Understandable. His performance,
It's
I think.
spicy.
Just as a whole, Venomcrest have been so impressive this split. I personally felt I couldn't even judge the team coming into it because I knew Painful from Division 2. Yeah, he was a great bot lane in mid lane in Division 2 rather. How is he going to do in Division 1? I'm excited to see that. For the rest of the roster, I didn't know. I had no clue. And they are, every single one of them, stepping up. They are playing good League of Legends, they're coordinated as a team, and they're even making individual outplays. They are succeeding in pretty much every single point where I want a roster to succeed. So I'm impressed by Lenny. I'm impressed by everyone on that roster, and I think Venomcrest are my surprise of the split so far because their performances game after game are just out of this world.
I agree fully. I think they are the surprising team of the split in a positive way for sure. Obviously, some other teams have surprised us in a negative way. They've been brilliant, and I would go so far as to say that top gap was probably the biggest top gap we've seen.
A big top gap.
Yeah, it was honestly it was quite significant, to be fair. So Lenny, well deserved MVP.
Let's talk with Ready themselves. We have the coach. Wolverine is ready to talk with us after joining the team the previous week. Welcome to the show. Pleasure to meet you. Obviously, this is not going as you guys wanted. All that hype is now fuming, and I want to understand something. You brought in the Just Can, like a new player, a new support player. He's a sub. Is there anything going on with the team?
Just wasn't working out. I mean, we were 1-4, right? We needed to make a change.
So you think not the composition, but the synergy is not quite there right now?
I think right now we're good. I think we're like a lot better than Venomcrest. But
as
we
a
just
coach,
didn't perform on the day.
That's interesting. As a coach, it's really hard when you pick a project and it's full of rookies. You have a lot in your hands. They already have some sort of synergy and communication. You have to step in, so that takes a little bit of time, obviously. So how do you handle that job? Jumping in almost in the middle of the split, and now you're like, I have so much work to do. How can I start this?
It is tough, yeah. Because I joined, we were about 4 games in already, and I didn't even have a coach before that. Especially with 4 rookies, I mean, we had a lot of stuff to build up. So I mean, we don't really have time to like lose games like this. We're kind of in a like must-win situation.
It's getting a little bit short. The short stick is coming out at this point. Like you guys have to win all the games that you possibly can. So moving on onto the next games, what would you say is your biggest preoccupation, like your biggest objective with the team right now?
I think right now we're just focused on tomorrow. I mean, we have to perform, right? And we have to figure out like mentally why we didn't perform today.
Because those are big words. When you said like we're better than Venomcrest, we just didn't perform today. Those are big words. So let's see what happens for tomorrow. Wolverine, thank you so much for the interview. I hope to see you again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
I do very quickly want to take over here because I think he's highlighting a good point, right? We're at the halfway point of the split.
Yeah.
Something needs to happen if you're one of the teams at the bottom of the standing. And I think if you're someone like Lundqvist Lightside, at the moment, you've won today, you'd be looking up the table saying, I mean, we know we can play good League of Legends. We've beaten teams like Lions Creed. We have the hope. We don't need to change anything. What we're doing is working. But if you're someone like Ruddy, who had a great start to the split, then fell off, you're starting to wonder, what are we doing wrong? We need to change something if we want to have that shot. And the same for DMG. What are we doing wrong? What is happening here? You need to look back already and think, what needs to change? Because whatever direction they are heading is not the direction towards playoffs. I've talked about it on DMG side, why I think they're playing a bit too much like a solo queue team, and they need to figure out how to play as a unit that works together, because the players are certainly good enough for this level. I know that individually. They're just struggling as a team. For Ruddy, I'm not sure of the issue personally. Wolverine seems to have an idea about it, and he's willing to make that change. And I like the boldness in his statements, because you need to be cutthroat at this point if you want to keep dreaming of playoffs.
And if we want to look into playoffs, we need to look into standings to understand how we end up today. It was a good one. It is Venomcrest and Verden tying up first place. Natives in North and Lions Creed are sharing their third one. And then it's a split on the bottom with Lightside, Ruddy, and DMG with only one victory for DMG. If you want to win, you have to start doing it as fast as possible. If you want a mouse, you have to join on Twitter and tell us your predictions. You have a beautiful mouse that you can win from Steel Cities. Millocott is looking at your house if you win that one. It's the Steel Cities Xerox 5 wireless mouse. All you have to do is head on to Twitter and put in your predictions in. If you're the best, not like Millocott, you get this beautiful one. Look at this. I'm selling it right now. You gotta head on to Twitter, put your predictions. So you can have all these lights on your mouse instead of Millocott, who has these lights on his window. Put it on your table, enjoy it. It's all from Steel Cities Xerox 5 wireless. Man,
I will say,
this is bullying.
do we have prediction standings?
Calm down.
I'm just saying, you know.
Before
I might still be
I
last,
want to see
but this day's been so good,
where we
Ashram. I
put
just
in our
want to bask in the
predictions.
glory. 3 out
We
of 4
have to go
predictions
step
correct.
by step.
But look at
us.
this.
Rudud and Initialize with the perfect day.
Yeah,
This is
perfect
a
days.
quite important match for them. They needed these points. Duckling, you only failed on DMG. Foxdrop, I'm not gonna talk to you.
I'm a
not.
net 0, buddy. Let's go. 0 points on the day.
It's not a bad one. So hit us with the standings, with the leaderboard. It is Aragon. My gosh, I hate that dude. 24
Aragon is
points
too
in
good.
first
Get him out of here.
place. Foxdrop standing at 18. He's not moving an inch. Rude Dude on 3rd place, somehow tying up with Hip Rain, although they have different points. Initialize in 5th. I took an arrow to the knee. Veteran took a bullet. Middlecott took a closet. Duckling, you're actually better.
I am feeling I mean, I might still be last, but I am climbing up the ladder, man. We are heading in the right direction. 3 out of 4 today. And I mean, I am heading in the right direction. And
Yeah,
you know,
you
I
are.
have to be cutthroat myself. The team's having to be cutthroat, dreaming for playoffs. I have to be cutthroat if I dream of being competitive with you guys. I had to make some bold claims today. I made a bet with DMG saying I think they will win. I trust them. They're Danish. They didn't deliver. Sometimes, you know, we Danes do underperform. But you have to be bold, and I think I've been that today, and it's paid off with me. And I am heading in the right direction. To anyone being a Duckling believer out there, don't worry, we will be back to 0 points soon, and then we will climb the mountain, we'll reach Ashram, we'll reach Foxdrop, and lastly, we will come after Aragon.
It's about growing up. Foxdrop, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, I was more or less happy with the 0 points, but then I saw how many points everyone else got on the day. Like, what the hell? Everyone was like in the positive, you know. No one, I don't think anyone went negative. So
No one went negative today.
oof, yeah, not too
It's
good.
not looking good. It's not looking good. But it's looking good for the players who stood out today for the MVP. It's up to you back at home to tell us who do you think is the player of the day. EMP as a jungler, Temp as the Akali on the 603, Gooby with the misfortune just going boo, and Lady getting that counter pick and saying, I don't care. Je ne parle anglais. Just completely committed murder inside of the rift. These are your MVP players' votes for the day. Head on to Twitter. Tell us who do you think was the best player for today. Gentlemen, before we head on for tomorrow, I would like to give you last words. Let's start with you, Foxdrop.
Yeah, I just think that it's a pretty good showing, actually, the fact that every single MVP for today was from a different role. What was the only one not represented? Support, I think
Yeah, I
it
think
was.
it was support, yeah.
Yeah,
Support was represented.
so all across the board, we've had some pretty solid performances, some carry performances. We've had, we've had some good things being seen. I think what I'm going to take away from today, the team fighting, actually. It was very fun to watch, and to be honest, I think team fights are some of the most fun parts of League of Legends to watch. So the fact that we got some quality ones today makes my heart happy.
You know what? I'm gonna agree with you. Look,
I just want to say, if you're spending Valentine's Day alone, at least you've spent it watching some great League of Legends here on the NLC, and you should be satisfied with yourself, because today was yet another banger in our league. We continue to be cutthroat, we continue to deliver the content games. Ashram seems very unpleased with what I'm saying here, but I do believe I'm making the right point. Don't worry, solo queue will queue your Benzel. Ashram, take it away.
if you're spending Valentine's Day alone, you know everybody's spending Valentine's Day alone. We're gamers, by the way. I have the stick of lifetime, the host, and I'm telling you to join us yet again at the same hour tomorrow for another day of NLC. It is week 4, day 2 if you step in with us, and surely you're gonna be happy, you're gonna have fun, and until then, keep climbing. I'll see you soon.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.